Welcome everybody here to the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic co-stream brought to you by Clutch GG. My name's Infinity. I'm joined by the ever wonderful proper Andy, mate. Long have we waited. It is time for Challengers versus the Call of Duty League. This is a moment that's been in the making for what, 2-3 years now. I can't believe we're finally here.
Yeah, even attached as well. I saw Minnesota Rockers tweet getting attached his thoughts ahead of it as well. The way that it's all set up inside of the venue over there is that it feels like old classic CWL style, teams sitting across the table from one another. Everybody's just ready to almost get some of that trash talk in. It's going to be one of the better events of the entire year. It's just really awesome to be able to see all the amateurs work paid off to be able to find themselves here versus the pro teams here in the CDL.
Oh, mate, it's going to be incredible, isn't it? Again, the point of this entire event is really to show what Challengers teams can do. Obviously, you and I, we have had many a chance to see what Challengers teams can do over the last few years. And, now's the day. Now's the time. They've got to show up and really play against those 12 CDL teams to show what they are made of. Of course, this event has a lot of implications, I think, moving forward for a CDL season, especially at this point in the season, right? This is the time of year where everybody's looking to make roster changes. We've already seen a few inside the CDL. Of course, we've seen plenty inside Challengers, but this is the middle of the season. Teams are still prepared to make roster changes ahead of the all-important champs at the end of the year. And for a number of players, a number of teams today, this is the time to prove yourselves. Now, you may already notice above me right now, we have the first match of the day that we're kicking things off with here on our stream. Toronto Ultra taking on Strike X. It's going to be CDL versus Challengers pretty much all the time here on our co-stream. Let's kick off this conversation with this match then, of course, kicking things off with Group A. Strike X, one of our 4 Challengers teams to be making it forward to the Pro-Am Classic today. Andy, mate, I mean, they have had a bit of a tumultuous season thus far, right? Season 2 didn't look so good for them. They finished in 8th place. Moving forward, of course, Minnesota, completely different Strike X roster. They brought in Fire and Silly to the team. They look so good, 4th, but since then, hasn't been so hot.
Yeah, everything kind of got thrown into caution to the wind, if you will, when it came down to the Strike X roster due to the roster mania that ended up incurring going into the Minnesota Open, right? Because Smart was originally playing with that old 18 and cracked roster, then got brought up, obviously, for LAG. For good reasons, obviously. I mean, they won the entire event, but even more so than that, that threw a giant wrench into the system for Challengers. They were originally playing with Hamza, who then went to go play with Bear Claw Gaming. So they were kind of left in, I want to say, the last, 5 minutes to be able to find an AR. And then they pick up Silly to come join them here for Strike X. And it obviously worked out for them. The top 4 placing, beating Old Team War in that matchup. That was DiamondCon, Royalty, Venom, and Prolude at the time. And it was the final round of Bocot Search and Destroy where they hit a massive flank. Gunzy went on a rogue flank, found 2 on it as well, and they were able to win that round and solidify top 4 and to find themselves here. But tumultuous, yeah, absolutely, considering the fact that Old Strike X placed top 8 in Season 2. That was still with Gunzy Ramby. They were playing with Fame and Wand at the time. And then they didn't qualify for Season 3 of the Elite that starts this upcoming week. So, very interesting things to be talked about when it's about the Strike X roster as a whole. Obviously, they performed lights out when it came down to LAN at Minnesota Open. They have to replicate that same sort of success going in towards today.
That's the question, isn't it? Right. I know there's been a lot of comments made about kind of the whole LAN versus online conversation. Although you and I, generally speaking, as casters, we like to stay away from that conversation as much as humanly possible. But, maybe there is credence to the fact that Strike X might well just be a LAN team. They are, of course, getting to play on LAN today from Belong Polaris. So, hey, look, maybe this is where we see that Minnesota Strike X come to play once again because, as we've said here, everything since Minnesota has not been impressive. They didn't qualify for Season 3. They got top 12 in the Clutch Cup. I think that was the moment for me that the conversation around Strike X most certainly did change. I think looking at the groups which had already been released for this event before the Clutch Cup, I was kind of like, hey, maybe Strike X, they have a serious chance here. They've got Toronto Ultra and Seattle Surge in their group. They are teams that I thought at the time Strike X could realistically take down. Is that still the case? We're going to find out today. Now, Andy, the reason I thought that was possible is because Toronto Ultra, their opponents here in the first matchup, have not had a good stage 2. Things have not been looking hot for this roster. Look, they are not the same team from stage 1. They're not the same team from Kickoff Classic at all.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, you can take a look at the team right here, Toronto Ultra, Advanced, Cammy, Kleenex, Insight. Know them, love them. They got second place at Cold War Champs, and it's one of those things, again, that they're looking to be able to find their strides, come back into their own, right? Because you even talked about it, they beat Seattle Surge going back to the Kickoff Classic, and they looked great there, but ever since then, winning hardpoints seems to be their biggest concern going forward, and most importantly, just being able to close out maps. I mean, this team goes to so many map 5s that they are unable to close things out. It feels like a lot of their maps, even in Search and Destroy, when they are close, they can't even really lock things down together for themselves. As you can take a look here, their hardpoint overall, 8th within the entirety of the league. Not exactly where you want to be. Series record, not exactly the sexiest, but they are a very good control team. So it's one of those things for this Ultra roster that I've always talked about, specifically with Visions, yourself, and I Hold Shift, that if this team gets started hot, like if they can win map number 1, they typically do quite well for themselves throughout the entirety of the series. It again comes down to just winning that first damn hardpoint.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point, right, today, because it isn't just Toronto Ultra that have kind of an affinity with hardpoint, if you will, right? Because Toronto Ultra, their hardpoint hasn't been great. You guys can kind of see that on the stat line right there. 12 and 14 is by far and away their weakest map mode combination overall. For Strike X, on the other hand, of course, that is actually their strongest game mode, at least from their Season 2 stats. We should probably kind of put an asterisk on that because the team has kind of changed since then, but we don't have stats to work with from Minnesota, the Clutch Cup, or Season 3 qualifiers. So all we've got to see there is that Strike X, back when they were playing with a different roster, their hardpoint was the best thing that they had going for them. And whether that is still true today, I think will be very important going into this head-to-head with Toronto Ultra. But Andy, I think it's time to talk about some of these players here. Who are you really looking out for here for this Toronto Ultra team?
This Toronto Ultra team, I mean, it would be a cash grab of an answer to say that Jamie Insight has been the lights out performer, but I got all eyes on Bance going forward. We just got the recent news that Scrappy was picked up as another substitute for Toronto Ultra, and this is why they already have Hixie as well. Bance has had not exactly the greatest performance, so that's not exactly what you get with Bance for as far as a team player is concerned. He is the IGL. He is one of the commanding officers of this Ultra roster, but you got to be able to at least keep your gunning up. You have to at least be able to uphold some sort of gun skill to maneuver across the entirety of the map, given how Vanguard is just such a slay-heavy game. But I think that Bance needs to have a very strong pro and performance going forward, not to mention what if things are going to look like for the Major 3 qualifiers. Even still, I think that all eyes have to be on Bance to be a strong performer for this Ultra team, not only to be able to, have a strong run as far as groups and maybe even that single elimination bracket, but to potentially also keep their spot on the team.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure, right? This Toronto Ultra roster, I think Bance is definitely the player that I think a lot of people have their eyes on. Can he come out and perform today versus Strike X? And of course, I think it's important to note the rest of the teams in the pool. Those matches versus Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge should be interesting for sure. Let's take a look then at the map set, though, between Toronto Ultra and Strike X for this first best of 5 here. Oh, God, it feels so good to say that, Andy. We are kicking things off with a hard point on Tuscan between these two teams. Search and Destroy on Tuscan will follow from map number 2. The potential swing game in the series will be Control on Berlin. That is a very interesting pick. I'm very intrigued to see kind of how the pick ban process went between these two teams to get to that point. And then, of course, we've actually got a triple Berlin header to close out the series. I mean, Andy, to me, the most interesting thing here is definitely that Control on Berlin, but is there anything else that you kind of want to talk about here?
I mean, everything's got to be all eyes on that Berlin Control, right? Because, I mean, obviously, you and I, when we were looking at the qualifiers this past weekend, we were able to at least see Berlin Control, at least in some capacity, but we don't really know what the CDL teams look like. Obviously, it did end up coming through. When you're thinking about it, the grander scheme of things, with Strike X winning the coin toss, they ended up picking to be Team A. They didn't want to play Tuscan, and then Toronto Ultra didn't want to play Gavutu, so it was inevitable that we were going to be looking at this Berlin. So obviously, to allow it come through, it is going to be a comfort to be looking at for both of these teams. It's such a slay-heavy map that you could really dissuade any sort of intentions, both defensively and offensively, if you come out of the gates and you win the opening gunfights as convincing as possible. So it'll be very interesting to be able to see who can obviously get that momentum started for themselves, and what a better map to be able to warm up your gunny than Tuscan Hardpoint, right? A map that basically kind of upholds the overall tried and true stature that is Call of Duty. Your ARs have to be on point, locking down those rotations, anchoring out the spawns. Your SMGs also have to be there to be able to break into very influential hardpoints for a lot of times, such as 3 and 4, as well as 2. So it's going to be awesome to be able to see how these two teams do stack up against each other, and that's not just in one lineup for the SMGs. That's also the flexes and the ARs as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is an interesting thing, actually, when it comes to the veto process, right? Because generally speaking, when we talk about the CDL setting, and even in Challengers Elite, right, you have the coaching staff on each of these teams that will be looking at a lot of recorded VOD footage, of course, not just from official streams, but from scrims and such. They'll know what the other team is bad and good at, and that will be pretty important going into the all-important veto process. For these two teams here, obviously StrikeX, they'll probably have quite a lot of stats and such on Toronto Ultra. They'll know how to play around the veto. For the CDL teams here, for the most part, they don't have that, especially against a team like StrikeX, where obviously all you've really got to see is what VOD remains from the Clutch Cup, from Season 3 qualifiers, right? They don't have much to work with against StrikeX. That might well be something that maybe goes in favor of StrikeX here. Maybe that kind of has played out into this veto process. We don't know, simply. I guess we'll come to see moving forward. But while we're waiting for this series to get underway, Andy, I think we've got a little bit of time here to be talking about kind of the groups and the events, generally speaking, here for the Pro-Am Classic. Because obviously you and I, we had a little conversation before we got into this entire, schnaz, which of these Challengers teams is going to come out and play the best today? Obviously, there's a ton of storylines. Toronto Ultra Academy EU, they've obviously kind of had a player ripped away from them and had to bring in Rafi in last second. Team War, they come into this event as perhaps the #1 European roster, second at Minnesota. StrikeX, obviously, you and I have just gone over them. And of course, Toronto Ultra Academy North America, even though we didn't get to see them in the Clutch Cup or Season 3 qualifiers, obviously they have their Stage 2 victory and the Minnesota victory kind of looming over them. I mean, proper mate, where do we kind of go here with these four teams? Who has the biggest chance to take out a den out of any of these CDL teams?
I mean, it all has to be just where they can make it out of groups, right? I mean, that's where the conversation has to start real quick, is that it's top 2 out of the groups to then qualify for a single elimination bracket at the end of the group stage. So it's going to be quite telling after the next few days to see which Challenger teams might actually be able to step up to the plate and knock things out. I think that you have a really good offering. I think the one team that actually has probably the biggest uphill battle is actually here in Group A, which is StrikeX, again, in here with Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge, not to mention Toronto Ultra as their first major feat. But when you're thinking about it for, like, Ultra Academy North America, I mean, they have been white hot, man. They qualified for Season 3 scot-free. They went unscathed. I think they only dropped, maybe 2 or 3 maps while qualifying for Season 3 of the Elite. They're in there with Paris Legion, Boston Breach, who will be a very fine opponent for them, and then Major 2 champions, Los Angeles Guerrillas. I think that Team War will also be tested, certainly versus this New York Subliners roster, again, moving away from playing with Neptune, not bringing in Kismet to the roster. I think that is going to be something to be on the lookout for. We'll be able to see Team War versus Royal Ravens later, but Ultra Academy EU might have a little bit more of a bumpier road to try to make their way in towards that single elimination bracket, because they're going up against a more tested Florida Mutineers, not to mention how Optic Texas. Again, we were thinking that we were going to see Jordan General filling in for Illy, but Illy is feeling better, so now Illy will be playing. So you have the 4-player roster for Optic Texas on land, not to mention the newly formed Minnesota Rocker there as well for Group B, with Havoc taking place of Major Maniac. So I think that there are 2 teams that are going to have more work cut out for them. Will probably be Group A and B with StrikeX and Ultra Academy EU. But to go back and answer your question fully, Brody, I think that if there's 2 teams that might be able to truly make it out of their groups, I think you're looking at Team War and Ultra Academy NA, #1 and 2 out of the Minnesota Open.
Yeah, I think Group C for sure is very interesting, right? That whole thing, we'll actually be discussing that later on, because, spoiler alert, by the way, Team War versus London Royal Ravens, that is happening today. I absolutely cannot wait for that matchup, just because of all the storylines we've had recently. Team War, they look like an incredible roster. I think you're absolutely right to point out them, I think, as a team, even though, again, I know you're going to say this is going to come across as EU bias, Andy. I know, I get it, all right? It might sound that way, guys, but Team War, I definitely think, do have the biggest chance out of probably anybody here. I think the other thing, obviously, you mentioned it again, is Toronto Ultra Academy NA. In Group D, they go up against Paris Legion, who might have improved since Stage 2. We simply don't know. It's been a long time since Stage 2, right? Yeah, you would hope so. Yeah. And of course, Los Angeles Guerrillas, they don't have the Volk anymore. So where are they at now in Group D? I'm kidding, LAG fans. I'm kidding. We'll see for sure. But I am really excited to see what these Challengers rosters can do against the CDL rosters, because again, that is ultimately the entire spirit of this event, Andy, right? Is these Challengers rosters that you and I, we've seen them kind of grow and change over the last few seasons, whether that be via kind of roster changes or just simply making improvements in hardpoint, search and destroy, and control. These teams now, they finally get to prove what they have. Dig deep against these big boy CDL rosters, and some of which, again, you just mentioned it, some of which have just made changes themselves that might well, put themselves in a worse position. You simply don't know. So for Challengers teams today, really excited to see what they're made of. Strike X, though, the conversation really becomes, can they beat Toronto Ultra? I think, coming back to our points at the very beginning of this entire conversation, this is ultimately a match that they do need to win, you have to feel, because you look at the other teams in their group, you look at Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge, the conversation comes down to, if you guys aren't really aware of how the formatting works here, only 2 teams from each group moving on to our single elimination final bracket. And, Strike X, you've got to beat effectively 2 of these teams short of a 3-way tie situation. You're not going to beat Atlanta FaZe, at least from what I feel, short of some major surprise. I guarantee now, by the way, if they do beat Atlanta FaZe, this is the kind of clip that will be going into one of those like silly montages or what have you. Oh, yeah. But Strike X, they have to beat, I feel, Toronto Ultra and Seattle Surge. If they lose to Toronto, the path becomes a lot more bumpy moving forward.
Yeah, because then you have to not only beat Seattle Surge, who time and time again have been more than tested to be able to prove that they can beat some of the top teams, even in the CDL, with how they just came out of the woodworks at the Kickoff Classic and quickly made a name for themselves. But then you also have to go up against Atlanta FaZe, who is arguably always their number 2, number 3, number 1 team in the CDL, even since last year. I mean, they're your Cold War champs, love or hate them. You have to respect what Atlanta FaZe do bring to the table when it comes down to the Call of Duty moniker. The same thing could honestly be said for Toronto Ultra as well, is that even if you beat Strike X here, you still have to somehow look at how they're going to be able to beat Seattle Surge somehow, some way, if not beat Atlanta FaZe, because throughout the entirety of the year, they have faced off against Atlanta FaZe twice. They've lost both of them, facing very swift decisions on both of those times. And then the same thing could be said versus Seattle Surge. They've only taken 2 maps of them all year long, especially coming in towards a LAN environment. It will be interesting to be able to see if one of these 2 teams, whichever one does come out on top in between Strike X or Toronto Ultra, if they can then play upset, as it may be on the paper, versus Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge.
Well, it's an important match to kick off today. That much is for sure. Certainly for Strike X, right? This is, I feel like this early on, a do-or-die situation. They have to win this match to have a good footing moving forward in the Pro-Am Classic. We're awaiting the match to get underway, so while we do so, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, hopefully it's Strike X versus Toronto Ultra. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back here, everybody, to the Prime Classic co-stream brought to you by Clutch. We're jumping straight into the action here with Rocker versus Florida Mutineers. Now, you'll notice that this is not the matchup that we kind of promised here. We said that we were going to be looking at Toronto Ultra versus StrikeX. And we're taking a look at another match over in Group B. This is Rocker versus Mutineers. And I think a lot of eyes are going to be on the Rocker here, given the fact that they just made that all-important roster change.
Yeah, you see the Greasy Gang coming in full effect for Minnesota Rocker. They moved away from playing with Major Maniac. Now they have Havoc into the mix. How does this activate for the rest of their team, especially now that your AR lineup will consist both of Attach and Prisa? It will be very interesting versus this Florida Mutineers roster, who we always feel like in conversation, talking points have always been, now is the time to finally start proving themselves. They finally got some work going through Major 2. Now they have a big test ahead of them versus a white-hot Minnesota Rocker as Attach starting off 5-3, trying to recontest this hardpoint once again, but close spawns are in effect for Florida Mutineers. So realistically, you don't really want to send too many numbers if you are Rocker, given you already hold the rotation going in towards 3, which is a money hill.
Yeah, just 25 seconds left here for Florida Mutineers. This is quite a lot of time to give away if you are Rocker. That's why they're kind of giving this one more hurrah, if you will. Attach trying to make his way off from this dock side. Awakening would be a good head to take here if you are Attach on that street side. But it's nice what Rocker are doing at the moment. You can kind of see it on the mini-map. You're kind of encroaching these players in from Florida Mutineers, making sure they do not cross that 50-yard line across towards that next hill rotation. Nice set of kills coming through from Minnesota Rocker as well. And that's going to be that set of kills coming through for Minnesota Rocker. They're going to make their way towards that next rotation. But we're turning our attention towards our main focus matchup. It's time to see what StrikeX are made of. They go head-to-head now with Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, coming into this Tuscan hardpoint is going to be quite interesting. I mean, no matter the hardpoint that we talk about for Toronto Ultra, it's going to be rather inflated more negatively than it will positive. 1-5 for them ever since walking away from the Kickoff Classic. StrikeX looking to prove themselves, but if you are the SMG lineup for Toronto Ultra, now is the time to get things heated up. See the rotation already going down towards column will be held by StrikeX. So off the rip, we didn't initially see it, but it seemed to sway in the favor for StrikeX holding these closer spawns. But Ultra members are already looming in the area to try to break early.
StrikeX, this is going to be, I think, a big moment early on in this game. You don't really want to get broken this early on. Insight, though, really the player that you have to be afraid of if you're a StrikeX. How much damage can this man do? He's already picked up a couple of kills. The rest of the Toronto Ultra roster getting some kills around him, and that is the Ultra They are in towards this new hard point. The StrikeX continuing to spawn in towards the backline, and now they've actually changed spawns, of course. Toronto Ultra, they'll be happy to get these for now. StrikeX going to be spawning over towards that mid-map. Do they break in for this last 20 seconds of time? Insight saying no for now. Gunzy in for the trade. He will get shut down. Just the one player to deal with if you're Toronto Ultra, and they will do so. That last 15 seconds is theirs. StrikeX, they won't be too upset about it though here, Andy. They do have the rotation for now.
They shouldn't be too upset at the moment, but, I mean, holding the closer spawns, they got absolutely ran over by Toronto Ultra, and they actually had a really nice setup. Bance was just watching a very long cross all the way on the backside, just watching the spawns come through over by that God tank, but you can see what's ensuing here. Again, P3 spawns are down by the rooftop, so you need to make sure that you can somehow keep numbers down there, but Toronto Ultra play it so well. They send players up through vines, but it doesn't matter when Gunzy's finding two pieces like this. You have to hold from the front now if you're StrikeX, knowing that Ultra hold those rooftop spawns.
Well, this isn't a terrible position to be in, but again, you do have to hold this from the front. Can StrikeX get it done? Of course, they have players trying to filter on through vines. Toronto Ultra will be happy to send Bance towards this back. Heady able to pick up one kill, of course. Fire and Silly up top as well. T-Nex will deal with both of those players, and I think with that, unless StrikeX do send a couple of players down from Fire, this should be Toronto Ultra's time for the remainder of this hard point. But now we focus again on this new rotation. Bance already over there towards grass. Insight in the middle of this map, continuing now to tear these StrikeX players down. Toronto Ultra fighting for these new spawns. Bance here, I mean, Andy, mate, he has so much to do.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I mean, Bance has actually just gone through the route and has been paying dividends. You had to just commit two players, did StrikeX, and try to deal with the player in towards the back of Bance. And then the other three players for Toronto Ultra could just fly through the middle of the map and clean break. They will do it again. Another clean feed comes through for Toronto Ultra, and there's still so much time that StrikeX cannot allow to go through.
Yeah, again, this is not good for StrikeX. You kind of need to break in right now. And Gunzy, Silly, Fire, they all get shut down towards the back of the church. 9 entry for now. Can they find their way in through the top? Ramby with that first blood onto Insight. You're going to want to wait a second, my friend, for the rest of your roster to kind of barrel through the front of the hard point. But Ramby, he is fed up of waiting, getting all kinds of antsy up top inside church. And unfortunately, that premature push will cost them dearly. Toronto Ultra, they hold on for basically every single nugget of time with the back of that church. Hardpoint now about 50 to 60 points in the lead versus StrikeX, and now we talk about these rotational gunfights once again. Toronto Ultra, they are never far away from the action. StrikeX, can they hold on towards this new kill? Well, the first move of kills will actually go in their favor. Nice set nades coming out from Silly and Fire.
Yeah, this is all going to come down just to the nades and counter nades that need to come through for StrikeX. We walked away from P2, what it was about like 38, maybe close to about 48 of Toronto Ultra. They have negated so much time that StrikeX have been looking for, even with the initial setups. But the returning gunfights will be here. Ultra are hitting from the rooftops.
Ramby, what can you do about it? Inside radio has Gunzy in for support, but he gets shut down. Ramsey, he's going to be stunned for now, but will they be able to get one player there, just Cammy, before the pinstripe kill feed comes back around once again? Can Silly put a stop to this one? He's actually in quite a potent position, I think, to deal with these oncoming Toronto Ultra players, but has a couple of directions to be cautious about. Kleenex able to take him down from below. Can Gunzy take out these Toronto Ultra players? Not when there's 3 of them facing you down. Not when you're facing down Toby. Kleenex, he's able to pick up 2 players there. A posthumous nade coming through from Ramby will clean up one, but make no mistake, Toronto Ultra, they get the better of that hard point, and now as we look over towards the next set of rotations here, it is StrikeX. They are down in this one, Andy.
Gunzy did find a key kill, rotating back over towards the second set of hard points, taking down Kleenex when they were on that 6 spree. At least you negated any sort of kill streaks that could end up coming through. Negating that glide bomb could be big for StrikeX, but the problem still arises that you have to somehow break back in. You have to find yourself a favorable kill feed and get yourself some hardpoint time. Going in towards this P1 in second set, again, Toronto Ultra have done a great job off of a hot StrikeX start. They have broken every single hardpoint that StrikeX have been looking to set back up, but it's still 20 seconds remaining here in towards P1, Brody. And Toronto Ultra, they just got blessed with a little bit of a spawn flip that came through. StrikeX were going all in for a P1 break and thought that they were going to be able to get the hold, but pushed a little bit too far towards P3. And now it comes down to plays like Gunzy finding 3 inside P1 to open up the floodgates and maybe try to win the rotation early.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, keep an eye on Fire. He's actually just got a couple of important gunfights made. That will open up at the very least a lane, an opportunity for StrikeX to get those spawns for a noob. But just as I say it, the window of opportunity has been closed. Toronto Ultra, they are very much in. They're entrenched in towards this next set of rotations. Can Ramby do anything about this from radio? Well, he will get shut shut down, and StrikeX, one by one they go. Can they continue to hold on here? Toronto Ultra in control of those spawns. Fire looking to make his way down from patio towards this tower side. There is Insight down for the count. Rat Cammy, can he get the kill? No, he cannot. Cammy wins that gunfight. And to be fair to StrikeX at the moment, they are taking time away from Toronto Ultra. They're fighting this one from the front, even if Toronto are not getting much time themselves.
Yeah, contested time is going to be good. Remember, the StrikeX returning the gunfight back over towards P1 and then threatening the P2 rotation early is why they find themselves in a somewhat favorable position, but you have to somehow turn that and win the rotation over towards P3. It's Bance again into the back of line, threatening the rotation. Insight is right behind them. The rooftop spawns have come through. StrikeX are aware of it. They have to wait for their numbers to come all the way across the map before thinking about the break.
I would say this is an important moment in the game. Toronto Ultra, they're up by about, what, 50 points or so. And Silly comes through, picks up 2 kills. StrikeX, they might well have just influenced the spawns. Toronto Ultra now going to be spawning over towards that grass ruin side. And that is not the spawns they wanted. They want to have to fight this from the front once again. But make no mistake, they are very capable of it as Cammy comes through with a couple of kills. They will now fight this as StrikeX spawn over towards the rooftop side. And they haven't really seen much time at all from that initial break. Insight towards Winery will taken down. Toronto Ultra still looking to fight this one, but Fire comes through with Ramby to take them out of the hard point. This is 20 seconds or so that StrikeX will be happy to take away from Toronto Ultra, but actually no, I think Insight just landed a nade right on the Silly. He was inside the hard point. He will get shut down. Toronto Ultra, therefore, will look to take that time away from StrikeX, but now these next rotational battles will be coming through. StrikeX, they have to break them.
We're going to be finding at least one on the rotation. Also reads that CleanX is a top patio, but can't win the gunfight. I mean, CleanX has been finding 2-piece after 3-piece continuously ever since the first set has truly started to kick off for us. And also had to send StrikeX Gunzy to try to commit towards and play for the scrap time because they know that it's not time that they could be giving up towards Toronto Ultra for free. But the rotation, again, was initially won by Toronto Ultra. It's just CleanX inside the hardpoint, and they can't shut him down. It takes all 4 players to fly at CleanX. Finally, the trade comes through, but the closer respawns will be there, and Toronto Ultra maintain presence inside the hardpoint.
Yeah, now you get these full positioning coming in from Bance, who's able to get a kill. Just gets a spat on there by Gunzy in the mid-map. But, you know, fair play. Sometimes it does happen. Toronto Ultra, they won't be too upset about it, given the fact that they are currently ahead by a large margin here in this game. CleanX, 1 kill away from the glide bomb, does actually get shut down there. So StrikeX, that is a brush with death. Whether or not they're aware they survived it, they absolutely have done. Now we talk about these rotations once again, though. Fire comes barreling towards that hard point. Does get shut down by Jamie Craven inside this next rotation towards map, and Silly just cannot quite get these bullets into Insight. Can he do it here? He's able to pick up that first kill versus Bance. Now wait for the rest of your team to come and help on out, but doesn't even matter. Insight, he's there. He's picked up the first wave of kills. StrikeX, they will continue to spawn close, but once again, Toronto Ultra, they are 20 points away from victory.
And desperation is starting to ensue. Silly didn't even wait for the regen before rechalling Insight over by the broken wall. So now you just have to start flying inside this hardpoint, try to win gunfights, but easier said than done. And easier, it may end up beating for StrikeX. They get the kills necessary. It's just dealing about Insight. Get these nades through this doorway, try to push StrikeX back, and StrikeX are just winning every single gunfight coming back through them. And now you're also looking at the rotation going back over towards P1. 9 seconds are all Ultra need. And with that kill over towards Ramby, top side of Ruins, you have to fly. And you also have to negate the last bit of the scrap time here on 5.
Yeah, you got to rush this if you can, if you're StrikeX. And now, of course, you need that perfect rotation over towards New. You need to go right now. Toronto Ultra, they are 5 seconds away from victory. Can anybody make it in time? You've got to imagine Gunzy with the player to do anything, but look at the minimap. Every single player from StrikeX has been knocked down. Toronto Ultra, they're able to knock it out of the park in game number 1, 250 to 181.
I mean, it's such an easy thing to say, dude. I mean, there is an issue on the map, and it's a tissue. Dude, CleanX was going rogue throughout the entirety of that map. It really does say something when you go inside a P4, and it takes all 4 players just to at least get the trade onto CleanX. 36 and 31. 23 of those elims were not traded, keep in mind you. And it's one of those things, again, when you're thinking about it, for Toronto's favor, going back even towards last year for Cold War, it was always on the back end of either Cammy or Kleenex going absolutely massive for this team. It's nice to be able to see them come back into that form and for Kleenex to be able to have such a strong map number 1. I mean, they were also having to go neck and neck with what Gunzy was also bringing to the table, who also dropped somewhere near about like 32 kills themselves, but the rest of the team was all there. The setups were absolutely sublime coming through from Ultra, and you can see what it meant for them as well. The breaks, how many they came through continuously, no matter the hard point that we were on, they were breaking every single setup that StrikeX were looking for, and then the further setup as well. They were always thinking about the future, Brody, always making sure they had power positions galore throughout the rotation while there was still scrap time to be battling over on big money hills like 3 or even 4 for that matter, always looking at the mid-map presence. Everything was coming up all aces for Toronto Ultra in that map number 1.
Yeah, big map win there for Toronto Ultra in map number 1. We said, you know, StrikeX, that was ultimately their strength in Stage 2. They were very good. Hardpoint team. Toronto Ultra, on the other hand, this has been the big talking point, I think, around this roster, that Hardpoint needed to improve. Again, I don't know how much you can really take away from them beating out StrikeX in map number 1, but nonetheless, that was a huge map victory for them, as you already pointed out here, Andy. You know, Kleenex. What can you really say? I think it was like 23 non-traded kills that he ended up getting there. Just a massive problem on the map that StrikeX couldn't quite deal with. You know, I think looking at StrikeX there on the hard point, you know, they're fundamentally speaking as well. I think we saw a couple of moments where StrikeX maybe played a little bit too individually in terms of looking to kind of hold them towards hard points, you know, getting a little bit tetchy, if you will, in terms of, hey, look, you know, I should probably wait for my teammates, but just kind of getting a little bit ahead of themselves and going for these individual one-on-one superstar plays. StrikeX, if they can kind of tighten things up, I think they should be okay moving forward in the series, but I think things certainly do get tougher now because Toronto Ultra 1-0 up in the series. We've now moved into Search and Destroy on Tuscan. We're returning to the map once again, and although we can only take so much away from what Season 2 looked like for StrikeX in Challengers Elite, this was one of their worst map mode combinations. They were like 0-3 on this. They did not win a single Tuscan Search and Destroy. Yep, I know they've improved. They've brought Fire and Silly onto the team since then, but you know how much has changed really for this team?
I mean, Search and Destroy was actually one of their bread and butters when you go back to that Minnesota Open as well. It's one of those things that even just changing some pieces of the puzzle up might honestly pay dividends for this roster. Although, you know, no shade, obviously, to Juan and Fame, who were playing with StrikeX in Season 2 of the Elite. You know, bringing in Silly as well. I mean, there's many, many times that we could go back in Call of Duty's history that the dude has clutched up in Search and Destroy. Has obviously been influential for this StrikeX roster from Minnesota Open, from what we were able to see from the Periscopes and the stream matches as well, fighting those first bloods, opening up the floodgates for Gunzy to be able to do things that what you just saw on that hardpoint as well. It has also been quite big for the StrikeX roster going in towards Search and Destroy, but going up against this Ultra roster on a Tuscan Search and Destroy where they're already 5-3 on it versus other CDL teams, it's going to be interesting to say the least, because it's going to be a big old tussle throughout the middle of the map. You know, those ARs battling over top Church versus top Fire, who can get those first bloods, who can get ahead of one another, because when it comes down to it, those first bloods are obviously going to be major influence as far as how the round may play out, and who's going to be able to play with more of that mid-map presence, and who's going to be able to catch the better of the surprise. I mean, Tuscan, as of late, has always been quite surprising for SMGs that are lurking, even in 2v3s. You cannot really be surprised by it at moments of time, being able to fish out these timings. Fire and Gunzy are two of those players, even going back to the Minnesota Open on a multitude of maps. Tuscan Search and Destroy is certainly one of them, where they are constantly trying to influence those kills that come their way.
Well, we're jumping back in with Rocker and Florida Mutineers here for map number 1 again. So I'm not too sure what's happening here with this one. So I think they've probably restarted from the scratch. But you know what, Andy? I'm not going to complain, mate, because you know what that means? It means we're going to get to see some more Call of Duty between these two teams. Now, we kind of set this matchup as this is Havoc's debut. When we checked in with these guys last time around, it was Rocker that was slightly ahead.
Yeah, it was ever so slightly. I mean, going in towards this, you can't really take too much with a grain of salt, if you will. The Minnesota Rocker are 3-6 on Berlin Hardpoint, where Florida are 3-1. Clearly a much more of a favorite coming in here for Florida Mutineers. But this was, in fact, Rocker's pick coming in. So you know that they're going to rely on the newly found pick up the Greasy Gang, Havoc, to try to make an influence. But you got Sky's top male. You got to deal with this guy up in this power position, just constantly finding these trades, offering up so many opportunities for the rest of their teammates to try to resurface here in P2.
Yeah, look, if there's been one consistent light for Florida Mutineers this season, it has absolutely been Skies. This guy, when he wants to go off, he absolutely can. How many kills can he get here? 4 in a row. Can he find number 5? Attach will importantly take him down, and that might offer a path for Minnesota Rocker back in towards this hard point. This is time you don't really want to give away towards this Florida Mutineers side, but even Attach cannot find his way on in as the rest of his teammates will fall around him. Perhaps we need to see some Dylan Attach heroics coming on through. He spotted out Vivid. Just a leg is all he needs, and that's 5 seconds or so that, you know, in the grand scheme of things, close hardpoint maps could well happen. That 5 seconds might well be important moving forward. But more importantly, I think for Minnesota Rocket here towards this next rotation, they are in for these next spawns now. They need to hold on, but just like that, Vivid comes through, shreds havoc off the middle of the hardpoint, and Florida Mutineers, they've already spawned out Rocker.
Finessing for the scrap time is certainly one thing, but Minnesota Rocker winning at least the scrap time, they won the rotation. They thought the entirety of the hit for Florida was coming through from the B lane. You had 2 players watching the outside docks, 1 watching that B lane, and it took 2 players for the Mutineers just to work their way through the upper courtyard. Now, given the fact Rocker were able to get themselves back in towards those crane close spawns, Florida Mutineers are very quick off the gunny to be able to resurface themselves, battle for the scrap time. This should be 15 seconds that should be conceded for Rocker, knowing that they also hold the rotation towards 4.
Yeah, Rocker will be very happy about that next rotation. Florida Mutineers, you know, they do get in and they get some time away from Rocker, but now we start to really focus on these rotational battles. And I think really at the end of that hard point there, things are very close between Rocker and Mutineers. There's not really much between the two teams whatsoever as these spawns, or these 5 of these spawns, do come on through. Vivid looking to fight this one, has Dave Paddy in tow, and Dave Paddy with a nice nade will be taking out Standy. So for Florida Mutineers here, this should be an opportunity to grab some time away from Rocker. They've still got a couple of players to be dealt with over towards that platform side, and they will fight tooth and nail to get control of that back train area here, Addy. Dave Paddy, can he win this 1v1? Skies is there to help him, no worries.
Now it just comes down to this very powerful setup that are the Mutineers. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of time that has been gained off of one of these hardpoints. It's been very contested, which is why the scoreline has been so close. But Florida Mutineers winning continuous amounts of breaks, sinking their teeth into a lot of these hardpoints is kind of testing Rocker as far as what they can do to return to break back inside some of these hardpoints, which hasn't necessarily been their focus all year long. They've been doing quite well as far as getting the setups and locking things down, but going in through this Berlin hardpoint has not been a virtue for them. On a 5 spree now, Dave Paddy knows that Priest is up top, gets pinched out. Those are streaks denied for the Florida Mutineers, but they're also doing a good job of just keeping Rocker at bay and trying to make sure that Awakening can continuously dip their toes inside of P5 for some time.
Big wake at the moment. Able to pick up that first blood versus Priest. Luckily for him, Dave Paddy and Sky is already there as well to help on things. And I really like this from Florida Mutineers, actually. You can kind of see Awakening knows that a forward positioning towards the office area will be a good idea for Florida to maintain map control. Vivid gets a sniff of Sandy inside the mailroom and sends him away towards the post office. And now for Florida Mutineers here, a good wave of kills to come on through. Skies. One more. It's a glide bomb. That'll be very helpful for a couple of hills here. And he gets it. Why am I surprised? It's Caesar Skies Bueno. He's on 7 in a row. There's a glide bomb in the back pocket. That is a nicely earned streak to go. Florida Mutineers here, they get a ton of time off P5, Andy.
Do indeed. 145 v 66 going in towards the second set of rotations. The Rocker need an answer sooner rather than later, but keep in mind that is our second focus. Our main focus are already 2 rounds deep inside of the search and destroy. And wouldn't you know it, Strike X, they have a 2-0 lead. It is 2v2 within round number 3. Bomb being carried by Insight. And you know they love their boomstick on this map, Brody. They've isolated themselves. A big gunfight inside of the fire stairwell. Cammy will win it. So 2v1, Insight should be able to plant this bomb for free. Not knowing where Fire is, though, forcing out the 1v1. Maybe not as free anymore.
Certainly not. Insight's going to get this bomb down. Kind of recognizes the Fire very likely is not going to go for the straight-up challenge on towards that player. Now can Fire win the 1v1. It's time to get a feel for each other. Oh, he gets caught out. Insight has a feeling that he might be coming from that direction. Goes for the cheeky check, and Insight comes out with the 1v1. An important round in this game. Strike X looked like they were building some momentum there.
Yeah, surely were. I mean, being able to at least find the information on the Cammy, the trade had to come through from Fire for sure, but I mean, how many times have we seen Insight in 1v1 situations, specifically on this map mode combination for Toronto Ultra all year long? It just has the read on the situation, just completely by proxy, trying to figure out where Fire's last attempt was coming from to try to retake that AS&D. Cammy up to 5-3, 5-1 for Rambi, looking for this first blood versus Cammy in the middle of the map. We'll get the information, but the sun comes through, just waiting any aggression antics coming through from the offense.
Toronto Ultra definitely have a pressed Strike X here. Maybe that nade will kind of free them out of this trap. Can they get the bomb down just yet? I think you've still kind of got to take out CleanX from this position. He's going to be an issue, which I promise not to say anymore.
Nice.
Still good insight over here as well. I think this is the big problem, I think, for Strike X. You've got to deal with these players. Bant is there for the cover as well. Toronto Ultra just have each other's backs time and time again. Strike X, they haven't even moved, mate.
We just look at you have to respect the setup from Ultra, right? I mean, Bance off the rip was that island player over by P5. Can resurface going over towards top bunks. Also gets the read on the player, rotating in towards the open of the ruins. And that gets communicated towards the 2 players for Toronto Ultra. 30 seconds remaining. The 3 players for Strike X. They got to make a move towards one of these sites.
I feel like you're banging your head into a wall at the moment if you're Strike X. You got to make a move right now, effectively. There is the move. Rambi comes through. That first blood versus CleanX will be huge. You have to follow it up with another one, though, and Insight will be taking them down. Once again, it's a 1v1, 15 seconds left on the clock, and Strike X will be feeling the heat at the moment. Vance, does he get an eye on Silly? There you go. The information has been gained. World champion or otherwise, this 1v1 is going to be tough, and Vance has your number. Toronto Ultra walk away with second round.
And Bance was the MVP of the round for Ultra on that defense when you're really thinking about it. Again, was the lone island player in that 3v3 who was just holding down top communications room. And from that window alone, you see a lot of nades come through that can absolutely ring on true over by you. But the line of sight that you can hold with the Automaton is just as good. Gets the information. CleanX was also there to be able to get that damage early in towards the player, towards the middle of the map. But that long line of sight was being held by Bance the entire time. And then was also able to resurface themselves towards top church to be able to lock down that angle furthermore. Conveying the information galore is the IGL for this Toronto Ultra roster. Now Bance finds themselves on a 3 spree carrying the bomb. They are trying to commit towards this B5 push.
These gunfights surely are about to go down here. Inside maps. Oh, Gunsy rips the head off Bance. That's a big gunfight for Strike X to take. That leaves Insight in a world of pain over here towards the rooftops. 2v3 for Toronto Ultra here. CleanX, big 1v1 to take versus Fire. Nicely done. Can he get Silly as well? I think Silly gonna run away from that situation, knows that he is not the one that needs to play aggressor. Also worth noting, guys, you can kind of see it in the picture-in-picture right now. While this 2v2 goes down, Rocker versus Florida Mutineers. Mutineers up in that one, but back towards this 2v2. Big gunfight for Insight to take. Now just Silly left up 1v2. Does this man still have the eyes? He spots out CleanX, but he doesn't get the kill. Toby gets away. How has Toby got away? Silly's hopping it, but Toby has it. He knows what's up. Those shots come through that he thinks, hey, maybe this is Silly thinking he scared me off. That is not true at all. Solid as a rock.
I mean, it's so smart, again, by CleanX. Again, the damage came through, but it wasn't anything to really speak of that you were going to be weak enough for Silly to be able to win that gunfight, as it was going to be a close range. The Automaton hipfire is nuts, but CleanX has been on one throughout the entirety of that Tuscan hardpoint as well. 23 non-traded kills for the kid. But even still, gets that bomb planted. Silly didn't overcommit towards at least getting that kill. Saw, I think, the elbow of CleanX as they were planting that bomb. Just one of them played out there in the 2v1. Regardless, Strike X for another offense. Aggression showcasing itself across the ruin side. All 4 players were over here. Keep in mind you, they don't lose any numbers. But in these 3 players, these 2 players that are alive now for Ultra, you have to be activated if you are Bance. Was that island player, but just a moment too late.
Yeah, I think Strike X might have learned a lesson or two from their last offensive push here. Can Bance put a stop? There's no way Bance does a 1v4. There's simply no way. He stopped the plant, at least, right? 1v3. It's definitely possible. I think Fire is a little bit apprehensive to get this bomb down, but if he does, this is going to make things infinitely harder for Bance, and I think at this point, 1v3 would be nice. Well, a 1v4, I suppose, would be really nice, wouldn't it? Those shots, though, that's going to let them know where they are. You should see the full power of Strike X come down on towards Bance, and that's exactly what happens. But, yeah, you know, Strike X there, they learned their lesson from the prior offensive round, right? That time around, they didn't manage to get control of the A-bomb site early on. They suffered for it. This time, much, much better. They came out the gate swinging.
Yeah, it's all off of the nades that they've been able to constantly find value within their offenses, right? We didn't get to see the first 2 rounds, but, I mean, the nades themselves being able to clear away the backside of the ruins, follow through by 3 players just aggressively pushing through over by you. We'll shift our focus again towards the end of Minnesota Rocker versus Florida Mutineers. 10 seconds are just all that remain for Florida to be able to close away this map. They're holding the rotation going over towards 2, Brody.
Yeah, that might have been it, unless Havoc can play spoiler here. He is definitely the player that we want to keep an eye on. Can he make his way towards the hard point? Priester tries to make his way towards the front. That's not going to happen. Nice rotation from Florida. They got the better side of the map off the back of the office hill. And they will walk away with map number 1 victory. A good start there for the Florida Mutineers in Group B. But back over towards Group A, it's going to be StrikeX versus Toronto Ultra once again. 3-3 in this search and destroy. And it is Toronto Ultra on the offense. They have the numbers, and they're about to get the bomb down too.
Bomb will go down. How do you try to retake this now if you are StrikeX? I mean, you got Silly watching the entirety of the middle of the map. The other 2 players, but Fire, Gunzy, SMG Duo, trying to clear away the middle of the map the best they possibly can in this 3v4.
They're trying to find anybody they possibly can, as you say. Insight, though, might well just be the party spoiler here in this situation. Catches Gunzy off guard. Silly in for the trade, but time is dwindling down in this round. Toby Kleenex inside the power position. Fire! Trying to take him out of Fire. He will survive for now, but Camry taking down Fire. This is going to leave Silly in a bit of an awkward spot. You've just got so many different directions to look. You can only look in one, and you will be taken down, my friends. Toronto Ultra, they just had way too much in their favor in that round.
Winning multiple rounds in a row. Remember, we loaded in. It was 2-0. Since coming back in, it is now a 4-1 split in favor of Toronto Ultra. And they have just been constantly catching the StrikeX roster by surprise. Again, StrikeX are trying to get aggressive in the middle of the map. Toronto Ultra were never really the team. They play very good fundamental Call of Duty, and it is showcasing not only in the stats, but also in their setups along the way, finding the openings, planting the bomb, forcing the issue going forward. The aggression was what panned out for StrikeX in the previous offense attempt, but no nades are going to be able to find immediate information. This time it's Kleenex that gets activated through you. They also have Bance here as well.
Oh, these gunfights now going down, and it's all pretty much in favor of Toronto Ultra. Rambi, 1v2. He's been given a little bit of space. Can he get the kill against Insight? No, not just yet. Spots out Cammy as well. He's getting some good looks into these players. Can he finish the gunfights off, though? He does actually get the 1v1 versus Cammy. Does he get away? Insight's looking in the right direction. I think he surely knows. He looks away at the right time. Rambi with a 1v3.
So massive for Rambi to be able to walk away with that 1v3. Again, just got the immediate information. There was no play over by the island, pushed away through the middle of the map. And if you're Toronto Ultra at that point, you're basically all trapped on the ruin side like a bunch of rats. And that just allows Rambi to be able to clean up on these kills. A lickety split like that. You almost thought that you had the setup for Toronto Ultra to be able to deal with the pressure that was coming through, but Rambi, you want to talk a guy throughout challengers that plays an abundance of search and destroy. That's what Rambi brings towards this team. 11-4, currently on that 3 after clutching up that round. And now momentum might just shift. Toronto Ultra might be shook. They're kind of slowing things up on this offense. The bomb carrier Bance is moving their way to look maybe if they can rotate over by B. This would all be off of maybe they can get over towards the middle of the map, but Insight, they read the play. Gunzy Fire, no aggression antics towards the backside of Fire.
You can't be trying snazzy stuff like that, StrikeX. You're going to get punished. Toronto Ultra come out. Or rather, Jamie Craven comes out, takes them down. 2v2 we go. And now Toronto, can they get the bomb down on towards B? Kleenex tries to make the wraparound through radio. Key is shut down, and Bance will continue to stick this bomb. Now the 1v2. You got to imagine here that both Silly and Rambi will stick this one together, so Bance is going to have to kind of shoot pretty fast in these particular duels. Maybe output in the mind game as well. You can kind of see them on the minimap there, both Silly and Rambi continuing to check their behinds. They do not want to be caught with their pants down by Bance. I don't think anybody does, to be honest with you. But Bance now catches him, and Silly wins the 1v1. It's going to be StrikeX here going up in the search and destroy.
Yeah, and that was terrifying, right? I mean, Fire Gunzy, they commit towards that play without having any sort of clearance looking over by Vines. And Inside reads it perfectly. Again, was not facing any sort of resilience across the Ruins side. Nobody came out from you. What the hell is going on here, truly? As Cammy was still top Fire, keep in mind you that he immediately just had to shift his focus over by Ellen when he just caught 2 SMG players just trying to get up in towards a little bit of a pinch. It was a bold call. I will say that much for StrikeX, but obviously the trades were good enough to come through for StrikeX to be able to take that round. And even in a 2v1 there in the final moments, Rambi Silly doing the right call, duoing all up together. 22 and 11 are the combined KD ratios of the ARs for StrikeX. Silly walks away with the first blood, and that could open up things for a mid-map rotation.
I like the adaptation coming through from Toronto Ultra, though. They are not letting StrikeX go. Kleenex went straight for those players, but StrikeX moved all the way towards the back of the map. They managed to catch Toby off guard as well, and now this is even tougher for Toronto Ultra. Just look at this. Bance, 1v4. Couldn't do it before. Can he pull this one off? These players are going to stick together like hot glue. There's the first gunfight. Can he get the second as well? Goes for the repeat. Can he get away? Are these players actually going to let him get away? Goes for the reload at the wrong time. You've got to imagine, surely Fire has a nailed down. StrikeX do. And how about that for a twist in the tail? StrikeX take their first map of a CDL team.
Yeah, I mean, it's so big. Again, when we talked about the StrikeX roster, from what little that we do have for themselves, it was just some stats for the two players, both Rambi and Gunzi, that played in the Season 2 of the Elite. But throughout the Minnesota Open, from what we barely were able to watch off of Periscopes, picking up Silly, picking up Fire, their S&D has almost skyrocketed, you would assume. Again, Search and Destroy was always going to be one of their bread and butter game modes, specifically when you have Rambi on this roster, a dude that just prides himself off of so much S&D practice, not to mention how many 8s are being played out from these four players continuously throughout the entirety of the weeks. It's nice to be able to see the adaptations that were coming through from Toronto Ultra, again, to be able to almost deny a lot of the aggression. Their fundamental subs were good, but it got exploited heavily by that Ruins aggression that came through, that it then had to call the bluff by Toronto Ultra. You have to either meet us with aggression, or you have to play retake all the time. They try to go for the aggression rather than try to play for the retakes, and it just does not work out at all. StrikeX were constantly doing a bang-up job at playing their lives continuously, putting themselves into positions, apart from maybe some SMG aggression antics, which is why, again, Gunzi trying to fish out those first bloods. Got blooded first 2 times over, only went 3 and 8. But it set up their ARs wonderfully, Brody. Again, 4 combined first bloods for Silly and Rambi. They had a combined 24 kills between the two of them with only 11 deaths. That's massive within its own self, that Silly only had 2 traded kills throughout the entirety of those 10 rounds of play.
Right, yeah. And you know what I really love from StrikeX there in the Search and Destroy is we take a look over towards the stat lines. You can see, obviously, star of the show there, Rambi at 13 and 4. You can't go without talking about Silly as well at 11 and 7. But, StrikeX, every single time that it kind of looked like they were set back somewhat by Toronto Ultra in that Search and Destroy, they had a response. They were constantly adapting to what Toronto Ultra were doing. We look over what was that offensive round where StrikeX kind of got bullied back into their own spawn. They got boxed in and they couldn't find a way out. What do on their next offensive round? Well, they just start throwing nades, these set nades. They're getting out of there to make sure that Toronto Ultra do not even make it to that point. They have a little bit more room to breathe. They end up winning that offensive round. And of course, you talk about that final round, right, Andy? You kind of nailed it perfectly there with the analysis, mate. These guys, StrikeX, they draw that first blood, and then they draw Toronto Ultra out. They push all the way forward. They knew exactly what Toronto were going to do. Really well played there by StrikeX, and I think that speaks volumes about this roster. Quite clearly, you compare their Search and Destroy in Season 2, right? 2 and 7 was their final record in that game mode. To where it is at now, I think you're absolutely right to talk about the fact that Rambi has improved majorly moving forward, and Fire and Silly have been great additions to this roster for Search and Destroy. But that definitely makes things interesting, I think, now looking at our map mode combinations moving forward. We do have the swing game in the series, Control on Berlin up next, and this was one of the more interesting points, I think, because you and I, we kind of had a little conversation about this, right, between the little break we had at the start of this series, right, discussing kind of, hey, look, we didn't really expect Berlin to be here. I mean, maybe I thought with StrikeX would kind of push it through just to try and maybe throw Toronto Ultra off, but I fully expected this map to be Gabutu.
I'm just as surprised, Brody. I mean, when you're thinking about it again, as far as the bans are concerned, StrikeX, they got rid of Tuscan. And if you are looking at this from Ultra's perspective, going over towards the Gavutu, where they are 4-1 walking in towards this series, you would almost think, okay, let's get rid of the Berlin, let's play a little bit more comfort. But they're going for the Berlin, and they banned out the Gavutu. So it almost kind of brings up the question, are they playing much more for the practice, specifically now that they are playing on land? They're in a beautiful venue of a setup, but you also have to look at the other side of the things, that the StrikeX roster has a lot of practice on Berlin Control. They played a lot of it through the Season 3 qualifier. Obviously, it did not pan out for them, as we will not see them in Season 3 of the Elite. And Lord knows what this Ultra roster has also been able to do since Berlin Control was announced that it is coming through in towards Stage 3 for the CDL. So it's going to be one of those things going forward that it could maybe be just a pop narrative that Ultra are looking for the on-the-day practice of a Berlin Control versus a very testy StrikeX roster. But the way that this map is going to play out, if it's anything of what we saw from the Tuscan hardpoint, that if you cannot shut down the SMG presence that was constantly being rewarded throughout the middle of the map, specifically from Kleenex, from Toronto Ultra, StrikeX are going to have themselves a very difficult time. This map is very heavily focused on who can get those slays to be able to open up the map, to be able to get those crossfires available, both defense and offense alike, to either convert the zones or to deny any sort of offensive antics to be able to convert tick progression.
Absolutely. Well, while we wait for that map number 3 to get underway, let's take a look over towards Minnesota Rocket and Florida Mutineers. We did get to look towards the end of the Berlin hardpoint between these two teams. Florida, of course, did come out on top. So in other words, Desert Siege, Search and Destroy, we go. And immediately we're into a 4v3 in favor of Rocker. It is going to be Florida here on the offense. And, well, with just 2 players remaining, Skies and Awakening, they've also got to pick up the bomb. This is going to be a tough one to pull off.
Wanted to go towards that B plan. That's being watched entirely by Priest over by these sand dunes. And, well, Awakening is more than aware of it, and even Priest is going to throw some shots. 55 seconds remaining. You have to allocate 4.5 seconds just to plant that bomb. They would love to find a pick, but the moment that Awakening tries to go for reposition, Sandy takes him down.
Skies, mate, do you have a 1v4 in you? It would be really nice to see one this early on, wouldn't it? He's just going to get shot down by Priester. Like, that's step one, isn't it? You've got to remove Priester from that power position. There is no chance, mate. He is solid back there. Minnesota Rocker feeling pretty confident here on the defense.
It's just interesting within its own self that the Desert Siege Search and Destroy even comes through from Florida. I believe that they haven't even won one all season long. They came damn close to being able to convert that round 11 last map versus LAG to potentially put themselves in towards a situation to maybe contest for the chip there at Major 2. But yeah, 0-6 for Florida Mutineers, not exactly where you want to be. 1-0. They did beat Optic on this map mode combination, did Rocker back in Major 2. To inevitably lose that series, but aggression through the middle of the map, you know that's exactly going to be where Havoc wants to try to influence themselves, so pushes a little bit too far forward, and that gives Awakening a very easy first blood.
Numbers very much in favor of Florida Mutineers here, and it's not a situation all that dissimilar to what we saw in the last round. Attach and Priester 2v4. Can Priester do something special, though? Going to take down Vivid from the power position. Also gets a spot of a little shoulder from Awakening as well. Priester, you naughty, naughty boy, trying to get the aim assist through the train car. Not going to find anything, though. That player has moved himself towards the very back of the tower. So for Minnesota Rocker at the moment, they don't have all that much information to work with. You can kind of see Attach going all Splinter Cell on Awakening, and he actually will get something off the back of that. So now this is huge. Rocker, they have the bomb. They're in a 2v2. They've brought the numbers to even. Skies and Dave Paddy are split up as well. This is not a terrible situation for Rocker.
No, not at all. This is all, again, like benching off of that. Priest is going to be able to at least zone away over by this drop. We can see because of the minimap and the X-ray that Skies is over here. And the bomb is planted for the side, keep in mind you. So Skies needs to become activated. Probably does not get the information. 2 ships in the night. They are one above another. And Priest finds the timing for the kill.
Wow, what a CB4 this would be for Rocker. Monumental moment early on in this search and destroy. Can Dave Paddy pull off the 1v2, though? There's the first kill. He has time to make this work. Did he just see Attach? You've got to imagine he just saw Attach trying to outrun him. Oh, he looks the wrong way. Attach goes towards the back of the map. I'm sure that Dave Paddy will be aware of that fact. Now he knows he needs to cut him off at the source. Attach knows all he needs to do here is just play time. Dave Paddy, unfortunately, my friend, you have run out of it. Whether or not you get the 1v1 onto Attach, kind of pointless at this moment. That's a big 2v4 for Rocker to take. They will be very happy with that.
It's such a massive upset if you are Florida as well, right? I mean, even if that kill comes through, which it won't, the round will end. That you are going to be frustrated with all get out. You get gifted the freest first blood this side of the Mississippi versus Havoc, who just pushes all the way through University. And then you also find Sandy just outside of the balcony. The bomb was patty-caked on the ground. It had to get recovered by Minnesota Rocker, but because there was so much time, both Priesta and Attach just play against the clock and just waited for Florida to resurface themselves. They gave away 2 very easy positions trying to find some information rather than just trying to play for the retake or against the clock. And that's a round that you know Florida definitely wanted to win. Another first blood in favor for Dave Paddy. Priesta will go down. That's over by the dune side, so it's going to immediately call for Dave to plant the bomb here at B.
Yeah, this is a massive power position for Florida Mutineers to get that bomb down, just given how defensively sided this map can be. This is a huge round to take back if you are Florida. You already have the numbers in your favor as well, but Attached with the scope could well be the way back into this round for Rocket. Of course, there is a timer now on it, just 30 seconds left. You've got to reserve 7.5 of that for the defuse. So Attached, you really need to pick up the pace, my friend, and hit some of these snipes against Skies. Anything would be nice, but it is just so tough to do in this position. Skies has given you basically nothing. Attached has been cornered here. Attach, mate, 1v4 would be nice. Able to take down one, but, I mean, look, unless he's a speedster, he's not getting that bomb in time.
Yeah, I don't even know if Flash was going to be able to go through and get those 4 kills plus the defuse. Not to mention how Flash doesn't kill people. Unless it's that one comic line. I've read it. I digress. It's just a wonderful Wonderful offenses coming through from Florida. Again, Dave just, again, immediately reads that obviously there's going to be one island player that's over by the dune side. They fish out Priesthood. That is the one kill that is required to at least get players of the offense towards that lane to overwatch any sort of returning gunfights to come through from the defense. And the moment that they did, they caught 2 more players just trying to rotate back over. Attached with the snipe just a bit outside. Can't get that first blood. Needs to stay alive, though. Bomb going down.
Rocker in just the position that we saw. Florida Mutineers. Can Havoc follow up with another kill? This is where Rocker kind of went wrong last time around, if you will. They didn't manage to retake the bomb site. They didn't kind of rush straight for it. Do they have much more aggression this time around? Florida looking for this retake. Attach with a snipe onto Dave Paddy. Now 2v2 we go. Skies to take down Priester. It is just attached now. The snipes couldn't get the 1v4 going. Can't get the 1v2 going. Florida, they've got time to make this defuse. That is a beautiful retake. The aggression was nice.
A handful of rounds on the bounce there for Florida Mutineers to tie up the Series 3 apiece into round number 7. Again, paying dividends towards the aggression. The bomb goes down for Havoc, but, the stun confirmed that Havoc was there. Although Havoc was able to find that first kill to be able to activate that plant play that was starting to come all the way through, they knew exactly what the play was. The nade kept them weak, the trade came through, and then you were also able to commit towards the pinch, given how there was so much space available for Florida on that North A lane just outside of University. Once that was all the way through, all of Minnesota Rocker were more or less trapped on those University stairs, on the backside of the dunes as well. So, great isolation coming through and playing against the time that they had allowed for that play to come all the way through as well. Very standardized setup when you're thinking about for Rocker on this defense. You got one player just overwatching the B push, while you also just have one player inside the University. That player in University is Havoc. They will find the first blood.
Rocker will be very happy with that here. That'll definitely alleviate some of the pressure here from Florida Mutineers. They're looking to get the bomb down over towards A, but maybe if they can take down Standy at B, they'll have a few more options than they otherwise would. Standy gets aggressive. Awakening shuts him down, but look at this from Dave Paddy. The bomb plant over towards A. Can he get away with his life? Yes, he can. Nicely done to take down that wall, but still, Florida, they find themselves at a disadvantage. 2v3. Rocker surely will look to play the numbers here. 30 seconds on the clock. Dave Paddy might have found a route. There's no way. There's no way he finds this route in from behind. I think Priester is just being extra careful here. That somebody doesn't come on the flank. Maybe Dave Paddy still catches him with his pants down, but no, Dave Paddy from up high, he gets shut down. That is so unfortunate. Dave Paddy gets classic Call of Duty timing, awakening shut down on the other side of the dunes as well. And look at that, Rocker able to win and yet another round.
It's one of those things, again, I don't even know how Dave even made his way towards the A-bomb without the setup was looking. You had one player for Rocker that was overwatching that entire push that, Dave had to army crawl, prone all the way over towards that bomb site, and then the moment that the plan came through, and the trade forcing out the 2v3 also followed, that you could not move. Dave Paddy had to really fish out some immaculate COD timing, but as you were saying, Priesthood was just playing rather patiently, maybe just seeing if one of the 2 players that were alive for Florida either try to commit towards the free wrap or the full wrap around University. It just did not pan out for Florida's timing. 4 versus 3 as the as the score limit may look, as Standy isolating themselves through the window will at least find first blood, quickly traded by Skies.
Numbers once again in favor of Rocker here. They are doing pretty much exactly what Florida did in the last round. They're getting the bomb down, now getting away, but this time they have the numbers. Awakening, can he do anything about this? Puts the shots in, but make no mistake, Standy has already gotten away. So for Florida, this retake is going to be tough, and it might well all fall on the shoulders of Skies, who is making the longest of flanks. He's running a marathon right now to get around Desert Siege, and to be fair, don't really blame him. You kind of have to around this map. There's the 1v1. There is Priester taken down. The snapper Rudy Boo coming in from Skies. A 1v1, won by Awakening as well. And Attach left up at a 1 versus 2. Attach, mate. That is just so sneaky. That is not right. The 1v1 versus Awakening just needs to check. As soon as those shots come on through, Attach knows he has won this round. Snipe or not. This is another one in the bank for Rocker. It would have been nice, wouldn't it, to see that snipe going through from Attach. But that is another round in from Rocker. 5-3 up they go.
That's just impressive coming out from Attach, right? You have to spend a certain amount of time on Desert Siege to know about that bush spot. I've seen it a handful of times in SNDs, watching streams late at night. That is just some funny stuff that had made it all the way through Florida versus Rocker. We'll give you the scoreline there at the end of that, but it's looking like Rocker might be able to take that, being up on map point. In towards this Berlin control we go. Up on offense first, it will be Toronto Ultra, who do get that first tick of progress over by A. The second tick is currently being depleted, and again, the Slays are in the favor for Strike X. You can see the map positioning all in their favor. Gunzy is also able to find a time to get in the bottom side of Warehouse to maybe find some players trying to lurk their way out to maybe commit towards this A zone, but you already had Bance slip the net, trying to stop that clock over by B.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is really tough here on the offensive side. I've played a fair bit of Blinn control on rank play so far. I will admit, I'm absolutely terrible at it, so probably not on the level of these guys. That being said, getting out of spawn, it is a really tough thing to do. Fortunately for Toronto Ultra, they have managed to do that. Cammy looking to move forward there towards the patio. If Kleenex able to get these couple of kills, it would be nice. And Toronto Ultra actually here, making a fair bit of progress over towards B. They get this. This round is a lot easier to get done. Toby recognizes that Gunzy's trying to make his way over towards the jump up. It is kills galore for Toronto Ultra. I don't think Strike X are touching this point. They've already given up. And they don't even know what's about to hit them as well, because we look at number 5 on the minimap. Bance already in from behind. He is shredding at the moment. He turns on a Silly as well. It's not a problem for him.
And they're playing this just like a P1 to P2 rotation as well when you're thinking about it. Again, Bance zones away the B lane. Kleenex comes back in, finds themselves 6, going back over by that B zone. It gets secured, finds kill number 7 back inside of Mail, and the streak is not done yet on kill number 8 in a row. Second tick of progress is also being worked up right now for Toronto Ultra. Kleenex got some streaks, snaps on his Silly as well, has the read onto the front door of Gunzy, but can't find the kill as they got traded off by their teammate.
Live's definitely in favor of Toronto here. They'll be very happy with this current situation, but they do need to be careful. Of course, it is very easy for it to slip out of your control, especially when you're the team on offense here on Berlin control. Strike Exo currently sitting inside A. Going to reduce that ticket progression all the way down to 0. At the very least, they're going to try to. I think Gunzy did actually just get taken down from inside the point, so this will all fall on the shoulders of Fire. He now gets removed from the situation. Strike X down to their last set of lives here. 4 respawns remaining. Rambi cannot survive over towards the dock side. Now just down to Silly, Fire, and Gunzy. And Fire, he thinks he's Batman. He's actually Robin. Gets taken down. Just now Gunzy and Silly. Can Gunzy put a stop to this? Gets shut down by Bance, who is sitting in the corner. Silly, 1v7. Just not possible. Toronto, they win it on lives.
Winning on lives, getting themselves, what was that, at least the second tick progress over towards A, and that'll be big within its own self if we talk about if this does go down around 5, but the problem will still arise going forward if you are Strike X, that you have to still at least win in offensive round to at least even the odds going forward. Would love to see it off a tick progression more than anything, but you really got to tip your hat to how Ultra played out that offense. Again, all thanks to Bance, who found back-to-back routes, slipped away, as you were saying, Brody. It's so hard to get yourself out from a spawn trap of what you saw Strike X laying on for Ultra, but Bance gets over by B by so much time. Kleenex comes back and goes on that 9 spree, and then they convert that into A zone control. So damn difficult for Strike X to maybe bounce back off of that one, but for their offense, they commit towards this A zone first and foremost. Only 2 players make their way over here unscathed, but Toronto Ultra invested to get this train station in their favor. They win the returning gunfights, and now the map position is theirs.
Yeah, I think for Strike X here, they want to go something a little bit more classic than Toronto did in their offensive round. They kind of want to get A out of the way before they move their attention over towards B. They do have one last hope to do that, and that is Rambi, who's able to clear Cammy out of that power position over towards Docks. He'll be a problem, I think, that Toronto Ultra will want to deal with. A problem that I think Cammy we're probably going to deal with off the back of this spawn is even going to get to, though. Rambi wins that 1v1. Gunzy inside the point does get shut down. Fire shut down as well. All these Strike X players losing their crucial engagements. Toronto, they're doing a good job at keeping them away for now. Just 40 seconds left on the clock here, Andy, for a Strike X to touch one of these points, to really capture one of these points. Now Fire potentially going to get this done. What can he do? Has to face up Cammy towards the front of this point. And actually, to be fair, Strike X, they do get a little bit of breathing room here. They're going to get that second tick through, but Insight now on 5 in a row. Toronto Ultra, they want to, or Strike X, sorry, they want to be careful. Bance comes through. Toronto, they clean up Strike X. Every single kill goes their way. 25 seconds on the clock.
It's just the trades that are constantly there. Again, shades of the Tuscan hardpoint. Strike X, they can find an opening kill. They can even find an opening too. But the patience from Ultra is absolutely sublime. 3 kills come through, though, for Strike X. That could be the opening that they're looking for to maybe get themselves inside of this A zone. Insight was trying to look for some streaks. At least kill number 6 in a row. Cannot find it. The A zone should be completely fallen by the wayside going forward. It will. 60 seconds out on the board. But Strike X, they're down horrendously, Brody. They're down by 9 lives.
Yeah, I was going to say, forgive me for pointing out the obvious here, but this life disparity between these two teams at the moment is massive. I think the Strike X, they're kind of looking for this one huge strike, if you will, against B that effectively has to be flawless. It's 19 versus 9 with 50 seconds left on the clock. You don't really have much time to play a war attrition with this Toronto Ultra roster. And it's getting even worse as well, as you've got players like Cammy who are effectively hunting you down off the back of these head glitches. Strike X. Can they get out of the spawn? Rambi's going to get that first blood. Fire onto another one as well. They might have found an exit from their spawn, but now you have to follow it up with more kills. You can't afford to be traded away here. 25 seconds left. It's dual time here in round number 2. Fire making his way towards those steps. He's able to get the first blood. Perhaps actually an opening here for Strike X. You need to win some more gunfights, though. Cammy and Insight in towards the point. They will pick up their 1v1s. It all falls on the shoulders of Rambi. Just 10 seconds left. You cannot wait for your teammates, and he's going to try a flank. Has actually been spotted out, but we'll get him towards the point. There's one. There is two. Rambi is keeping the dream alive for Strike X, but he will be shut down. There just isn't lives any remaining for Strike X. Fire will fall, and Toronto win the round.
They didn't even get a tick off, B. Did they get that first tick? I think they did.
I don't think they did.
I don't think they did either. I don't even think they had an opportunity to make its way over there. I mean, for Strike X, again, when you're thinking about it, those 1v1 isolated lone wolf plays at the beginning of the round just were simply not going to be able to pay dividends. You had 2 players initially that were able to get themselves inside the A zone, right? But then you had 2 other players that, again, were trying to find themselves cross angles and try to go rogue to be able to do what we were constantly seeing from CleanX, who was double positive, by the way. 20 in 10 for Toby. And it's just one of those things, again, that the trades, the returning gunfights, have constantly been in the favor for Ultra. Even when Strike X, they find a 3 down. Ultra are so good at leaving that last player alive for such a long time to buy so much more openings for the 3 players off the respawn to be able to return themselves back in towards the gunfight. Off the rip. 2 ticks of progression over by A, very quickly coming through for Toronto Ultra. Strike X cannot allow this come through as quickly as it did, but I don't think they have much of an answer going forward. They've only found 1 kill to start this round. Strike X, they have to completely concede this to try to set up for a B zone defense. This
is so tough, isn't it? Because you can't even really send lives. You can't waste lives at that point. You kind of know that we have to give this one up. But even now, can you at this point? Toronto Ultra have already swung their way over towards B. And make no mistake, Insight and ClearNex, they're not going to give this one up easily at all. They will, however, fall. Rambi and Fire win a crucial set of 1v1s there. Gunsy follows up with another one as well. And now Cammy, the last man standing for Toronto Ultra, while he waits for his teammates to spawn on up, almost gets a snappy kill there with a rat inside broken against Gunsy. But fortunately for Strike X, they do not lose that one. So Toronto Ultra here. They've given Strike X a little bit of breathing room, but again, how long will that even last? They are just continually pushing one by one. They are so confident at the moment, Andy, the way that they are playing pretty much every single gunfight. You've always got a player inside Strike X's base. Here we go once again, Insight towards the steps. The entirety of Toronto Ultra are here, and they are a scary, mean force to look down. CleanX with the first one. It's going to be Bance able to trade on through. CleanX with another one inside the hill once again. Bance, can you pull off any heroics while you wait for your team to come and spawn up? You've got 90 seconds. It's quite a lot of time for Toronto to work with.
Yeah, and it's literally just that. It's the time that they have to work with, Brody. All off of that A-zone capture that came through so quickly off their opening push. They had 2 minutes to then try to negate further lives. They could just constantly play the trade game. They're still up by 5 lives with 1:15 left on the clock, but they got to be able to find the opening first and foremost. And what Ultra are doing, they're sending 2 players over by B and then committing 2 more players towards the flank. That's both Cammy and Bance over here inside of lobby. Gunsy's quick to try to at least get the trade off of Bance taking 1 down, but that's not going to be good enough. They are in from the back, Brody, and that pinch might just be what might pan out for a B zone capture, but the trades are still coming through. Strike X at least able to level the playing ground, and that is massive within its own self, keeping their heads above water in this round.
12v7, though, keep an eye on those lives, because Strike X, they could lose them very quickly with just how fast-paced a roster like Toronto Ultra actually are. Look at this. You can see Toronto Ultra, they're looking for a push in from behind. CleanX's going to bring that streak down. It will not get anything beyond just the information gain. But Toronto Ultra, they should use that wisely. They have used about 20 seconds of the 50 seconds or so that they were afforded. They've used it well, though. It is just 4 lives remaining for Strike X. Toronto Ultra know they can whittle that down. Bance able to pick up Gunsy. He is now out of the round. Just 30 seconds left here. Can Silly, Rambi, and Fire hold strong? Well, Silly certainly can't. He will fall. Rambi goes as well. There is Fire. Toronto Ultra. How about that? 2 offensive round wins, a 3-0.
I mean, what? It was a 3v8. Like, Strike X, where are you going? It's not like... You know they are obviously going to have to come to the zone. There's only 30 seconds left. Their only play is to either get those kills, which you could play so far back, negate any sort of flank, or watch the middle of the map. You don't have to push through. There's no reason to push all the way through there. I'm baffled, Brody. I'm simply baffled at some of those 3 players that just decided, hey, maybe we can find a couple of players trying to tack sprint their way over by the concourse, that you don't have the lives to make such a play happen because Toronto Ultra, in that final offense, made the smart play happen. They went for the A zone first and foremost. They win every single gunfight barring one, and they get the A zone with about 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the board. They just constantly play the trade game. And although through the front of B was not paying off for them to be able to get the B zone conversion early on, they started sending players over by the flank. 2 players through the flank initially, 1 player in towards the flank soon after. And although it didn't, again, pan out in their favor, it was that final push, recognizing, hey, it's about like a 12v7 right now. We can send 3 players now over towards the flank, commit towards this pinch, get it in our favor, and just continuously play the trade game. That is the one thing that you can constantly do on a map like Berlin Control when you do have such a steep lives remaining advantage of which Toronto Ultra had walking away from the initial zone capture, that so long as they're constantly finding very quick trades, maybe stepping on the zone here or there to stop the clock for about 5-6 seconds at most, I mean, that is a recipe for success for any offensive team to come all the way through. StrikeX just could not continuously find favorable kill feeds for themselves.
It is tough, right? Because you're just getting constantly belittled. And once again, in the respawn, who else but CleanX to come up tops? 31 and 16, almost double positive there at the end of game number 3. 25 of those kills, once again, and non-traded. And I think that really does speak volumes. Even Bance, right? 18 and 15, 12 of his kills were non-traded. When you've got your kind of SMG duo doing stuff like that, it's just really horrible. And it really does feel like that kind of epitomizes what went wrong there for StrikeX in the map. You were just constantly facing pressure and kind of falling apart under that pressure beyond round number 2, which even though they did end up losing, they looked a little bit more stable. They just couldn't get anything going. But yeah, I mean, you look at Toronto Ultra right now, they look so confident there in the control. You and I were kind of asking the questions of, hey, well, why have Toronto not played Gabutu? If this was their attempt to try and say, hey, look, we're pretty good here on Berlin Control, I'd say they made that statement very clear.
Yeah, again, you know, when it comes down to it, just Berlin Control comparatively to the other 2 control maps. I mean, say what you will, love or hate Gavutu, the Solomon Isles are opening to one thing that you have to play some pretty bang-up control to be able to manipulate the map, to be able to convert that B zone. The same thing could be said about Tuscan. It is so monotonous to try to get your way all the way to the backside of the B zone, but what Berlin Control does offer for a team over the other is that the team that over and outslays the other, more often than not, will end up coming out on top of Berlin Control. And that's exactly what was my biggest concern walking away from even the Tuscan hardpoint for the Toronto Ultra squad comparatively to StrikeX, is that they were constantly outslaying, not only in that favorable moments to be able to find CleanX on 3 kills in a row, 2 kills in a row, or even sometimes 4, if not going on 9 sprees. But the trades were constantly more favorable for Toronto Ultra comparatively to StrikeX. They constantly held their feet underneath them comparatively to StrikeX when it comes down to rotations, holding power positions. Basically what I'm trying to get at is that StrikeX were constantly trying to make aggressive play happen when they had no business to be able to do so. That you are not the aggressive team. You're not winning more gunfights in Toronto Ultra. You need to be able to respect the space and play against those unforced errors going forward. It's not going to work.
Yeah, trying to be more of a Tom when they're really a Jerry, I think is the best way to describe it, right? In that situation, they were just not winning the situations. Maybe playing a bit more defensively would have been better for them. But you know what? Whatever. Who are we to judge? They'll be putting that one towards the back of their mind. We'll be looking into map number 4 now between these 2 teams. Let's take a look at the series so far. Tuscan hardpoint, mate. I mean, this is what we were looking at for map number 1. We go into Berlin once again for map number 4. But, you know, going back to that map number 1 between these 2 teams, StrikeX, they made a few mistakes in terms of maybe not playing as well as a team as we kind of expect of them, what we saw from them when they placed 4th at the Minnesota Open. If they fix these issues, they could well force map number 5 here.
I mean, they might be able to do so, but I mean, look, I know what everybody's thinking at home is that, you know, we're going over another hardpoint, hard, Toronto Ultra are a very better hardpoint. Yes, I'm not here to disagree with it. But if there's one map mode combination that they have looked increasingly better at least fundamentally, it is Berlin Hardpoint. You go back to the Kickoff Classic, this is the one thing that we were able to walk away with from Toronto Ultra, is that Berlin Hardpoint was their best map going forward. Now, clearly going all the way through, you know, Major 1 qualifiers, Major 1, Major 2 qualifiers, and Major 2, they certainly have fallen down a few pegs off of the proverbial ladder to be a strong Berlin Hardpoint or just a strong Hardpoint team in general. But even more so than that, this is going to almost pan out in the same way that we were probably going to be seeing from Tuscan. Continuous setups coming through from Toronto Ultra. StrikeX really need to get their legs working for themselves to be able to not only break inside these hardpoints, but to be able to get some holds. I mean, through that Tuscan hardpoint, well, I can maybe count just on one hand how many times we saw StrikeX be able to get in for the initial time, but they just got completely overrun by just a fundamental, a very one-dimensional setup for a break that was coming through from Toronto Ultra. That cannot happen. You made it here. You placed top 4 in the Minnesota Open. You need to look better in the hardpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Toronto Ultra, they, I think, will want to close this series out here in 4. Whether or not they can win the hardpoint, though, that is going to be the big question. Of course, StrikeX could well force us to map number 5, and that would definitely make things interesting given how map number 2 went. But in the meantime, let's focus on Rocker versus Mutineers. Of course, we got a glimpse at both the Search and Destroy and the hardpoint, and lo and behold, given the fact that Rocker, of course, were playing a little bit better Search and Destroy there towards the end of what we got to see, they did end up coming out on top. So 1-1 in the series right now. We move over towards Gavutu Control, and Florida Mutineers currently 2-0 up.
It's interesting, right? Because, I mean, the way that the picks and bans ended up working was that it almost felt like Minnesota, who picked Team A after losing the coin flip, wanted to maybe try to big brain it, go towards Berlin, but they vetoed out Tuscan, and then Florida ended up banning out Berlin because Gavutu Control is very, very good for them. I mean, when you're looking at the grander scheme of things, both these teams not necessarily the best control team. For Florida, they definitely hold the better scoreline. They are 5-3 on Gavutu Control going in towards this, and you're seeing exactly why. A triple AR setup is quite good for them. Day Patty, only 16 total engagements, but I mean, why do you need to get over-aggressive when the rest of your team is just doing what we can see on the scoreline itself?
Florida Mutineers, even if they don't close it out here, they'll be feeling pretty confident about the fact that they could close it out in round number 4, but still, haven't made any progress on A just yet. Rocker have kind of pushed themselves all the way back towards B. Just 30 seconds left here. Can Rocker kind of overextend themselves through the anti-air gun to try and put a stop towards this A capture from Florida Mutineers? Awakening may be the key here to Florida to make sure they do end up capturing A. Though this brute in from behind, he hasn't actually found anybody. Finally, he moves back towards the mid-map, able to spot not just one player, but 2, able to take down the first as well. Havoc, however, hasn't falling. It's instead Vivid, who has actually gone to clean up those players. And this presents a brilliant opportunity here for Florida Mutineers, not just to capture A, but actually swing over towards B as well.
Sorry, did I say triple AR setup? What I really meant to say was a quad AR setup for Florida Mutineers. So it, again, is paying dividends, awakening in towards the back, is finding themselves in spawn kills. Not only is that going to convert the third ticket progression over by A, Daypatty's going to be able to at least secure that. A last-ditch effort off-screen. Sandy comes through, doesn't win the gunfight. So the third ticket progression, 60 seconds added on towards the board for Florida. And they already had clearance going over towards B, but they finally dealt with the lurking players in towards the back. That's okay if you are Florida. You just added 60 seconds onto this board, to the board. You have 4 lives remaining over Minnesota Rocker. One good wave of kills are all you really need to be able to work your way across the beachfront.
Well, look, things are a little less scary than they were a moment ago for Rocker,
yeah,
right? Because they had players on B. Florida Mutineers, they got cleared. I thought for a second there I was going to have to sleep with my light on tonight because Florida Mutineers, that looked like a very scary situation for Rocker. But nonetheless, Rocker, they've kind of stabilized now. They've got players in all the right places. Attach here has an important gunfight or 2 to take down, but Vivid is going to sniff him out before he can do any damage, and they will be taking him out of the equation. So Florida Mutineers perhaps a path onto B once again as Awakening now will touch the point. Also having the support here of Skies. Rocker, can they put a stop to this? It doesn't look like it. Look at the kill feed. Look at the way this is going. It's all white. Florida Mutineers here starting to capture this B zone. Can Rocker put a stop to it? Priester lands a nade on Skies, but Vivid towards the backline. He's a problem that Rocker do need to deal with. He gets a kill there against Standy. Down to their last 4 lives go Rocker here. This is the danger zone and a half. Florida have brutalized Rocker here in this game of Control. We haven't even seen the majority of this game of Control, but now Priester and Stanley need to go huge. They can't get it done. How about that from Florida Mutineers? 2 offensive wins.
I think what you're mostly thinking about it, too. I mean, statistically on paper, Florida Mutineers are definitely the better control team versus Rocker, who, again, are pulling in Havoc now for the first scene of competition that we have seen moving away from Major Maniac, but they obviously needed the change, and they obviously need some work going forward. Control was never really going to be their better game mode as they were 5-8 going in towards that. Regardless of the matter, our main focus here, StrikeX needs to force out a map number 5, which would be on Berlin again, but the trades continuously there for Toronto Ultra, the slays all in their favor. I mean, you can even look from top to bottom from both of these 2 team stats. You can see that the kills are definitely more favorable for the Toronto Ultra comparatively to StrikeX, who are soaking up so much time off of this P4 hill.
This is a big moment. Again, this early on in the game, if you're StrikeX, you can't really afford to give away so much time towards Toronto Ultra. You can't let the game slip away like this early on. And Toronto Ultra as well, they're already feeling pretty confident. You've already got Toby Kleenex over towards top third here, outside mailroom towards Broken. Gunsy going to take him out of the equation, though, before he can do any damage. Now, for Bance, a 1v1 against Rambi. I think he's actually just going to get that one towards his teammates for now. Now actually thinking, nope, going to double back. Actually, I should probably be the one to deal with this. I'm in the best position. He's actually going to go right in from behind. There is one. Peekaboo! It's Bance coming through to take you down. Toronto Ultra, they are right back in towards this hard point. StrikeX, they held that hill for a fleeting moment. They were not in there long at all.
I mean, maybe about like 6 seconds, maybe 7. Returning gunfight seem to be here. Gunsy can't find the second. Cammy locks down 2. And this is all while Toronto Ultra are still on the favorite side of the map, and that's why you're seeing Rambi get egregious through the middle of the map. They need to be able to at least find these kills, try to flip out the map going forward. It is so hard to work your way back out from these warehouse spawns in towards 5. It's almost shades of what we just saw from StrikeX on their offensive attempts there on the Berlin control, but finally gunfights coming their way. Team kills there as well. Silly drawing circles around Bance. Can't find that kill as well. At least you were able to work your way back in for scrap time, but you were only able to walk away with, what, maybe about 13 seconds off of P5? Not going to be good enough. Toronto Ultra currently hold double their scoreline going in towards the second set with the initial time here on 1.
This doesn't bode well, does it? Toronto Ultra, they do have the rotation in towards New as well. You cannot afford to let them get all this time if you're a StrikeX, so you need to go basically now when all of these gunfights can. They get it done. Jamie's going to be cooking up an aid here inside, looking for all these kills, and it will land right behind Rambi, but not before Rambi is actually going to take him down. So Cammy, now the player that has quite a lot to do inside the hard point, and actually StrikeX, they will break in. About 25 seconds is all they give away towards Toronto before they find their way on through, but can the Canadians, or rather not Canadians, make their way in towards the hard point before StrikeX get the remainder of this time? Perhaps one more hit is all they give this a go before moving on towards that next rotation. They're already putting a little bit of stock into it by moving Bance all the way around towards the right side of our mini-map, making sure they have some stock in towards that next rotation. Insight, though, going to be fighting for these last 10 seconds or so, does get shut down. So rotational battles now starting to come on through towards the mailroom. Bance, who has been here a very long time waiting for these gunfights to go down, will actually lose his teammates. So now all up on his lonesome. There is the first kill. How much more damage can this man do?
He's just got to stay alive because they're also focused over by this B lane that the other players actually come through P5 in the center of the map, and the break comes all the way through. But Gunsy inside the stairwell, he'll find 2. That buys time for Rambi to get back inside the hard point. Even the third comes across as well. But even more so, that buys numbers and time for StrikeX to get back inside P2. Spawns are not in their favor, though. The Toronto Ultra cannot keep getting away with this. Bance is that route man, constantly getting spawns in the favor for Toronto Ultra. Again, is paying dividends to the success that Toronto Ultra are continuously having to be able to get more time over their adversaries to StrikeX on these hills.
No, this has been a so-so hill, I think, for both of these teams, right? I mean, what, about 50-50 in terms of who's actually got what control over this hard point. StrikeX, though, I think they will consider this a victory, given the fact they haven't lost the better side of the map for this inevitable rotation towards New. But you can never quite count out Toronto Ultra, especially Kleenex, who has been shredding in all the respawns this series, all series long. Can he continue to pick up these gunfights? He will finally be shut down. Now Bance next to step up towards the plate. He was the focus player that you wanted to focus in on. And at the start of this one, well, he does get shut down by Rambi for the opening blood towards this next hill, but look at this aggression from Toronto Ultra. They are not giving this one up whatsoever. A Kleenex with 2. They are bullying StrikeX towards this backdock area. Kleenex is shredding, and Toronto now starting to pick up this time. They've influenced the spawns. A crucial moment in this battle.
Kleenex took that Ego Chow at 13 HP. He's not done yet. Keep in mind, you with his automaton, still using nades to at least zone away any players. Also gets the read on a 1 inside the stairwell. That'll activate Cammy, who finds 2 in the upper courtyard. This was an early break that came through from Toronto Ultra, and they're walking away with the majority of the time. Still having to finesse for scrap time. Here comes Silly through the front doors of the fire lobby. And well, Cammy will rock bottom them through the second they even step foot inside of the hardpoint. Rotation still in effect. Going down towards P4, 205 v111. In Toronto Ultra, they have numbers over here. It would have been monumental to see Fire and maybe even walk away with 2. They can't even find 1. Toronto Ultra in for the initial time yet again.
That might well be the dagger here in this one, unless StrikeX can pull off something miraculous, right? Toronto Ultra, they have the spawns over towards New. StrikeX, you kind of need to get in right about now, and you couldn't do it on the last set of rotations. This is going to be a real tough one to pull off. Insight towards the backline as well. He is a statue as he was able to take down one before falling. Toronto Ultra now starting to tick ever so close to that 250 point mark. Bant's the first player that StrikeX need to take down, and well, you're just not going to. Cammy is there for the support gunfight. StrikeX, can you find your way on through? Rambi shut down at the front door. Every single StrikeX player is being shut down before they even get a lick of the air. Inside the hardpoint, Toronto Ultra shut down the hopes and dreams of StrikeX here in the first series of the day.
Not boding well for StrikeX's hopes to be able to make it towards a single elimination bracket, but it does bode good hopes for this Toronto Ultra squad with adaptations that we got to see, although losing the Search and Destroy, a nice Berlin control, pattern aggression coming through, and how fundamentally strong they truly did look, not only on the Tuscan hardpoint, but specifically on this Berlin hardpoint. Again, just constantly making sure that they always send bans at a timely manner with about 15-20 seconds to be able to play for those rotations across the B lane. They get themselves those P2 spawns twice on over. The same thing could also be said for what CleanX was also able to do, able to work their way inside of Fire, found themselves that kill over by Crane. And although they didn't initially flip up the spawns, you forced StrikeX into a position where they had to spawn all the way in towards the backside of 3 and then reinforce the hill rather than try to reinforce the B lane, which again bought time for Toronto Ultra to find their numbers off the respawn and then flood back in for the hard point, where CleanX again went on yet another spree, where Cammy again went on another spree, and then from there on out, yeah, they didn't end up winning out the scrap time fully because they gave up the last scrap time for about 5-7 seconds, which was smart, keep in mind you, because they wanted to play for the P4 spawns. It was just textbook fundamental hardpoint coming out from Toronto Ultra. Almost what we would expect for them to come in towards Vanguard away from the Kickoff Classic, and especially what we saw out from Cold War as well. If they continue on with these strides, Brody, they can continue to improve with these hardpoint woes that they've been having throughout the season.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the stat lines at the end of game number 4 then. It really does paint a picture, doesn't it, for Toronto Ultra fans out there. You were asking for a new look Toronto Ultra team coming into Stage 3. It looks like you might well have one. They look so good in hardpoint there, not just in this map, but in map number 1 as well. On a consistent player across this series so far, CleanX, 28 and 22, but he is not the only one that played well. Look at the KDs across the board here, Annie. Everybody is pulling their weight. Everybody is doing this part for this roster. And, you know, as we say time and time again, Toronto Ultra, I think, as a roster, that when they play well is just when every single player is playing so well together, right? I mean, that is just what you love to see from Toronto Ultra. It's what made them such a powerful roster during the Black Ops Cold War season, and it's what made them a powerful roster, I think, at the start of the season as well, during the Kickoff Classic and even during Stage 1. So Toronto Ultra there looking pretty good. On the other hand, though, you've got StrikeX, who maybe kind of faltered a little bit, couldn't quite find their footing here in this hardpoint game. But you know what? It's not over yet. You've still got 2 more games to go in the group stage versus Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge. But you know what? I think it's tough because we kind of said it at the beginning of this one. This really felt like a must-win matchup.
Yeah, I mean, for either of these 2 teams, right? Because you're facing against 2 ringer of teams that are Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge, one of which Atlanta FaZe just beat Seattle Surge 3-1. On the Alpha broadcast. Seattle Surge absolutely smoked Atlanta FaZe in the Search and Destroy. I think they completely shut them out 6-0, but the respawn's not going in the favor for Seattle Surge. You know, Seattle Surge looking at both StrikeX and the Toronto Ultra roster, 2 teams that you would probably assume that they would probably be able to beat. Might just be battling for second place. Will end up being that Seattle Surge and Seattle Surge and Toronto Ultra for that second place out of the Alpha group. So, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to be able to say the least. I mean, there's also the one team that could obviously play spoilers or everything, who's to say that StrikeX doesn't show up at the later half of the evening. You know me, Brody, I'm a super big optimist, but I mean, it's going to be very, very tough, to say the least, for StrikeX to be able to win their last 2 series versus both Seattle and Atlanta to maybe even see hopes to get second place out of these groups.
Yeah, the thing is, you know me as well, and I'm a glass half empty kind of guy, and StrikeX, I feel like that was a really important match. Look, we'll see, right? You can never count the chickens before they've been hatched, but StrikeX, they have a real mountain to climb ahead of them, because Atlanta FaZe, Seattle Surge, they are not going to go down easily. And to be fair, Toronto Ultra, I think they just found out how good of a team they absolutely are. So the first match of the day is done, but that doesn't mean we are done just yet. I think we've still got the remainder of Rocker versus Mutineers going down in Group B, of course. The last time we saw these 2 teams, it was in the control on Gavutu. It was a 3-0, convincing 3-0 to Florida Mutineers as well. When we turn our attention to them here on Tuscan Hardpoint, and well, it is Florida currently in the lead.
This is a group that is a gauntlet when you're really thinking about it. This would be a big win for both of these teams. The same narratives that we were talking about Toronto Ultra and Strike Expo. Why don't you go ahead and cut and paste that for Rocker and Florida Mutineers, as Ultra Academy EU and Optic Texas are currently duking things out on the Bravo stream. This is a big turn to things when you're thinking about it for Minnesota Rocker, who just got completely shut out on the Gavutu control by Florida Mutineers. The AAAR setup was paying dividends. In towards the second set, we will go. Just a 22-point lead. The Florida do hold over Minnesota, but even more so than that, the kill feed is constantly bleeding in purple, which is a good sign if you're a Rocker fan.
Close hard point so far. Rocker fans, as you say, will be very happy at the moment. The Rocker are currently in control of P1, but for how long? As Vivid lands an aid right at the feet of Attach, he will be taken out of the equation, and now Rocker, of course, are going to be fighting back here. They're on the better side of the map for that inevitable rotation too, so keep an eye on the mini-map here as these players start to maneuver around themselves for that next rotation. Dave, Paddy, and Skies, though, still looking to fight their way through P1. Havoc, of course, the new addition towards this Rocker lineup. What can he do? There's the first kill versus Awakening. Just one more player to take down. It's Dave, Paddy, and Havoc is really not all that scared to go for that guy, of course, as Rocker now in a really good position here. They get that scrap time, but look at this from Havoc. The proactive plays in from behind. Awakening reads him like a book.
There's just no way that he would have been aware that even if that broken wall, it was completely shut out, which it was. So there was going to be a player just overwatching that push that came all the way through. So wonderful read coming through from Awakening. The nade from Standy will end up taking down Awakening. And they also know that Skies is top radio, but Standy needs to go even bigger. Has two players inside the hard point and is just buying time for the respawns to come all the way through. And Standy is piecing on a 4.
Mate, Standy at the moment is going on 1. He's on a 4 spree. If he can get sprees, he doesn't spot Skies. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Now, of course, he's going to be called out towards the rest of the Florida Mutineers roster. So Standy needs to forge a new path towards the hard point, and actually does so from the bottom church. Able to take down Skies. Now on 5 in a row. A couple more kills. He will grab that glide bomb, and that'll be insanely important for the rest of this game. And look at Standy. He is creating paths, creating routes at the moment. In from behind Florida Mutineers time and time again. Just the one more player to deal with. It will be Dave, Paddy. The scrap time will go the way of Rocker. We'll be keeping an eye on Standy to see whether he gets that 7th kill in a row, but we should definitely turn our attention over towards this next rotation. It will be Florida Mutineers in here first. Priester, he's got a pretty good AR in his hands. Cannot win that 1v1 versus Skies, though.
Oh, Standy comes right through P5, will get kill number 7 in a row. And why don't you keep giving Eli more? Finds kill number 8, trying to break this hard point damn near single-handedly. And you can also see Havoc is slowly moving their way across rooftops, will not enforce spawns, but even more so than that is buying an opportunity maybe for Priesthood to try to come out from Vines. But they can't find the opportunity to do so. This has been a wonderful hold and much needed as well from Florida if you want to at least try to shut down the momentum that Minnesota are currently building for themselves.
Yeah, you want to remove Florida from this hard point if you're Standy, right? What can you do? He's already had an incredible game so far. 8-kill spree we just saw from him. Can he get any more as Florida continue to spawn over towards the rooftops? They're lining up for him at the moment. Dave, Paddy, can he take him down? He's facing down a fair few players from Rocker, to be fair. It's really tough to take these guys out of the power positions that they currently hold. And, well, in not doing so, Rocker going to take the lead once again in this incredibly close game. We move our attention over towards the rotation, though. Florida Mutineers, they are here first. They have to be careful. Havoc starting to put together that spawn trap in from behind. And the gunfight's going down up front as well. Rocker, they are ready for such a push, but there you go. Havoc going to actually fall. So now, one-dimensional push we go. Rocker, can they push in here?
They turn that one dimension almost into a 2-dimension with Attach trying to push through the top side of grass. The 2 players inside of the front awning go down. Attach can't find much of anything towards the back, and as you were saying, that was a great first blood that they found for the initial hold, finding Havoc all the way back over by that half wall. So now the returning gunfights need to be here. This is not time that you want to be giving over Minnesota. They do find the opening 2 kills, at least for the initial break for the time being, but Vivid might be able to stop this play. Finds the first, can't find much more than that. Is just got run into a Rocker blunder. So the scrap time will at least be conceded. If you are Florida, they're trying to favor towards rotation, but they're still leaving a lot of players up north where they are currently spawning at. Currently leaving Skies behind, maybe finding a couple of exit kills, but you really need to go all in for this rotation for either of these 2 teams to maybe try to get closer and closer to close it out here.
Andy, I have no idea what this game is right now. Rocker and Florida playing this one so close. Florida are going to be in here for the next hard point. Can Priester put a stop to this? Nice nade coming in from Havoc, and here we go, Rocker. They are in towards the hard point. Florida, how quickly do you find your way back on in? Priester, last alive here, kind of pushed all the way back towards Fountain. He has outplayed Skies. Oh my goodness me. Priester somehow still alive there below the map's hard point, but now time starting to tick away for Florida Mutineers. Priester kind of needs to pull out some heroics here. He knows how urgent this situation is, and I think Doesn't really have any other choice then to just kind of run out in towards the open to stop Florida getting all this time. Now Rocker, though, going to have to rely here on Standy and Havoc, who are actually not doing too bad of a job. Attached there as well, as Attached picks up 2. Rocker, they are right back on in for an important 15 seconds of scrap time. This will go towards a new hardpoint. Florida still fighting for the scraps here, but they're also starting to think about the rotation.
You still have 2 players lingering down here if you are Minnesota, so it's really only Attached that's trying to influence this rotation. Unbeknownst to them, it's only Vivid that is up here. But look at the predetermined setup that's coming through from Florida. You already have Daypatty that's set up inside top bunks. That's going to be the immediate call. Standy going towards the glide bomb, finds Vivid. These are big kills coming through from Minnesota Rocker. They have found the kills necessary. They will win the rotation initially.
Well, you've pulled the rabbit out of the hat now, haven't you? The streak is now gone, so it has been pulled away for Florida Mutineers. Broker, though, starting to pick up some time. They're making sure that Florida are on the right side of the map for them, not just for this hard point, but for a potential next one as well. Of course, they will need it if they want to win this game by the 250-point mark. But can they keep Florida Mutineers out of this hard point? Daypatty is going to fall. Rocker, mate, they're winning every single gunfight they need to. Now, though, Vivid has found his way on through. Stanley, with a couple of important gunfights in the middle of the map, going to take down Skies, cannot get the second on towards Daypatty. So the gunfights inside the hard point have now gone Rocker's way. They are happy to take that time, but now we move our attention over towards this rotation. It is Awakening who is here. A 1v2 for now. It's versus Priester. It's versus Stanley. There's the kills for Awakening. The rotational battles have been won. It's Florida. They're here.
They're here. They're going to hold the close response. You need to fly for Minnesota Rocker to try to break this. They only need 5 seconds. Florida Mutineers looking at about 13.
And Rocker, you have to find your way on in now. I mean, Priester's going to lose the first gunfight there versus Vivid. I mean, this is going to be much more desperate now for Rocker. They managed to find their way in, and they just dive past Awakening. Vivid wins 2 inside the hardpoint. Can Awakening, though, come on through? He is there with Skies. It's Florida who are able to get the last few seconds. And what an intense hardpoint. But Florida Mutineers, they come out on top.
They win the series versus Minnesota Rocker, a crucial series at that. Again, they are in a very tough group with both Optic Texas and a very testing Ultra Academy EU, man. That was a crazy hardpoint with and stuff. Yeah, get some water, man. Take a breath, because that was some insane moments coming all the way through. All off the back end of Standy being able to find a very influential 8 spree there towards, what was it, going in from 1 hardpoint in towards 3, from 2 to 3. It was so massive for its own self, but that was just them clawing back in towards the hardpoint where it was already so close, apart from maybe Florida Mutineers slowly stretching back away through, but then Awakening makes the play. Same thing with what we were seeing in praise about Bance with Toronto Ultra versus Strike X. Makes the route happen. Even if all that time over by P1 went towards Minnesota Rocker, which it did, it was only going to put them within 5 to close out the map. And Florida Mutineers, they went for broke. They said, that's fine. We'll play for the rotation. We'll get the spawns in our favor. Awakening, the route man, goes absolutely mission impossible. It is so tough. You know as well as I do, Brody, that it is so tough to get melee eliminations in a game like Vanguard when you have an SMG in your face. Walks away with the melee, was weak, and then gets the second returning gunfight, and then finds the rotation towards top patio, where 2 players from Minnesota Rocker, as you call it, just flew in towards the hardpoint. You had to contest from there on out. You couldn't hold a player top radio, and then Awakening just resurfaces himself in such a power position to be able to find further damage, while Florida Mutineers were just sitting there licking their lips, just waiting for the gunfights to come to them. I mean, that was a crazy amount of composure to come through from Florida Mutineers in such a crazy heating moment to be able to win the hardpoint by 5 points on Tuscan.
I cannot believe what we have just seen. Awakening went huge with that 2-piece. I really do not think we can understate that. Awakening with the 2-piece there towards the end to make sure he took down Priester and Stanley. Massive gunfights, or rather fistfights, to win. Beautifully done from Awakening, and beautifully done by Florida Mutineers there on that final rotation. They played it expertly. They knew how to beat out Rocker. But it wasn't without a fight, right? And we look at the final scoreline there towards the end, 250 to 245. It was such an intense hard point between those two teams, a battle and a half. But it is going to be Florida Mutineers coming out on top. Andy, I mean, I've got to say, so far, what an incredible start it has been to the Pro-Am Classic. I mean, there is a number of results beyond just the matches that you and I have got to see so far that have come through. But everything has just been so amazing so far. It has been such a great event already.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe over Seattle Surge 3-1. Optic Texas, I believe, just beat Ultra Academy EU 3-1 as well. After Ultra Academy were showing some minor bit of heroics. It could very much so have been a 3-0. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't have the Bravo stream open during the entirety of it. But throughout the entirety of that Group C as well, I'm not too sure how that all ended up panning out for itself. I mean, things very much so could be up in the wind as far as what things could be looking like for that specific group. Probably one of the biggest contested groups that we would probably end up having to be able to say just specifically on paper who would just be the two teams to walk out of that group within its own self. Two teams that are in there as well, London and New York, playing with new players coming in towards themselves. But I mean, Group A, Group B, Group D could very much so be just as contested. Group A, Group B might just be a little bit more favorable for two teams over the next. But man, yeah, what a crazy start to the Pro-Am Classic. I mean, I'm not totally surprised. I'm just entertained at this point.
Yeah, it is just entertainment, isn't it? Beautiful entertainment here. We've got our tea and biscuits ready to go for the remainder of today. I believe so far, StrikeX, of course, we did just see them lose to Toronto Ultra, and Toronto Ultra. It's because there's a lot of Toronto Ultra teams in the tournament. Okay, it's very confusing. Toronto Ultra Academy U, on the other hand, I believe they did just lose to Optic Texas. So I know there's going to be a lot of Optic fans out there that will be happy. There's some crazy things that apparently have happened in that series. There's like a 4v11 in control for Toronto Ultra Academy U. Apparently, S&D went Toronto Ultra Academy U's way as well. I can't wait to watch that one back, to be honest. I think I'm probably watching a lot of series back from the Pro-Am Classic, but that was just one slot of matches done. We've still got two more today in the group stages. Next up, perhaps the most thrilling of them all, at least from my perspective, I am very excited for this one. It's time for a UK throwdown. London Royal Ravens taking on Team War. I am so excited for this one, and you better be too. I want to see the smile on your face throughout the entirety of this series, mate. It's going to be incredible. I can't wait to see it. We'll be back after this break with some more Call of Duty for you guys. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Pro-Am Classic co-stream brought to you by Clutch. We're about ready to get into our second set of matches. London Royal Ravens taking on Team War. It's time for an all-UK face-off, or thereabouts all-UK, because Ends is technically in the matchup. But you know what? Whatever. It's an EU matchup. I'm excited for this one. Andy, mate, it is going to be incredible because this has all the hallmarks of a very interesting series ahead of us. Of course, roster changes heading into this event. Team War, of course, we should probably start the conversation with them, I think, looking at Group C. They come in as the #1 European team, and that is not without reason. These guys have looked insane in Stage 2. They came out as basically a brand new team for Stage 2, and, you know, they looked super good. They ended up winning the entire thing.
There was a lot of time that just came flooding back into my head just thinking about the 8 players inside this lobby. I'm like, oh damn, what a cool amateur matchup. Just like seeing some of these great EU players being called up to London Royal Ravens and honestly having a great opening first 2 stages for themselves has been absolutely massive. But you're right to highlight Team War again, coming in as the #2 amateur team, walking away with that second place just behind Ultra NA from Minnesota Open. They are the Season 2 champions from Elite as well, playing under M7 Electrified, now Team War at Minnesota Open. It is going to be very interesting to be able to see how they do fare their share versus this London Royal Ravens roster, given the fact that they're also playing with Harry as a change for a substitute for Gizmo. But here's your Team War roster. Denza, Maple, Wardy, and Wee Man. Now, these 4 individuals have definitely come up and showed the hell out after formulating this team, qualifying for Season 2, and then taking the chip all the way home, Brody.
Yeah, look, Team War, they look so good in Season 2, and a massive part of that reason was Wardy. You look at that, 1.23. This guy was the MVP for Europe during Season 2. He has just been a lights out for this roster, and I think that was one of the funniest things to talk about in regards to Team War during Season 2, formerly known then as Vengeance, because, you know, coming into that, of course, we had the massive storyline with Denza. He played out of his mind on the Revenge Tour roster that did so well during Season 1, and, you know, we expected him to come in and be like, all right, look, he's going to play the same kind of really venomous, high KD player that we expected to see out of him, and he just didn't. And the only reason he didn't, not because he was playing badly, because he's on a roster full of 4 incredible players. All of them play lights out pretty much all the time, and they're always looking to kind of step above and beyond what they've done previously. And of course, they played that in Minnesota as well, second Minnesota. So absolutely the #1 team in Europe right now. But their competition, they've got some stiff competition against them. The London Royal Ravens, these guys have gone, I think, from strength to strength this season thus far. The big new addition to the team, Harry, there with the 1.05 KD, that, of course, is from Elite Season 2, Andy.
Yeah, it sure is. And all throughout Elite Season 2, Harry has been quite the mainstay, hasn't they? From the entirety of the Ultra Academy EU roster, right? I mean, it's hard to combat it against what was the #1 AR player throughout the entirety of that entire Elite, which was, of course, Beans. But even more so than that, Harry is constantly going to be a big boon of success for this roster. Definitely hope that Joey is getting the mental de-stress that he's looking for. Hope he is doing quite well. Big Gizmo fan over here. But it's that Search and Destroy KD that I'm looking at for Harry. 1.36 through Elite Season 2. But it even goes further than that. Throughout the entirety of Elite Season 2, Harry was getting in first blood engagements quite often and was walking away with winning them about 65% of the time, and also has a 62% true engagement success rate. What do I mean by that? Well, in Search and Destroy, Harry, 62% of the time when they are getting into an engagement, they're walking away with either a kill or an assist. That is massive, especially when you're thinking about what the map set is also going to be looking like for War versus Ravens.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, you spoke about that map set, so I think it's probably time we actually bring that up for everybody at home, right? To show everybody exactly what is going on with the maps for this best of 5. Of course, we're going to kick things off with Hardpoint on Gavutu, followed up by a Search and Destroy on Desert Siege, Control on Gavutu for map #3, and then to close it out, if we need it, will Berlin, Hardpoint, and Bacage, Search and Destroy. A pretty interesting map set, of course. I think, you know, just to talk about the game modes very quickly here as well. You know, look, this is, I think, going to be a massive battle for the Hardpoint and Search and Destroy specifically, Andy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting to be able to see how Harry does fit into the mold for this London Royal Ravens roster. Again, you remember last time they were playing with a substitute, they had to end up picking up Paul X because Harry was still in Europe at the time. But now they have Harry here in North America to fill the shoes for London Royal Ravens. So it will be interesting to be able to see how they do fit into this very break-heavy team that we know London Royal Ravens are constantly bringing to the table for hardpoint. The #1 break team overall in CDL this year for breaking every single setup, no matter the team that they're going up against, versus a very tried and true Team War roster, especially on hardpoint, that have been finding themselves key amounts of success on getting themselves inside of the hardpoint early for their setups to barely get broken. So when you're thinking about those two, it's almost feeling like a battering ram going up against like a 4-foot concrete wall at certain moments of time. It will be interesting to see how the hardpoints do pan out between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting, of course, we do see Bacage straight away. Currently, I don't believe London Royal Ravens have been able to win a Bacage hardpoint this season thus far, so that's going to be interesting to see if they can get one away from Team War. For them, however, I mean, hardpoint has just been a massive boon of success for them this season. They're like 13-5 on it in Stage 2. Obviously, again, we don't have the stats from Minnesota for them, so we can't exactly say how well they played it there, but I think you and I, just from kind of the eye test, as it were, we were like, hey, these guys are playing pretty good hard points. So I definitely think this is going to be a very interesting match between the two teams. Look, I think the big thing is for London Royal Ravens and for Team War here, there are two teams that are in very unique positions. London Royal Ravens, of course, have just had that roster change that I don't know if they really wanted to do. Harry is now coming into the team. It does present an opportunity here for Team War to take advantage of that, to come out on top here in this best of 5. And, I think you and I said it as well, even coming into this entire event, I think this was the group where Team War, at least from my perspective, I think I did change my mind, I will admit, having seen Strike X play in the last few tournaments, the last few opportunities we've had seen them play. I thought that Team War might well have the best chance out of any of the Challengers teams to do some damage in their group. Yeah. This first match, I think, is going to be a real indicator of that.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you're thinking about this is Group C. Keep in mind, the Ravens and Team War are obviously in here, but they're in a group with LA Thieves and a newly formed New York Subliners. Again, New York Subliners no longer have Neptune. They are now playing with Papa Kiz on that roster. Yep. So very interesting to be able to see who ends up coming away. You would almost assume that maybe LA Thieves should be able to walk away with the #1 overall from this group. Potentially, I'm not too sure. A lot of question marks around that team after their woes back in Major #2. But even more so than that, I would probably sit there and say, in agreement with you, Brody, that Team War absolutely have a solid shot to be able to come through and not only be able to beat London Royal Ravens, but potentially even New York Subliners, and hell, even the LA Thieves, given just how well this team does gel together. You remember you and I were talking about this roster specifically when you and I were overlooking Season 2 of the Elite after casting over this roster back in qualifiers, that it just feels very strange. I mean, you're working with 4 different pieces that came away from very different puzzles throughout Season 1 going in towards Season 2, that it just gels so well together as a roster as a whole, that this roster, formerly known as Vengeance in Season 2, with how almost you would think the meticulous play of Maple and Wee Man would not necessarily fare to the very fast-paced game that is Vanguard, feel right at home along with 2 cracked out SMGs that are Denza and specifically Wardy, man. I mean, dude, when I'm thinking about Wardy on a game like Vanguard has completely showed up and has been playing lights out, is easily the top performer on this team walking away from Season 2 of the Elite, not to mention Minnesota Rocker Open.
It's just crazy, isn't it, to think about the fact that Wardy, I mean, obviously he was playing well in Season 1. I think it was the TMT roster that he found himself on during Season 1. But for Season 2 specifically, again, you tell me, or you tell anybody, right, that you've got a roster. You've got, you've got Denza, Maple, Wardy, and Wee Man, right? Especially after what we saw last season from Denza and Wee Man on Elevate. You're like, right, which of these players do you expect to perform out of their mind? You're like, all right, Wee Man, he's this insane AR player, right? You've got Denza, who is this great SMG, always willing to do the dirty work, but Wardy has come into his own this season. He has just been an incredible player for Team War. And again, I feel like we have these conversations, but like everybody on Team War could go off at any point. And I know we kind of always say this as Challengers casters, but the difference from the best Challengers teams to kind of the kind of mid-table ones, if you will, during Challengers Elite, is that anybody on those teams can go off at any time. It is the teams, the best of the best. Rocker Academy during Season 1, you're looking at Texas Nation during Season 1 and 2, and then, of course, Vengeance, now Team War for a Season 2. All of those teams share the same quality, which is every single player on the roster during those respective periods of times can and could go off at any given moment. So, you know, for Team War, they have that quality. They're going to need that going up against the London Royal Ravens roster, because I definitely think this roster still not to be underestimated despite the change. And I think that is something that we should talk about, right? We've already spoken about kind of the strengths that Harry is going to bring to the team, but the rest of the roster are still pretty damn good on their own. Everybody has performed lights out this season so far, and although there are definitely improvements to be made to this team, I think this is probably arguably like the strongest London roster we've had ever. And is that really a surprise? Because I think you and I, we said that coming into this season. Teams are starting to pick up challenges players, and that's ultimately what this event is about. But ultimately for London, I think they realized that was the right decision coming into this season, Andy.
Who would have thought that there's a lot of talent to still pick and choose between their down and challengers as far as the pit is concerned? And, you know, we talked about that, both you and I, specifically about this London Royal Ravens roster, even, you know, not having a terrible showing with their old roster coming away from Modern Warfare and Cold War as well. But, you know, building this roster around Afro, bringing Trey back into the mix, also getting Gizmo and Nasty. Good lord, that team looks absolutely nasty. Speaking of picking up challengers players, how about Boston Breach Paris Legion? This will be our second look as far as the matchup is concerned, while we do await Team War versus Ravens to go underway. A lot of former challengers team players going up against each other in this specific lobby. Paris Legion looking to prove themselves here.
Yeah, indeed. Paris Legion, I think, have not had the best of times recently, even bringing Gravity, that man, onto the roster. Gravity is still a very good player, by the way, and I think we could probably say the same thing about most of the players on this Paris Legion team. They didn't have such a good go at things in Season 2, but you know what? Doesn't matter. You know, these guys, they've had a bit of time away from the old competing. They're back at it now with the Pro-Am, and they're looking to have a refreshed go at things here on Tuscan Hardpoint, as straight away, start of this game, they are going to be seeing the better of hardpoint number 1. We move towards rotation for hardpoint number 2, though. Jimbo, can he make any of these kills? He's going to put some shots in there to a couple of players. None of them going to connect enough for a kill, though. And Boston Breach will be able to get some time away now from PT.
Yeah, must-needed hold there for Boston Breach when you're thinking about it. Again, you allowed 38 seconds to come through from P1. You held down P2 spawns. And the setup is great. Keep in mind, you know, you did lose 2 players in towards the back. John is here, but it doesn't mean that Methods won't hold the angle for further to be able to stop any flank antics to coming through. 30 seconds still left to play. You know Paris want to try to bang through this hardpoint one more time.
Methods now on a 5-killing spree. Still alive on that spree, by the way, as well. So if any Paris Legion players think they can get inside the hardpoint, maybe Methods will be ordered a couple of kills for free. Might well get one. There's the first against Jimbo. Can he get the second here against Gravity? Gravity going to back away, and actually it'll be fortunate enough there that, for Gravity's sake, at least Methods was not the one to win that engagement, because otherwise a glide bomb will have been earned here. So Boston Breach now looking to earn those streaks. Can Methods get it done? Oh no! Jimbo wins the fight, and unfortunately Methods will be denied. Big gunfight. I'm sure that Paris Legion will be aware of how important that gunfight was. Now, of course, in control of the Fountain Plaza as well. Caps has made his way down from fire, looking for that first blood against John. Will actually end up finding it. Another player over towards rooftops as well, and Boston Breach might well have influenced the spawns here. I don't quite think they've got a chokehold of the hardpoint just yet, though.
No, you can see the rooftop spawn still fully in effect there for Boston. They're going to be spawning closer towards this hardpoint. It's going to come down to attempt to try to go massive inside the hardpoint. They only find one. They will lose their life, and then they also cleaned up John coming out from the fire stairs. So now Paris Legion, they have to hit this hardpoint one more time. This is good scrap to be battling over, but it's one-dimensionally being hit through vines coming out from L. Gravity does do well to at least find 2, but now the gunfight's at least going through and at least favorable for Paris Legion from the trades. That's a well-oriented time to lose a gunfight if you are a Boston Breach. You just spawn all the way across the map in for 4.
And Paris break on in here. Jimbo from up top. I think TJ will probably be expecting this one, but it doesn't matter. Jimbo's going to win the fight anyway, and now that should open up a lane at least. A little bit of pressure alleviated on that side of the church for Paris to find their way down. Unfortunately, though, all of those players will fall from Paris, so now looking to find their way in one by one. Gravity was in for a moment, but is immediately removed from the hard point. Boston Breach looking to hold on down, but Temp in from behind. Jimbo able to get one kill over towards the grass side, and Temp, oh my goodness me, he's got some heavy fists on him. He's going to pick up a couple of kill there against Methods with a couple of slaps. So Paris Legion, now 30 seconds of time. This is actually quite a lot of time, I think, for Boston Breach to give away. That's why they're probably going to go at this one more time. Need to be careful, though, because now Temp is on a 5. Now they get a 6 killing spree. Paris Legion here might well be in for a good moment in this game. Temp gets this glide bomb. Could be huge, but again, another crucial shutdown here in this game.
Yeah, but it's still a lot of time that's still coming over towards Paris. Again, this was a massive and early break at that inside of P4. And now just the finesse for these last 4 seconds, TJ will be able to take down John. So now we got to shift our focus over towards the rotation here on 5. Nero's in a good position down here inside of the stairwell, has to deal with Temp inside of the window, has the read on it as well. And also has to snap towards Gravity up top, kept them weak. Methods will clean them up. It's Boss and Breach that initially win the rotation here on 5.
And Nero going to fall, though. Paris Legion, they are not giving this one up easily, of course. It is still Jimbo down there below maps to try and do some damage. He's actually going to get the second kill against Caps as well. So Methods will stand alone in the hardpoint for now. Just going to back away towards the other side. I don't think Paris Legion are quite expecting him to be on that side of the hardpoint. No, they most certainly weren't. Jimbo is going to fall. Now it is up to Gravity to try and find his way on through. But Gravity able to pick up that 1 kill versus Nero. Boston sending players individually in towards this hardpoint. Paris Legion want to get the remainder of this time. Unfortunately, Gravity cannot land some shots in with the rat there. So Paris gonna maybe have to give this one up. Just 15 seconds left, a few more kills on through. I think they actually will be able to grab this scrap time. So now moving our attention over towards Boston Breach there on the rotation. And actually, I've just noticed here on
I was
our
about to say, you're
screen,
going to talk about this?
Yeah, Temp using the M1928. I mean, look, this weapon, I've heard there's a kind of few classes being thrown around in rank play at the moment. I haven't seen it myself. That's probably because I'm too low of a rank. But nonetheless, I'll tell you what, if Temp's running it, I feel confident about it.
I mean, Temp went on like a massive 4 spree there during 5, so clearly something is in fuller effect here. There's at least some interesting water being drank, maybe, but it's still paying dividends for Paris to be able to keep this close in towards the second set, halfway through P1. Boston Breacher at least winning the trade game. Nero finds at least a big crucial 2. That'll keep the hardpoint alive for Boston for the time being, but they're not on the favorite side of the map, at least to be able to favor the rotation going over towards 2. They are finding the kills, but it's about finding the opportune time to be able to bounce off of these kills and then try to flood to be able to get the spawns for 2 in their favor. But this is a lot of time that they are gaining here on 1 for the second set.
Boston will be very happy with this time now. Methods looking for the last kill versus Gravity. Will end up finding it. Cannot get the second one against Jimbo, but that's not too big of a problem. We focus now on the rotation. Technically speaking, Boston don't actually have any presence over there, so they're going to have to fight for this one. Temp now switching back towards the Automaton for the kills outside radio. Just some warning shots being sent away for now, but he has actually allowed a couple of Boston players through. Doesn't really matter. I'll tell you why he's allowed those Boston players through. It's going to be the rest of the Paris Legion roster who are there to deal with them. Nicely done here. Good teamwork coming in from Paris, who now have to deal with the second wave of players coming through. Jimbo, though, almost lines up 3. Caps will stop them short of that 3-piece, fortunately for Boston Breach. And they've actually managed to find their way on through as well. TJ pushing Paris back far enough that now they're kind of been pushed all the way back into their spot.
They are all the way back here behind Church, and this is a very effective hold from the front that you could be looking at for Boston as Caps will lock down 3 in a row. Now you can start zoning away towards the back, clear away any sort of lurking players, but you push a little bit too far forward. That actually forced out a mid-map spawn, but, I mean, Methods is already over here watching any sort of exits to come all the way through, and that should be the immediate communication that the map has initially flipped. Methods has a lot of gunfights ahead of them. The lingering nade that Methods threw about 3 seconds ago will at least get his own trade, so that bought time for Boston Breach to be able to rotate all the way to the bottom side of rooftops, think that maybe they can get close spawns in their favor, but nobody read that Jimbo came back in and returned the gunfight back into the bottom side of rooftops. So close spawns here for 3, intact for Paris Legion. Boston Breach have to break this from the front.
I mean, look, Paris Legion here, this is quite a lot of time for them to grab. No one's actually grabbing it at the moment. I think they've been really cautious of the fact that Boston might well find their way in. And there you go, Temp with the Automaton, able to take down those players from Vines. Now just a couple more players to deal with. Now just Caps here left over towards Vines as the rest of the roster spawns up towards that ruined side. So Paris going to be happy enough to take this timer away. The kill feed is effectively theirs at this point in the game. John may be able to double back here to make sure that this hill is actually going to be Paris Legion's. You just see Temp there as well, by the way, on a 5 spree. Another shutdown from Boston Breach. That is what, the 3rd or 4th one we've had this game where these players are very close to streaks and they have actually been shut down. So a very close game between Paris Legion and Boston Breach now. Boston ever so slightly behind. I have a feeling that might change now as we move into the next rotation, Andy.
The close spawns at this moment in time. Boston, last time around, they broke in. Were able to walk away with at least 20 seconds of time, though. Paris Legion, this is where Temp started going on that little bit of a heater, and they're setting themselves up to maybe do it again, but this time around is Jimbo from the top ropes We'll end up at least seeing Jimbo in towards the back. Can't find the kill. This is all setting up maybe in a pinch play that has to come through effectively up towards top grass. Gravity has their work cut out for them. Does have some help now. Bought some time for the reinforcements to come around, but the gunfights need to come their way quickly enough, and they're just simply not clean to be able to break up the spawns initially. At least I thought so, but they blocked the spawns over by the God tank in towards the back, but nobody felt the ante for Paris to flood all the way through. They've elected to almost wait for the respawns to come back through before breaking back inside this hardpoint, and that might be their downfall, giving up so much time to Boston here on 4.
Yeah, Paris now going to kind of fight this through the scrap time, right? They want to grab that time themselves. At the same time, though, they do not have any control over that next hard point. To be fair, neither do Boston Breach, really. I'm sure Paris will be aware of the fact that Boston are trying to play around the hill rather than inside it for now. And here we go. Boston should now manage to get some time away from Paris Legion off the back of this map's hardpoint. Nero, he's ready for Jimbo to kind of slide on out through Radio Shack there. Anybody from Paris now find their way on through. Efforts. Keep an eye on the rooftop side. Should be able to take down these players from 5. No, Gravity actually going to take him down. Now Paris Legion really starting to collapse on towards this hill. Jimbo from 2 from Radio side. Paris Legion, they are in for 30 seconds of time. Boston will not want to give this away. How much time do they actually have here, or how much choice do they rather have here in the matter, though? Paris Legion, they have control of the right side. John trying to get the kills on towards a couple of players outside Radio there. He is going to get shut down inevitably, but still, every single second counts between these two teams now.
Yeah, it sure does, and this is a good time to still be battling over. If you are Boston, you could really go all in for this back 10 seconds because it's less time that Paris Legion can get closer towards that 250 score line. TJ starting to build up a little bit of a heater. Better late than never here for TJ. 29 and 28 on a forward spree, trying to work in towards the back. They're trying to set up a back end push coming all the way through, but Jimbo reads it, takes down both the SMGs coming through for Boston Breach, and being able to find those kills, they'll be in for the initial time, but you still have spawns closer towards B3 for Boston to try to resurface these gunfights.
Oh, Nero wins a massive 2-piece, though, so Boston Breach, they are now going to be in for the time. Can Jimbo do anything in the mid-map? No, he cannot. So Paris Legion now going to have to fight this from the grass side, and actually, they're going to be the ones sucking up time for now. In a minute, we're surely going to be out to see another hardpoint. Maybe not, actually. Jimbo and John combined for 3 here. Somehow, Boston Breach have not touched this hardpoint. John with yet another kill. Somebody from Boston, you have to touch this hill. You are in trouble at the moment. If you're Boston, you're not on the right side of the map. You need to make sure you force the next hardpoint at the very least. But everybody is going down. Paris in such a strong position. They have control of the next hardpoint. Andy, can anybody from Boston even cross the 50-yard line? I don't think they can. Somebody just looking for the last 4 seconds here. Maybe Nero can jump at the hill, but no. Get stopped short. Paris Legion. That's an indomitable setup there on P1.
And it was close of a hardpoint that you could possibly ask for through a multitude of different instances. I mean, a lot closer than maybe Paris had wanted to, electing to wait for so much time before resurfacing and re-breaking back in towards P4 there in the previous set of hardpoints. But Paris Legion on hardpoints, again, continuously keeping things close. This also goes up there to winning close hardpoints versus Toronto Ultra 2 times over during Major 2 qualifiers, and then also keeping things incredibly close versus the London Royal Ravens, where, of course, they ended up being knocked down in the lower bracket there on Major 2 as well. But ever since bringing both Gravity and Jimbo into the mix, it has certainly brought the power and the speed that Paris Legion, off the rip for the Vanguard season, have certainly been lacking. No shade to what that roster has certainly looked like, but to meet the tempo and the pace, what Temp has constantly been trying to set for this roster, it's nice to see it finally being met, specifically by Gravity, who is a very proactive AR player, keep in mind you, always making sure that they can try to make very influential plays to get those longer lines of sights to be able to enable SMGs of the caliber that we see from Jimbo, who is now looking a lot more comfortable with this roster to find those crucial 2 pieces to be able to keep hardpoints in their favor. Again, 250-221, that was not a massive win by any stretch of the imagination, but an upset nonetheless, because we know that Boston Breach are an incredible respawn team, and they always come out of the gates absolutely swinging. But you'll see here from the stats, Big Cap, not necessarily as indomitable as we normally do see from Capsule, specifically in a hardpoint. Only 17 and 30 was almost a non-benefactor to any amounts of success. If Caps can turn around that mid-game to maybe try to have a much more influential hardpoint, this probably would have been a much different of a look, but it had to call down to TJ Halley to get activated late, who did walk away with 24 non-traded kills, keep in mind you. But you can see it's on the opposite side of the scoreboard. Jimbo, 42 and 30, 25 non-traded kills. He almost got 5,000 damage, for crying out loud, Brody. He was just all over the map, continuously making sure that Boston did not have the numbers required to be able to break, if not hold, hardpoints.
Yeah, a lot has been said about Jimbo, right, as we go into London Royal Ravens versus Team War now. We were waiting for it to get underway, guys. It finally has got underway, by the way. But yeah, a lot has been said about Jimbo. I think that was the performance he needed here in map number 1 to shut a lot of people up. But in towards London versus War we go. It's P1 here on Gabutu hardpoint. It's Nasty in control of the anti-air gun for now. Has the support of Zero close by. They want to get things rolling pretty quickly, London Royal Ravens, because you do not want to let Team War get going.
No, yeah, you really don't. I mean, teamwork can start a snowball by any inch that could be turned into a mile, but contesting P1 is not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Afro playing Ring Around the Rosie with Denza. Also had one player in there as well, was Maple, but unfortunate to say, we seem to be missing one player from Team War, so I can only imagine that we'll probably end up getting a reset here momentarily as Wardy is no longer on the map, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's gone. He's gone.
I was gonna say, like, guys, come on. We're not playing that. This is like the first. Come on, we're not doing it. Alrighty, we'll get that game
third time's the charm, right?
underway. I think this is the 4th time now, right? So I think that phrase is now out the window. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this would now be the 4th time that match is getting away. But don't worry about it, guys. It's okay. It happens sometimes. You know, sometimes things just don't go the way that you want. For me, often that is the case. But you know what? It's okay. It is what it is. Regardless, yeah, we'll be getting into that one as soon as possible there. I presume it's going to be a straight restart between London and Team War. But I guess while we've got the opportunity, I guess we can go back to kind of the conversation here versus Paris and Boston, because again, we did just see that map. Incredible map number 1. A very important map, a very important match, I would say, in their group overall, because they've got LAG and Toronto Ultra Academy North America in that group. That is actually, I think, a really close group, depending on kind of whether or not Paris turn up overall, which we've just seen they just did in that number 1.
Yeah, also to be able to say, is LA Gorillas going to continue on with the warpath that we did end up seeing from them from that lower bracket stint to be able to be Major 2 champions. The same thing could be said about Boston Breach, who has always kind of been floating around being a top 4, top 5 team as far as CDL is concerned, was significantly slept on away from the Kickoff Classic, showed out during Major 1, had themselves quite the finish there as well, and beating a lot of teams along the way, even in the qualifiers as well. No team can really be slept on, I would say, in this Group D. Even though you do like have Paris in here again, a lot of their stats, a lot of their map stats are certainly inflated from a very unfortunate turnaround from Major 1 qualifiers. But you know, beating Surge there on Major 1, I'm sure opened a lot of eyes to what this Boston team can certainly bring to the table, not to mention how they did end up beating Toronto Ultra, a Major 2 qualifiers online. They just came up short versus Ravens and losing to them in 4 during Major 2. But going over towards the Bocot Search and Destroy, it's going to be really tough, I would say, for this Perilous Legion team. Again, all stats on paper are definitely suggesting that this should be Boston's favorite of a pick going forward. For Paris Legion, they are only 1-3 on this map mode combination, but every single time that we have seen them, a lot of disjointment has been coming through. That seems to be at least momentarily rectified walking away from that Tuscan hardpoint, specifically with Jimbo as far as an SMG can bring to this table. It's no longer Temp that is constantly trying to enforce these very aggressive plays. Now Jimbo is starting to look comfortable with this roster to come back in towards a full effect. 2-3 are Boston Breach on this map mode combinations, with a round 11 win versus Minnesota Rocker and a round 11 win versus the Florida Mutineers.
Alrighty, well, back into the water Search and Destroy we go. While we wait for map number 1 to get underway between London and War. I promise, guys, it'll be soon. We're going to get there eventually. Don't worry about it. But regardless, Bocage, Search and Destroy, 4v4 currently. And we're kind of in this Mexican standoff situation between these two teams. Nobody wants to make the first move. You can blame them, really. Got to imagine the claps will be following pretty shortly after. Temp going to draw that first blood versus Methods now, and for Boston, can they draw things out to a 3v3? John is actually going to get taken down there, tries to make the best of the situation for Paris Legion, does get caught with his pants down. Now Jimbo in from behind, perhaps the key to Paris for this round. Temp or so, he's unfortunately going to get taken down, and unfortunately there for Paris Legion, lose round number 1.
You didn't really have any options when you were looking at from Paris Legion. Again, the play was immediately, as many Search and Destroy teams would probably attest to, that you play from the nades, the stuns, and 4v4. You try to get the information, some early damage. Maybe someone takes a peek out from top grandmas or over by that A lane. And Paris Legion couldn't walk away with anything besides some damage. And although they did find that first blood on the backside of the tower, just outside of the hedge spawns, I mean, Paris Legion, they just had numbers just to enforce that rotation coming back all the way through. It was really the only play that Paris Legion had, besides maybe just a full sending their way through a brick wall over by that A defense. Now over towards an offense for Boston Breach. They are looking to set themselves up for essentially the same thing. Methods will take a look at the riverbed, will meet Gravity's AR. Does eat some damage, but does not go down.
Nicely done from Nero to take down Jimbo. So 4v3 we go. Paris now with the disadvantage and been a little bit shaky on the fact that they have to defend this side, but Temp has actually just spotted out Caps. Can he get anything off the back of that? Unfortunately, has been stun checked, so the element of surprise is out the window, or maybe not. Temp actually able to get that first blood versus TJ and gets away with his life. Unfortunately, Nero has taken out John, so this bomb plant might well go down. Oh, Cap's going to take him down, or Cap's actually going to force Nero, who's able to get that kill. And now Gravity 1v2. They didn't know where he was. Method's now going to spot him out from the barn. Boston, second round on the board.
Being able to find that first blood, specifically through the middle of the map, it was almost everything for Paris Legion as a defense. You find that first kill on a Nero just inside of the stables, then you more or less just continuously keep the rest of Boston just trapped over by that A lane, over by the tank formation, if you will. You already knew that Methods was all the way back there. They were weak from an earlier gunfight versus Gravity. You were just going to start locking down just key power positions going forward, but Boston are just so adapted, making sure that they can enforce their hand in any sort of situation. Nero now on 3 from that round specifically. We'll have to see what they can end up doing here, maybe building themselves closer towards streets. Jimbo will get stunned here inside a barn that you would assume that had to have been thrown from Nero, who's taken a very forward position inside of this shack.
And the bomb for Paris Legion seems to be gravitating towards A, but look at Caps. Sneaky as you like. Somebody cue the pink pack music. Oh, it gets caught out by Jimbo there. There is an immediate trade coming through for Boston Breach, though. For Nero now, 1v3. Can you catch any of these players off guard? The problem is, of course, you have to kind of break down those walls. It makes quite a bit of noise. Maybe a free kill towards Temp. That's tough. Temp going to walk away scot-free. And now for Nero, just try and be as disruptive as possible. I don't know how he gets that kill. He just comes in, wades in, gets that kill versus Temp. Now 1v2 on the cards.
But he only has somewhat of an information on where one player is located at, so Nero has to fly and allocate 7.5 seconds for the defuse.
He spotted out John. John spotted him out, though. This is going to be a problem. Has to cook this nade perfectly on towards John and then followed up with the kill. I can't get it. You need to win that 1v1 there. That is just so tough for Nero. He knows this round is done.
Yeah, I mean, you just sit here, you just hold the 5-3. Maybe you can take down Jimbo. Good lord, dude. I mean, there's something to be said about the many times that Nero has soaked up damage and has just walked away with his life. Damage through the walls. Gravity's climbing up. Gravity walks into the spray. Oh, the round ends. Oh, both of these players just get by. The hair on their chinny chin. That was close. But Nero preserving their life, that was everything. Look, you had a round to play with, given the fact that you won the opening 2. If you are Boston, to preserve these streaks going forward for Nero, who, by the way, if you're still unfamiliar with Nero, has been playing a lot of Search and Destroy ever since World War II before they ended up turning 18 and then competed at the very end of the Modern Warfare year and then played with Los Angeles Guerrillas Academy just last year through Cold War to get picked up here. So nice to be able to see. Nero with the bomb, though, looking in the middle of the map, maybe to try to fish out the 6th kill. Will eat a nade, but gets away with their life as Methods will pick up first blood on John.
Now for Paris Legion. One man down here in this round. John is already out. Boston Breach still don't feel like they have full control, though. The trade's going down once again. The bomb now going to sit at the top of barn. Paris Legion do actually have quite a bit of control over this round, especially if Gravity picks up this 1 kill. He does actually, and gets away. Caps and Methods now going to have to play this one together. I think Tep has actually maybe spotted out Caps. I don't think he has a clue.
No.
He has no idea that Caps is it.
That reposition, Methods is going to take down Gravity. Did not end up seeing Temp, but now Caps gets activated over by the hedges. Will catch Temp in towards the back, and you're going to be scratching your head if you are Paris Legion on that defensive attempt, given the fact that at least you were able to nullify any aggressive antics. At least you were able to take down Nero before they were able to build closer towards some streaks, but rather than trying to hold the line, they end up trying to take forward positionings and again, cue the Pink Panther music as you're constantly just having Capsidol try to sneak their way in towards these very meticulous situations where they can walk away with very key gunfights to be able to keep numbers in the favor for Boston. 2-round lead, go Boston. Another offensive attempt here for Paris, trying to take barn control and maybe try to find some early information and try to convert it towards an A plant.
John now running the M1928 once again. This weapon must be pretty good for John to use it here, but unfortunately does get taken down off the back of the trade, even with that kill versus Nero. Numbers now in favor of Paris Legion. Bomb being picked up as well for Gravity. So they have quite a few options here. They got to be careful, though. Method's really starting to push up that kill through the wall versus Jimbo. Hello. And now Caps and Methods have made this situation manageable, but Caps will end up falling. So Method's now 1v2, and they know where he is too.
But they're going to be aware that Method's going to fully wrap this position. But you can see that Paris Legion trying to push across over by A. They're going to try to clear out all the way in the backside over by Hedges because they would assume that's where Methods would end up fully wrapping. But clearing this out would mean the immediate call that you have Methods fully flipping the map. Can't see Gravity outside of the seawall. The bomb will go down. Does he find the exit? Oh. Gravity barely gets out with his life.
Oh, that's an inch there. An inch more. Methods is going to take him down, but it's not going to be. Now 1v2. Methods has to get up close and personal. Temp and Gravity. Can he find these players? He's probably been spotted out. Tries to make the kill versus Gravity happen. Just cannot do it there. Paris Legion getting the better of Boston Breach here in round number 5. Once again, these situations, they're getting very close.
It was a good isolation through the middle of the map that started all that entirety of the round when you're thinking about from Paris. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go back, because the way that they were set up, you had one player top barn, you had a player inside of the shack, and one player watching the entire riverbed, just in case anybody from Boston was getting aggressive through that P5 area. It just does not pan out. As soon as Boston tries to rotate through the middle of the map, that crossfire was just too good for Paris to be able to get numbers advantage. Then isolating Capsidol, who was top grandmas at the moment of time, just was the ace up the sleeve for Boston to maybe get numbers back in their favor. Nice gunfight from Methods to start off this offensive round on the Temp. That'll immediately focus for Paris to try to rotate and reinforce his B site, but Boston want nothing with it. They're just holding the line.
One man down, Paris Legion. Find themselves under barrage of gunfire and nades as Nero going to land one feet of Jimbo to take him down. For Gravity and John, this is going to be a tough one to pull off. Gravity? Oh, he's going to go. He was pre-aiming Caps there. Caps just annihilates him. Last player goes down as well. Boston going to get annihilated in that round. Boston. Ooh, that was fast.
Yeah, it surely was. I mean, you would almost assume that, especially for Boston Breach, historically throughout the entirety of Vanguard, through Search and Destroy, 14 and 11 as it may be, they have been doing a bang-up job at just reading tendencies, adapting, and quite frankly, overcoming on a lot of different adversities that no matter the team that they're playing up against, and they are dealing with it in kind. Just, again, the snap comes through from Methods, that first blood. They hold the middle of the map. They play off the information. A nice nade comes through from Nero, and they just play the numbers game from there on out, just overwhelming any Paris Legion defensive numbers. So that's going to buy the respect again for Paris Legion. Almost caught rinse repeat of what we saw from the previous offense that garnered them at least an offensive round win. But this time, Boston Breach are playing a lot more respectable, like they're playing all the way in the backside of A, just waiting for the push to come to them.
Yep, slow as you like. Boston Breach, do not give Paris Legion an inch yet. John going to kind of solo push here towards Wheel area. Probably going to be aware of the fact that Boston will have some presence over here. TJ Halley pushes out. Temp is there, ready and waiting for strike. Now he's just going to remove him from that power position for now. Paris Legion still looking for something in this round to get the bomb down. Haven't been gifted anything just yet. 35 seconds left on the clock here, Andy. Something has to give. These players have to start moving right about now. Here we go. John looking to get this bomb down. Players from Boston Breach starting to push. I think John realizes he needs a more active role in this play. There it is. He's got the first kill. Can he trade out for the second? Yes, he can. 20 seconds left here still, though. That bomb hasn't gone down.
Jimbo's trying to clear all of Grandma's as well, but Capsidol's still on top. He's going to hear all of the shuffling down low. Methods tries to get activated over by the God Tank. That gets scouted out by Jimbo. Caps, stun, it connects. He knows exactly where John's located at, but doesn't snap. He thought he was still up top on the bomb site. John repositions down by the water wheel, and that's going to catch the better of Caps, who thought he had the ante to make the aggressive push. Probably would have assumed that John off of that plant was going to go back inside of Grandma's, but John, just too wise, was able to walk away with 3 in that round. Again, as you said, they needed to get activated. They had to get aggressive. 23 seconds remaining. You had no information from stuns and nades where these Boston players were located at because they were playing essentially in their spawn. And admittedly, Paris Legion, they had to go for broke, just had to win the gunfights all off of the bullet tracers that were coming through in their face. And they walk away with it scot-free, making this a 1-round deficit.
Well, look at this setup from Boston on the offense. They've sent TJ all on his Larry over towards B. The rest of the players over towards A as well. They're getting a feel for everything. They want to kind of make Paris stack on towards A, maybe. I think that bomb now starting to go towards A as well. That might not have worked out as Boston exactly wanted. The trade starting to go down, though. Will be in favor of Boston for now. Nero picks up both Temp and John. And now look at the route from Caps. Might find a way in from behind. Got to be careful, though, because Jimbo is sitting in a very sneaky position. I don't think they're going to quite expect this. Now with the amount of noise Jimbo's made, though, I think Caps has probably heard that.
And no dead silence. These doors are cracking wide open. Yeah, Caps gets activated, finds the first. Gravity will chase for at least the trade. Bomb planted at B. Tom, you've done some amazing things in your career, man, but I don't know if this is going to be it. TJ will eat some bullets, gets away with their life. They know where Gravity's coming from.
Yeah, TJ went across there for a second. Gravity might be able to get this. Does spot out Nero from afar, but Nero wins the 1v1. Boston hit with another round win. They are getting ever so close hit. Tying up the series at 1-1. So that one, 5-3 up now to Boston Breach. We're going to turn our attention over towards London Royal Ravens and Team War. We were kind of waiting for this one to get underway. We wanted to make sure we were actually into it before we jumped ourselves over towards the match. But what is it, 4/5 times the charm now? Nth times the charm for these guys. We're finally in the map anyway.
Yeah, we made it to P2, Brody. We're here. Ravens, at least with a 20-point lead. Wardy getting activated, top LST. Long range, egregious shots, maybe. Damage still to speak of. Over towards Nasty will be cleaned up by Maple over by top ring. And this is a great hold when you're thinking about it from Team War. Yeah, they're down by 10 points. But when you're thinking about the rotation over towards 3, look where London are spawning in at. They are essentially spawning in for 4. And they have to get through so many players of Team War before they can even think about getting in towards P3.
That's such an aggressive push from Team War as well. I mean, it's fallen apart now. London Royal Ravens now going to be in the anti-air gun, so War going to kind of have to regain control of that. They're not going to get to do it, but that was so far pushed up for Team War. Now they're going to have to take these fights from the front. London Royal Ravens starting to push through the anti-air gun. The kill's starting to come on through. Can they get control of the hill, though? Denzer able to slide across. He will survive the oncoming gunfire from Harry from the anti-air gun. 20 seconds left or so here. I think Team War, they're not in the best position for the rotation. And actually, London are kind of reaching inside the hard point as well. They're taking a significant amount of time away from War here.
Yeah, they are. They're denying time. Most importantly, they're denying time while they're also holding the rotation. Harry will be completely blown out from that area up top ring. So that at least will be mid-map coverage for Team War, at least for the time being. But again, the rotation from 3 to 4 is not exactly just a skip across the pond. It is, quite frankly, across the entirety of the map. And Denza's trying to at least influence this rotation early, but they're meeting gunfire over by the cliff path, but bought time for reinforcements to come through. Now, this won't break the spawns, Brody, but Team War have numbers to enforce this from the front.
This is a really good position for Team War. They need to make sure they keep London in this position. Of course, it bodes well, not just for this hard point, but the next one as well. Now, though, let's focus in on the Radio Shack. What can Wee Man do towards the back line? Unfortunately, will get shut down. Zero and Harry combined for 3. London Royal Ravens, they find their way on through. An important moment in this game. They didn't want to give up this time towards Team War. Now, they're looking to get it themselves. Zero, what can he do as he looks towards these kills for the front of the rock face? And only going to be able to get the assists here as his teammate Nasty is going to be the one to actually pick up those kills himself. But Team War, they're happy with this at the moment. They're making sure London stay inside that hard point. They have the spawns for the new. They do need to be careful, though, because ever is the problem. London have sent one sneaky player all the way round through the beach. Wee Man's just spotted him out. Harry, bye-bye.
That's a big kill to be able to be found for yourself, though. You're still losing gunfights again. Wardy was pushed up over by the cliff path. So that means that there's going to be presence here for London Royal Ravens. Top LST ship. Big gunfight in towards the back. Wardy, pistol fight versus Trey. That is not an easy one. We'll get the better of Zero and that moment of time. 20 seconds initially will be soaked up here for Team War on P5, but they are being surrounded by Ravens players.
And look at Nasty as well. 1 kill away from a glide bomb. This is going to be a big spree for him to pull off if he can get it done. Team War are going to continue to spawn out towards the jungle. London, with their ever so expert knowledge, will be aware of that fact, but Denzer comes through. Bunny hops his way through cages and takes Nasty down before that glide bomb can be earned. So, big kill there for Denzer to make. Now, Team War want to make sure they get in this time away from London Royal Ravens. They continue to spawn out towards the jungle side, and the trade will go in their favor. So, last 15 seconds. Will goes War's way. They'll be happy about this scrap time, but now we turn our attention towards the next rotation. London, they are the first ones here. Harry, the new addition to the London Royal Ravens roster, going to be chilling inside the tank at the moment. He has quite a lot of cover afforded to him, not just from this tank, but from his teammates as well, giving the expressing cover fire from the anti-air gun. Finally, taken down. London, though, they are the ones to touch first, and Team War going to have to take them out from the tank side.
And this historically as well has been such a big hard point for London Royal Ravens. No matter the team that they're going up against, they have been able to convert on a second set of rotation for P1 or a handful of times, probably around like the 35-40 second margin. And you're seeing exactly why the setup inside of the anti-air gun is big. They also have players trying to zone away the top side of the beach, and they have players cutting down reinforcements. Team War coming in through the concrete stairs. 40 seconds walking away from P1 already. Finally, numbers favoring Team War to at least contest the time, but you still have to deal with the player inside of the ring itself. That's Harry, will finally go down, but you're quite content with that if you are the Ravens, given that you just walked away with 40 points off of P1, while also sending players on the rotation towards next.
Oh, Afro now starting to get snazzy with the kills here as he looks to push through green for these kills. Those wars going to be spawning over towards that jungle side. Of course, London, they did win the rotational battles here. Now it's about holding on towards this time to really put some distance between themselves and Team War. The kill feed is going to be theirs. London going to be getting all of these gunfights in their favor. Can Wardy do anything about this, though? The MVP for Elite Season 2 will be shut down. Now Weeman next up to bat, he will be shut down. War sending these players in one by one at the moment, and it's just not going to work. London, they are ready for it. They're not going to allow any heroics to come through. Wardy almost gets the two-piece there, to be fair, but Nasty able to shut him down. And yeah, I think what I said kind of stands at the moment. Team War, they seem to be sending players one by one to take down London from this hardpoint. That's just not going to work.
They're all fishing for openings, and that individualistic playstyle, fishing for openings on a map like Gavutu, means that you're not looking at much more key positions for London Royal Ravens that they were already taking in their favor, setting up crossfires to maybe try to threaten the rotation over towards next. But at least off the respawn, Team War have at least mitigated the pressure. Wardy trying to find some exits inside of LSC, at least try to finesse from scrap time. Will feed Nasty, kill number 5 in a row. Again, getting closer and closer to be able to get that glide bump, but Harry's already in towards the back. Nobody read that this slippery fish has already gotten their way back here. The moment that they try to contest for some hardpoint time, Weeman, who is playing as far northeast as you could possibly go, but rather than getting your boots soaked here on the Solomon Isles, we'll at least read them, but the spawns have flipped. Well, on Royal Ravens are going to be able to get reinforcements here soon.
Yeah, Wood is very far pushed out, by the way. I think that will be a long play to try and get the spawns for the next hardpoint ahead of time, but Weeman's going to be facing down a fury of fire coming through from that back jungle side. Now Maple looking for the kills against all of these players, looking for the third one against Zero. It will be Denza who's able to finish that one off. And actually, Team War with the big brain play now, making sure that London do spawn all the way out for that next rotation, and they're looking for the scrap time as well. This is going supremely well here for Team War on this hard point. The kills are completely theirs. The kill feed is completely theirs. Look at Wardy now starting to get this advanced positioning towards the LST ship. There is number 1. You're going to face down a couple of London Royal Ravens players now spawning out over towards the green side. Wardy in a great position there. Let's get shut down though. Team War, they are in such a good position for this game.
Oh, and they spawn right in front of Denza as well, down by the cliff path, who finds Sue, slides towards mid-map, finds kill number 3. That's going to force a lot of Royal Ravens to spawn on the east side of the anti-air gun. This is 20 unanswered seconds here on P4 that London Royal Ravens thought that they were blessed with those cliff path spawns. They maybe tried to break on in early. It just was not there. Before they can even get close to P4, Brody, 30 seconds have already gone over towards Seymour, already over 200 points.
Yeah, I think this is going to be something we're looking back for at the end of the game. Team War have done such a good job here of putting back-to-back hard points together, and now even better, look at these spawns, Andy, for the next rotation. London spawning deep into the Radio Shack hard point. Team War very happy with this positioning. They do need to be careful though, because Zero is now the player that's got in behind. We'll keep an eye on him moving forward as the last few seconds will go London Royal Ravens' way as we go in towards the docked hard points. They are just 6 seconds behind, and Zero with a major 1v1. I think he's just scared Denza there. Can he get any more kills? Zero comes through. He's only able to get 1, but he does enough there. He's influenced the spawns.
Yeah, he's already influenced the spawns, taking down at least 1 player in towards the back. The rest of the players for Team War were still holding through the middle of the map, so that means that the spawns of the back green, the spawns for P5 will be there. Afro exists inside a cage. Maple will end up taking them down. This is a very scrappy pinstripe kill feed that's coming all the way through. The team that finds the more significant 3-piece will end up walking away with the hardpoint time, but they can't not find the gunfights. London are absolutely reigning supreme, all off of Zero's heroics to be able to get these spawns in towards the back.
I'm surprised War didn't check for it, right? It was just too little too late. Zero comes through, does some serious damage there to Team War, who absolutely could have finished it off the back of this hardpoint had they not allowed Zero through towards that jungle side. Now, next rotation coming through. It is going to be Team War swarming around it. A couple of London players to deal with. It's going to be Zero and Harry. The AR for Harry. Can Zero get these kills? He gets shut down. No. Team War, they're the first ones to touch here, Andy.
They're the first ones in, and you know London Royal Ravens, they have the #1 break potential out of every single team of the CDL, but Nasty lose the initial gunfight. 18 seconds are all Team War need, and they'll take map #1, but London Royal Ravens just require 1 break.
And it's going to be from the one lane here. London Royal Ravens going to fight this from the front. Zero does actually go for the beach, but he will be shut down. Can they find their way in? They do. Now Wee Man and Maple on towards the hard point. Both of those players shut down. London Royal Ravens just a few seconds away from victory. We need to see some heroics from Denza. He's actually managed to find his way on through. He is shut down. Can anybody from Team War touch? No, they cannot. London Royal Ravens will walk away with a tense map number 1 victory.
And you're going to be really frustrated if you are Team War, if not from the camp itself. What ended up happening, again, pushing a little bit too far forward, opening up the spawns there on the backside of 4, at least for those 10 seconds, that's fine. But what ended up happening going over towards P3 within that second set, Brody, that's where you're going to get frustrated because the spawns flipped egregiously coming through from Team War. They thought that they were going to be zoning away players towards the middle of the map, but you have to, and you have to have a player on the backside of that jungle. If you do not, it does not matter if you're in possession of P3. Those back green spawns will be contested. In London, if they have one player back there, they lose the gunfights in the middle of the map, they're going to spawn back green, and the same thing happened going in towards P5, as you thought London had every stretch of the imagination that they had to rotate from P4 all the way towards P5, made it easier. They were finding gunfights in the middle of the map, which they were losing, keep in mind you, but Zero staying alive, being able to at least find 1 kill bought time for a player holding their kill cam to spawn on the backside of green, and then all of the purple arrows back there for London Royal Ravens, they all spawned in, man, and then they just started flooding in towards P5. A hard point to where you thought, again, as you called during the heat of the moment, that War could have very much so closed it out on P5, then they had to go for broke, try to win the rotation over towards P and which historically, again, for London, is their best hard point on the entirety map of Gavutu. Walk away with 1 more break in the last 10 seconds required to win map 1.
I really don't think you can stress it enough, right? That was a dream situation for Team War. They played it so perfectly. At first, I was kind of questioning the play that Wardy made by going so deep towards the Radio Shack side when there was still like 35 seconds left of the beach hardpoint. But it was perfect, right? War, they managed to spawn London deep into jungle. They kept them there, not just for that time, but then manipulated the spawns perfectly so that when it came to the Radio Shack hardpoint, for a hardpoint that they got the majority of time of what, like 45 seconds away from London, they gave away only scrap time towards the London Royal Ravens side. They spawned London in for his Radio Shack with 15 seconds left, but Zero made the big brain play, man. At Team War, they could have made the play to string together 3, 4, and 5 perfectly. They just weren't able to do it, and Zero's heroics were not maybe solely the reason why they're able to get it done. Of course, you can definitely credit the rest of the roster for applying the right amount of pressure around the LST ship, but Zero certainly had a massive hand in influencing those spawns. And Team War gonna let that one slip through their fingers. You definitely have to think. And we take a look at final stat lines at the end of that game. Wardy had a huge game, 31 and 27. We kind of expected out of him at this point. But on the other side, I think everybody kind of firing on all cylinders for London Royal Ravens.
Nasty only had 4 traded kills with 2 minutes and 40 seconds of hardpoint time with 26 and 24. Bro, that's a massive stat line. And they got 14 kills within the hardpoints themselves. That's what you look forward to when it comes down to Nasty. You and I were singing their praise walking away from the Cold War season just last year during Challengers, and that's exactly what London Royal Ravens were looking at, picking up this player of Nasty. It is just a phenom inside of these hardpoints. A phenom when it comes down to objective play itself, able to finesse their life for such a long time, but you're right to end up calling out that every single player absolutely popped off when it really felt like it. Harry was also trying to influence rotations. Zero was playing with the lack of reading that was coming through from Team War, trying to find players in nameplates while they were finding kills across the entirety of the map, influencing that very key rotation towards 5 and then also in towards 1 for the break as well. But I mean, this London Royal Ravens squad, you know, you take out Gizmo, you put in Harry. Even when you took out Gizmo during Major 2 qualifiers, you brought in Paul X. It just really doesn't matter. This team, they just gel so well together.
Indeed, London having a great map number 1. Let's see how that kind of reflects over in our best of 5 map set moving forward. A massive map number 1 victory for the London Royal Ravens. Next, though, it's Desert Siege on Search and Destroy. You know, coming into this series, we said that the hard points on the Search and Destroys, they really are going to be where the battles are fought in this best of 5. I guess we'll discuss why that is when it comes to the control on Gavutu. But for Desert Siege, Search and Destroy, this is a very strong map mode combination for London Royal Ravens.
Oh, it absolutely is, man. Look, they are 4-0 on Desert Sea Search and Destroy. That includes wins versus Subliners, a round 11 win versus FaZe. They also have a beating Gorillas. That was old Gorillas, not with Spartan in the mix, but they ended up beating Gorillas nonetheless. And then in week number 1, they were also able to beat Florida Mutineers on this map mode combination. This is a map mode combination of Desert Sea Search and Destroy that absolutely plays to every single strength that London Royal Ravens continually offer for itself. You want to get aggressive through the mid-map university, they can also do that. You just want to play very slow rolling, just wait for zero to get a pick with the Kar 98K. You can absolutely do that on 2 different fronts, whether that's over by the train tracks on that A lane or down by the B dunes. Again, this map just plays in a test to every single strength that London Royal Ravens have to offer. However, it's the same thing could be said about this Team War roster. Going back to Season 2 of the Elite, playing underneath the Vengeance banner, even what we ended up seeing from what little we got to see from Periscopes and as well from the broadcast that we have from Minnesota Open, this is also a very good map that also plays to the strengths of this Team War roster, because you have to deal with Maple, who we know, you and I both know, is going to be bringing out that Kar 98K. We know Maple loves himself a good sniper play versus Zero, but also in the same factor is that Weeman, he knows his timings on this map to be able to walk away with 1v2s, 1v3s a multitude of times with the Automaton. You can also really bring up the call that Wardy knows how to get aggressive through the middle of the map just as much as Nasty does as well. Dude, I'm licking my lips, man. This is going to be a great search and destroy.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Again, there's just so much on the line here. You know, looking at London Royal Ravens, again, they are so strong in this map move combination. But again, you know, you and I, we've got to cast over this Team War roster so many times, and they are just so good here at Search and Destroy. And they've improved on it as well. I think their Search and Destroy at Minnesota looks really, really good, arguably better than what we saw, I think, from Season 2. So how much better does it look now? I mean, obviously, you know, it has been a long time since we've got to see Team War play. Obviously, they didn't have to play in the Stage 3 qualifiers that we saw the other day for Elite. So they've probably put a lot more effort to make sure that their Search and Destroy is even tighter coming into today. That has to translate against the London Royal Ravens here, because again, this best of 5, you have to feel the hard points in the Search and Destroys, they matter the most, because that control for Team War, they have to win it. They have to win it. I mean, they are control gods from Season 2. They were so good at control that you have to imagine they take advantage of that map mode combination there. So big map here between these two teams. Really excited to see how this one does get underway. And it's kind of, I guess, this series so far has been everything we've kind of asked for between these two teams. We've wanted to see these kind of players battle it out. We've got an incredibly close hard point to kick the series off. Now we're just looking for just as close Search and Destroy. And again, overall, I think we should probably stress to everybody at home that kind of the point of this Pro-Am Classic, if you will, is to kind of give us a taste of what things, I guess, used to be like when the CDL was around, when you used to see kind of play at these open bracket teams, as it were, go head-to-head with the pool play teams. I can't remember what we called them at the time. The pool play teams, the championship teams, as it were. And so far, I think we've been really impressed with what we've seen, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, the entire setup is cool, right? I mean, like, we've seen some photos floating around on Twitter. I've seen some videos just flying around for some players that are there right now, man. It just... Damn, I just wish I was there, because it just looks so cool to be able to see just how close they are against each other. Same thing for the Minnesota Open, just in an arm's length of each other, away from some trash talk. I can only imagine the vibes there. We'll get into map number 2 there between War versus Ravens momentarily. We'll hop into map number 3. As you can see at the top part of the UI, Boston Breach were able to win that Bocage Search and Destroy 6-3, looking to continue on the success going into the Gavutu control. But good luck when you got Jimbo that's piecing together a couple kills like that.
Yeah, this looks like a new look Jimbo. It's like they've made a fresh one out of the packet or something. This guy is just incredible at the moment, the way that he's playing the map. Hopefully he continues that form. If you're a Paris Legion fan, the way that he played map number 1, if he plays the same way here, Boston might find themselves in a world of trouble. And that might well be the case, actually, here on the defense, or on the offense, apologies, for round number 1. The kills, for the most part, are going Paris Legion's way. They have kind of been pushed back in towards their spawn, but maybe they have an opportunity to escape here. They've got both Methods and Capsule starting to make their way across to the anti-Jaeger.
This is a go for broke attempt. You're down to 30 seconds that you really feel like these 3 players for Boston need to find everything working their way over towards speed. They already lose 1. TJ will get traded over by Cliff Path, and this offense is just completely fallen by the wayside. You got 18 seconds left to try to maybe touch one of these zones and convert any sort of tick progression. You haven't even found one.
Yeah, it's just so tough, isn't it, for Boston? Maybe they actually managed to sneak Methods past here. He could at least put a stop on towards a timer. No, Jimbo's like, absolutely not, my friend. I recognize that maybe someone's got past me. Maybe TJ can do something. Key is shut down as well. Nero, mate, yeah, not got long enough legs for that. You're not getting to the point before that timer ticks over. So Paris Legion going to end up winning round number 1.
15 V8 difference as far as the kills as well, that Boston really could not find anything off the early stages of that round. Again, going for A off the rip, Jimbo was that player that was able to sniff out the lane, the rotation, if you will, to be able to push all the way through the ring and then able to get in towards the back, find those 2 kills required, as Boston were almost fishing with some numbers advantage, but completely upsets the setup. Jimbo going into this round on a 4 spree, immediate resilience being pushed back from top green to be able to dissuade any Paris Legion players from getting over towards A, but it's a split attempt. Jimbo will find kill number 6 in a row. 1 more kill away, they'll get themselves the glide bomb. TJ right in front of them. Actually gets caught with a nade, but does not get the gunning up in time, so no streaks allotted for Paris Legion here on their offense.
Maybe Paris Legion have a shot at both of these points here if Temp can win this 1v1 versus Caps, but nice one from Caps there to regain control of that side of the map. That'll be huge, I think, for Boston Breach to at the very least stop a potential swing from A towards B from Paris, but Jimbo wants to still have that option open. He is continuing. 10-3, by the way. Where has this new confidence Jimbo come from? He has dug deep in the break. Speaking of digging deep, it's Caps still inside the base, deep inside the base, as it were, for Boston Breach. Able to get a huge couple of kills there, stopping Paris from capturing A, and now 55 seconds left. Paris, well, they might not be able to capture A at all.
Yeah, probably will not be able to, but those 6 ticks of progress are 2 more than what Boston were able to find on the offense. Remember, it's a war of attrition, really, when it comes down to Gavutsu control. If you can walk away with an offense, great, but overall tick progression is what you're looking at to be able to get that round 5 defense is what a lot of teams have been looking at as the win condition going forward. 22v18, the offense of Paris Legion actually have the numbers advantage as far as lives are remaining are concerned, but continuously finding trades, Boston Breach are putting themselves in a position to maybe try to stall out this offensive attempt. If Methods held that angle just a little while longer, would have been able to deal with Temp, but this 2-player stack that's coming through inside of A might just be the last tick required, and, well, I think that Nero wanted to at least try to get this tick progression, maybe try to be contested. They simply can't get there in time. A-zone converted, Paris Legion at 60 seconds onto the board.
Nice 60 seconds here for Paris Legion. Now it's about converting that in towards a swing towards B. They've still got a problem, by the way, inside their own base. Caps was still there from earlier on. Finally has been shut down now. And for Paris Legion, can you get control of the anti-air gun? Gravity's still going to be sitting here watching those players swing from the backline. He's not actually doing anything at the moment, to be honest, other than just making sure nobody's got across. But unfortunately, he's not really done a good job of that because Boston Breach players have already made their way across. And, well, for TJ Halley on towards the beach, he's able to take down Jimbo, a problem that Paris Legion will have to deal with if they want to grab control of the B point. Gravity on the point as well is going to be looking to grab kill or 2. For TJ, you've got to take him down. If you're a Paris Legion, he is continuing to be an annoyance here.
Oh, John. I don't know how he walks away with that gunfighting, and TJ got the opening bullet, but the opening headshot was the final blow. But even still, you can find all these openings, you can find some trades, but this is why teams have been really struggling to try to convert this B zone. 12v7, a handful of gunfights are all that are required, you would feel like, for Paris Legion to be able to get in here. Capsidol has become one with the Matrix, somehow dodging all those wallbang shots coming through. TJ at least holding the cross should be at least conveying that information for Capsidol to be able to confirm that kill. OB zone antics will be coming through, last-ditch attempt soon after, and Paris Legion will not be touching this B zone on their offense.
Nope, not going to get there. Nice for Boston Breach to at least put a stop to them before they managed to get some sneaky offensive round win through, but not going to be. But I think you've already kind of made the point there, you know, for Paris Legion, that is a win at the end of the day. Maybe not exactly a round win, but you got the 3 ticks of progression through, and that's 3 ticks more than we saw the opposition get through in their offensive guard things.
So it's going to be interesting then going forward. What do Boston do off this offense? Typically what we do see is a lot of teams try to make the go for broke play and maybe try to go for B at least one of their offenses. But I think that Boston would probably do well just trying to set themselves up for an A offensive committal. And that's exactly what it's going to be. Probably send TJ over towards the AA gun, over by ring. Maybe watch this cross coming forward. Does find some early damage while these 3 players try to assault A.
Boston, here we go. Towards A they go. TJ is making sure that nobody makes their way in and around the flank. Nero has quite a bit to do in the mid-map. He unfortunately will get shut down. So now TJ kind of needs to win these gunfights over towards the anti-air gun and really not even going to get one. It's all going to be kind of a full frontal assault on towards A for Boston Breach. All really down to Caps and Methods who have pushed their way through here. Caps inside green trying to keep Paris Legion at bay, away from this point. He is dipping and diving around at the moment. John hunting him down, and there you go. John's actually going to take him down, looking for a second. He will not find it. Boston still have not got that first tick of progression through yet. And Paris Legion now looking to get some control from the beach side. Nicely done from Temp for that two-piece.
But you had to give up top LST control. Methods had to drop down to at least confirm that first tick of progression, so he's not top ship. To watch players like John get up close and personal does see Methods up top, and he will lose his life. Very frustrating for Boston's Breach going forward is that they lost their top ship control. It needs to be rectified going forward. TJ is up here, has to drop down to at least stall out that clock. 37 seconds. Respawns quickly working their way here for Boston. Out through the door. Nero will find that kill. But what Paris Legion have constantly been doing, they're constantly setting players for these flanks, for these spawn trap situations. Jimbo walks away with another 2. Although they get traded, they are constantly dwindling down any sort of numbers advantage that Boston hope to have going forward.
Maybe Paris send a couple more lives at this to put a stop towards A. I don't think they do. There you go. You're going to see the stat coming through from Boston. So that tick of progression we were talking about now has been neutralized down towards 0 as Boston now making a move over towards B. That first kill coming through from Methods. Caps is going to be in control of the LST chip. For Boston, it's about just keep putting this one together methodically. Making sure you don't lose any stray players, like John taking down TJ in the 1v1, Temp as well to take down Caps. The gunfights aren't exactly going Boston's way, but they do still have actually kind of a secret weapon, as it were. They haven't spotted Nero.
Oh, Nero loves these rogue plays. TJ finds 2 off screen as well. This is going to make the push a little bit more influential, but player number 4, Jimbo, was already watching it. I was watching that arrow like a hawk on the mini-map, completely snapped around, saw that there were 2 players at least pushing through from the front. That was being watched. You had to have that blind trust that Temp and Co were able to hold it from the front, and you had to turn around and deal with the flank. That was the ace up the sleeve for Boston to find the opening in towards B. They're still down by 2 lives, and they only have 30 seconds to maybe work away across this map and try to get themselves onto this B zone.
And you don't really have much control at all. TJ is the furthest player pushed up. Look at that push coming in from Jimbo as well along the beach. He's going to get away. No trade at all coming in from Boston. Can they put a stop to this man? He was now looking to continue this spree. That's 3 in a row for him. 15 seconds left on the clock. Can anybody from Boston touch the point? Well, Nero will actually pick up 2. Temp now kind of running over to come and help out John. He will try and play some heroics, but down to their last 4 lives. It is going to be one player, I think it was Caps actually, who did manage to stop the clock, but he gets taken down. And despite that nice snazzy little kill coming through towards the end, Paris make sure the defense holds strong. They will not lose any ticks on B.
But it's even still alarming if you are Boston, because you would already assume that even if they do get a full hold here, Brody, they're still going to be looking at having to win another an offense there for round number 5 versus Paris here on Gavutu, because the lives remaining, if ticks are even across the board, then you look at overall lives remaining for the remainder of the 2 or the 4 rounds that would be played out. Paris Legion also can give themselves a really good opportunity to maybe close things out. They are continuously winning gunfights outright, getting numbers in their favor. It just comes down to converting that off of map positioning. But look at the adaptation from Boston off the rip here on defense. They watch the cross in the middle of the map. They keep players in towards top LSC. That'll be Paris Legion essentially running into a brick wall offensively off the rip.
Nero looking to try and play his life. Unfortunately, will not be able to, but it's okay because there's some more Boston players on the way here to put a stop to Paris Legion on the A point. And ideally, they really want to make sure they don't even get a single tick through, because if not, it will guarantee a defense for round number 5. TJ knows probably how important this push can be. There's the first kill. Now, got to play your life while the rest of the team come and help out Nero with an attempted flank through the mid-map. That is not going to work, my friend. John will take you down now, all on the shoulders of TJ, who looks to get the second kill. Will not be able to. Boston now needs to pick up the pace. There is that progress. Paris Legion, at the very least now, will guarantee a defense here in round number 5.
Yeah, that's the guarantee right there. The stack is also in. Second tick of progression. The third could be worked up pretty darn quickly, but you love that call from Temp. Just make sure that you can at least zone away these players coming out from P5. See any antics coming out from bottom cage, but Boston have completely conceded this. You look at the lives remaining, it's 23v19, and Paris Legion, they have numbers, and although you were able to find 1 kill, stop that last tick of progression coming all the way through. Tempo's up top. He will find that trade. 60 seconds out onto the board with a 3 life lead for Paris to assault B.
I do like this from Boston, though, right? Pushing straight on towards the anti-air gun. They know how important controlling that position can be. So Paris Legion pushed all the way back here. Look at the advanced position coming in from Caps, and whether or not Temps has his position, I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme of things. He can sit here all he likes and kind of zone off these players from making their way towards B. You still haven't dealt with Methods and Nero, who currently sit over there. Paris Legion, they do have a wealth of time to work with here, Andy. How do they approach this? Gravity tries to make a push through the back line. He is going to get shut down. John up the front as well is going to fall. And yet still, we're on board with Temp. We'll see what he can do on the LST ship.
He's on a 5 spree as well, probably trying to fish out these last 2 kills to get themselves a glide bomb. That would be a resource that Paris Legion could absolutely use to be able to get themselves closer towards the B zone. It would not fully confirm it, but would be impressive nonetheless. Gunfights need to continuously go their way. Jimbo, 28 and 18, can't get the gunny up, nor get the snap on a Nero, who gets the better of him over by the AA gun. But how quick are Boston to be able to realize, look, there was only 2 players towards top ring. There has to be 2 players at the very least to be able to push on the backside of Cage, of which both John and Temp are back here. Temp finding kill number 6, trying to hold the back green position. But now, if you are these 2 players back here for Paris, you just have to hold and have that blind trust that the other 2 players over by ring can find success. They simply cannot.
Yeah, Temp's still here, though. There's number 7, so the glide bomb has been earned. 20 seconds left on the clock here. Does Paris want to use it? No, I don't think that would be the smart idea, to be honest with you, given the fact that they've just lost a couple of players. Even then, even if they had those players alive, it probably wouldn't be the best play in the world. John, can he kind of sprint his way? Hello? Hello? How has this happened? John looking for the final kill there. Maybe he thought, hey, look, I could get this kill in. It would be pretty good, but not going to happen. We are going to go to a round number 5, but Paris, as we said it already, when they captured that first tick on A, that was all they needed to guarantee the defense here for round number 5.
Yep, absolutely the case, Brody. And not to mention just how outright, when you look at the lives remaining through the middle of the round, it really does speak volumes from top to bottom. You got 3 players for Paris Legion all over the 20 kill margin. The only one that's threatening to get closer to that is Nero, 24-25 for Boston. That the trade game and the overall slaying factor is that much better for Paris Legion. Boston need this offense to take the swing map mode combo. A nice set nade will come through from Caps to take down John. This is early A-zone control, but again, Paris constantly, they love to do this. You already have Jimbo on the flank. They've already found TJ that was watching the concrete stairs. But now these 2 players for Boston Breach just have to hold and deal with any reinforcements that Paris Legion are throwing.
Yeah, you've got to get rid of Jimbo from this position. He is being such a pain in the backside right now for Boston Breach, and they still haven't got rid of him. You can see TJ kind of turning around. He's twitching in the moment. Sure, hey, look, can I get rid of Jimbo from this position, that position, this position? I can't get rid of him from any position, but it doesn't matter anyway. Right now, Boston Breach, I think, just kind of throwing caution to the wind, as it were. They know they need to make progression on A, and they probably need to do it right about now. Boston have basically all of their players on towards the LST ship. They're starting to make that progress through, but Jimbo still here towards the beach side as the players die on A. Jimbo's positioning is coming more dangerous by the second.
3 life lead for Paris Legion, 45 seconds remaining for Boston to try to convert this A-zone. They're throwing a handful of lives to maybe try to trap Jimbo back here. The sun does not connect. Jimbo is still finessing their life back here. Unbeknownst to them, one player has already slipped the net behind him. TJ is just going to start going for broke, try to work their way over by B, but Jimbo still was able to find a couple kills over by this position. Locks down Nero, finally gets traded out from that position that they found at the beginning of this round. But TJ, again, they hit the route over by Beach. They're over by B. They will at least put themselves over there to stop the clock. Unfortunate to say, we ended up at least losing 1 player. That's Temp that ended up lagging out from the server. Don't know what that was going to mean for the rest of the round.
I mean, look, there's 22 seconds left. 3v4 is really tough to do. Can they still do this? That's going to be the question. If Gravity finds himself all alone, it would be really nice to have your teammate right about now, wouldn't it?
He had streaks, too.
Oh, of course it. Oh, my goodness. This is possibly the worst case scenario.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
all right.
That game's being shut off for now. That is the worst case scenario for, like, for Paris? Like, the player you lose is the one with the streaks? Jeez. All right, it's all good. We'll see what's happening with that. I presume that game's probably going to get played out. I really don't know what's going to happen there with that round number 5, because you do have to kind of feel for Paris in that situation. They had streaks. They had the defense there in round number 5. They had pretty much everything in their favor, and then a player slips out the lobby. It's just someone's got to pull a LAN cable up. That must have been the problem there. You know, someone from the Boston camp was like, yeah, what's this? It's a LAN cable somewhere. It doesn't matter. But regardless, we'll be keeping you guys updated on that one. We're also looking for updates on what's going on with London Royal Ravens and Team War. We haven't heard anything in a while. I'm going to try and fish for an update from our producer in regard to what is going on with London and Team. I'm not too sure. But regardless, what an incredible control, I think, from Paris Legion there for the most part, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, you talked about the very shorthand narrative that where has this Jimbo been? You and I have seen Jimbo come into that form for a handful of times, whether it's through cups, whether it's at least through seasonal qualifiers for the Challengers Elite. You can even go back to Modern Warfare and Cold War as well before they ended up having to take an extended vacation, let's say that much, from the Cold War season. It's just interesting, again, from Jimbo's perspective, that also received a lot of backlash. You would definitely have to say when you are looking at Paris, again, bringing in Jimbo for some help there at through Major 2 qualifiers, and then, of course, came up short through Major 2. There was just a lot of times to where you had to give Jimbo a lot of opportunity to be able to come into their own and formulate this 4-player roster with this Paris Legion roster. Finally getting into map number 2, London Royal Ravens versus Team War. Already a first blood has been found. Afro with the automaton takes down Wardy.
Yeah, I knew I was fishing for an update from somewhere. Turns out I caught a big fish. We've got the game ready to go. London versus Team War. And already, as you say, one man down, our Team War. Maple with a sniper rifle gets snapped himself. Zero will take him out of the round. And now it's down to Wee Man and Denza. Afro pushed very far up here. Doesn't get gifted that second kill versus Wee Man. That would have been too tasty. Get away with a very clean round like that. But for Wee Man, a 1 versus 4. I'm sure he's pulled off many a 1v4 in his career. A 1v4 versus London Royal Ravens? I think that's going to be significantly tougher to do. Harry going to take him down.
You and I have at least casted at least one 1v3 that we saw from Wee Man, but a lot of different situations. He was on defense. They were all trapped down by the B-bomb site. Very different stipulations going forward over here. But you really love to see that from London, who, again, proactively and aggressively at that, also pushed across the railroad side of the map, that A lane, as I like to call it, and were able to immediately find value through the middle of the map by way of Afro taking down Wardy. And that's a lot of upfront presence that Team War was certainly missing, as Wee Man was the only one able to find a kill. So offense attempt now for London Royal Ravens after that defensive win, looking for a potential quick access over towards B. They are definitely setting themselves up to do so. Bomb carrier of Nasty just waiting for the go-ahead to maybe try to plant this rock.
He is going to get it down, and that's going to make things infinitely harder here for Team War, as they're now going to have to put together a retake. This is really hard to do, especially as now Harry going to rip Denzer out of the round. Wee Man going to fall as well. Zero providing the cover with a sniper rifle. Wardy's actually going to take him down. That will make things easier, but you've not got any players left to retake the site. But London going to take a second round here. Those B hits are always really hard to do. Once that bomb goes down, it's going to be so hard to retake the site every single time.
You just almost wonder for London, who, again, were more or less stacked on that side of the university as well, that it maybe next round on defense, they try to almost commit a player to push through university aggressively, maybe with dead silence to at least mask and shroud the sounds of breaking through doors and walls. But even more so than that, it's very interesting. Again, Harry, 65% opening engagement win success rate throughout Challengers Elite Season 2, pulling out nerdy angles like that. Wardy will take down Afro for first blood this time around. Maple with the sniper, not wanting to hold an angle a little bit longer, got some, at least, tags, information that there was one player on the opposite side of these train cars, but the bomb still trying to move its way over towards A in the hands of Denza.
Looking for some cover here. Unfortunately, Wee Man has been lost over towards B, and that's a little bit of insurance, if you will, that Team War no really longer have. And even worse, as soon as they push towards this A bomb site, Harry is here waiting to strike. I don't think they have a clue that Harry is here either. There you go. Oh, Harry going to get that kill. Almost didn't, to be fair. Denza now going to fall. The bomb will now be down, and this is a really horrible situation here for Wardy and Maple to be in. Just Maple with a sniper rifle. I'll tell you what. He's pretty snappy with this. He gets a 1v3, though. I don't know what I'll do.
Up steady. Moves his way up top. Is he going to be able to get the read on the first? Yeah, he gets Nasty. 23 seconds remain. It takes 4.5 seconds to plant that bomb, but picks up the automaton. You know he's trying to fish out this kill, but Harry repositions, throws some shots into the back.
He got away 15 seconds, though. This is going to be really, really tough. Harry's just going to swing across towards the A-bomb site. You already know this bomb is down, of course, with the kill versus Denza. There it is, the check. Maple peeks up. If Maple doesn't peek up there, he might get away with it. But even then, right, I mean, you kind of have to rely on the fact that Harry isn't there. Like, on the run away from the plant. Yeah, there's really very little chance that Maple gets away.
You have to also just, like, throw at least, like, one peek out there to at least read, like, the immediate information. Because there's a very big likelihood that Harry was challenging close. And Maple would have needed that information to either try to get out with their life, reposition for the quick gunfight, maybe get the turn and burn, but cannot walk away with it. Harry's headshot multiplier comes all the way through. The accuracy on this lad is insane. 5 spree going in towards this next offensive attempt. Immediate top university control. Afro's moving to be able to get these positional advantage.
Well, the trade's going down in favor of Team War for now. They're looking for a win here for the first time on Desert Siege Search and Destroy. This might be the one. Just look at how split up Nasty and Zero are in this position, but never count these guys out. The amount of heroics we've seen them do, not just over the course of the CDL season, but in this very Search and Destroy. Monumental. Zero looking for any angle he could possibly find. You know, he's very dangerous with this sniper rifle. Not going to find anything just yet. Nasty might actually be able to get this bomb down just completely scot-free.
I mean, you got Zero overwatching this entire play. No pushes coming through the middle of the map. You can look at the 3 players, 14 more. They're all invested on the backside of University. They wanted to play for the retake, and they had the lockdown over by B. So that's going to be the immediate call. Maybe try to full wrap around towards the back. But, I mean, Zero, again, is just watching this. So it's a good look, have fun moment for London Royal Ravens. They're all isolated on 2 different fronts.
Nasty taking some fire down from all 3 of those War players. Wants some overhead sniping coming in from Zero, but he's just not in position to do it. So now, sniping a pistol left up for Zero in this situation. Gonna run, misses every pistol shot. That is really unfortunate. That rat can be really hard to control sometimes. So War will be happy not to let Zero 1v3. There was actually not much time left on the round as well. So there was a world in which Zero manages to get that first kill and get away with his life.
I mean, they knew that Zero obviously had the sniper, right? So you have to try to, you know, pick your angles wisely. So they double swing over towards the bomb. They take down Nasty. Zero, I believe that nade that they ended up throwing obviously looked rehearsed from that positional, that position that they were in. Probably landed smack dab on the A bomb site. So you couldn't end up at least hopping on the defuse immediately in a 3v1 for Team War. But no, London Royal Ravens, they love proactive search and destroy play. They did at least one job. They checked one box off of the laundry list for Team War. They stopped Harry from getting some streaks, and the next checkbox was at least get around on the board. 3-1 goes the scoreline, looking for a very quick access over towards B, but it's being watched closely by Afro.
Well, we know what we said earlier on when London Royal Ravens got this bomb down. Once you get it down, it's much easier to defend. Oh, it's going to get the bomb down at least, right? So nicely done from Nasty and Afro to kind of stop these players short. But for Wee Man and Maple, oh, that nade from Afro. So nicely done. Maple in a 1v4. He's been cut short by a nade as well. London Royal Ravens. That is a pitch perfect read. I was just saying how hard it is to retake that site. London just made it look so easy.
I mean, I don't even know if you can really necessarily say that it was a full-on retake. Look, the way that the setup was truly informed, I mean, I can feel your smug look towards your camera right now, Brody. It was technically a retake. I'll give you that much. But Nasty was playing over by the Dune side the entire time. Saw 2 players get inside of the BS and D side, and Afro was in that position to recontest the bomb plant immediately. That when Nasty found that first, Afro knew where that second player was located at, was planting the bomb, slides all the way through, finds it, and then hits it through the staircase to find the next few. That is just impressive and very clear-cut decision and execution coming through from London Royal Ravens on defense.
Well, look at this aggression from London Royal Ravens. You've got to imagine they'll be feeling themselves now. And fortunately, that's not going to work out. Nice bit of missed shots. It happens sometimes to the best of us. Afro will not be able to get that gunfight, so Team War going to strike first here in this search and destroy round, and that will certainly slow up this offensive push for London Royal Ravens. They have slowed this entire thing up to a snail's pace, but now as Nasty does actually trade things out finally, this might be a lot easier, but look at the aggression coming through from Denza. Does get traded out by Zero, so now 2 for 2 we go. It is trades galore right now. That bomb's still down, though.
Oh, Wee Man just barely dodges that. Well, stun grenades, so Zero's unaware that Wee Man is just holding this position, and as you say, bomb is down. Needs to get collected by Harry, they will find it, but where do we even go from here? I mean, you can see Zero, at least through the X-ray, is looking for information across the A lane, but Wee Man hits the angle, finds the first, and snaps to the second. Wee Man putting on his best solid snake impression, walks away with the round.
It's just Wee Man doing Wee Man things, man. It's what we kind of expect out of this guy with the automaton.
Oh, what a snap.
Ooh. I mean, that's not the first time we've seen that 1v1 go down.
Won't be the last.
Definitely not. Wee Man going to walk away with a 2-piece there to close out a second round here for Team War. They do kind of need to start getting something going for themselves. Only 2-4 down here to London Royal Ravens in this search and destroy. Ends are going to go and grab this bomb. And where do they take this one? They took a B last time around. Didn't exactly work out. They were able to get it down, but it wasn't long before they were traded on now. Now, Denza, he's going to get this bomb down. Look at how far set back Team War are, though.
Oh, Denza gets out with his life. Wardy returns the gunfight back over towards Nasty. Numbers advantage in favor for War early here, but the bomb's still not down, and that's information for London to maybe try to recontest this.
And Harry going to take down Wardy as well. I think Denza much less certain now that he can get this bomb down without actually losing his life. The play might have changed for Team War here. They had the advantage early on. They didn't manage to get the bomb down. I think London have actually read this as well. Why wouldn't you, to be fair? You know that the B-bomb site, not really viable anymore for Team War. For Harry, the information is most certainly there. The nade now being thrown out. The bomb being planted now. Denza's going to get this one down. Now for London, this retake has to start coming through. It is definitely going to be one-dimensional from the one side. Maple. Ready for this, putting some warning shots in. Zero, we're going to see it from his angle as well. The gunfight's starting to go down. Afro gets a little bit antsy, getting shut down by Maple over towards the site as well. So 2v3. Zero going to take out his Kar 98K. Ready for these snipes against Maple and Wee Man. Can't get either. Just 20 seconds left. Now going to have to get his hands right into the dirt here to do this himself. He gets shut down. It is just now Harry left up 1v2. He's shut down as well. War. It looked shaky at the start, but they get it done.
It did look shaky. I mean, blessed timing came through from Denza, at least maybe to try to walk away from that opening engagement that they were eating shots across from the BS&D site. But you really got to tip your hat to the Team War member. I believe it was maybe Wee Man, or it could have been Wardy, I believe, that ended up returning the fire back over towards Nasty to be able to find that kill. What that meant for London Royal Ravens going forward is that with the bomb not being planted, you had no idea what the play was going forward. So you had to commit Zero to get back down over towards the B dunes, watch that cross. Harry obviously had to get back over towards the train side. And then Afro had to play inside to make an aggressive play happen. Now, a more aggressive play happening again for London Royal Ravens. They will get traded out. 3v3 we go.
This is a very quick round. Look at War with the aggression. They don't need to kind of shut down London Royal Ravens before they get anything going in this round. It's 0, 1v2. Look at the angle under the truck here. He's looking for any kind of angle he can get with a sniper rifle. But these players are going to be playing this one super close together. There is not a chance in hell that Zero is being afforded a sniper play. And that is great adaptation coming out from Team War there. Again, they recognize that Zero, hey, just like the 1v3 we saw previously, they know that Zero is the sniper player. They play around it.
Answering the aggression for aggression. When London were able to get that offensive round and aggressively get that B bomb planted as quickly as they did a few rounds ago, they walked away with the round. And Team War, they called a bluff, saying, look, we haven't seen a B committal come through from London Royal Ravens in a handful of rounds. Let's just go for broke, make the aggressive play happen. We know that Denza loves his aggressive S&D pushes, collects the bomb here for offense. It will not be B this time around for London Royal Ravens for Team War, excuse me, as much as London Royal Ravens put all the stocks into thinking that it was going to be another B committal. Denza finds the freest option in rotation to get over towards the A bomb and plant it early.
That bomb goes down before Afro can land that nade. This now makes things very awkward for the London Royal Ravens. They got to retake both squads at full force. Last time around, they weren't able to do it with the 3 versus 3. Can they do it with the extra man on the field? Denza's going to be the first player you've got to take down. Nasty is going to fall. Zero needs to do something with a sniper rifle. He's going to whiff the first shot onto Wardy. The information at the very least is there, but not before Wardy does take down Harry. Denza getting up close and personal as well. The last player will fall. War, 3 rounds on the bounce. They are looking hot now.
3 rounds on the bounce indeed, my friend. And they are finding themselves the aggression, timing, that some of the best that I have seen here. And they are calling London's bluff time and time again. How many times have we seen Team War go over towards B? I would say more often than not for their offensive rounds. That the Ravens did nothing wrong. They would probably end up taking a look at maybe try to stop any sort of B aggression antics. But Team War, they, again, called the bluff. They go over towards A. There was nobody watching that lane immediately. With that bomb being planted, Denza getting out with their life, that was such a big advantage that Team War needed to put themselves up on that point.
Well, London, they want to kind of reproduce what they did early on. Get the bomb down on towards B, move back, and win a round from there. They are going to do the former part of that entire strategy. Now they can do the latter. Denza will fall. Wardy goes as well. And there is another one. Just Maple, 1v4. This would be something special, but I think he's going to find his way out all the way into the dunes there with Stephen Grant. He goes down. We're seeing a round number 11 hit.
Nice. I feel like a lot of people at home probably don't know that reference, but
maybe, yeah. Did I just spoil something?
Maybe.
Wait.
No,
that was from episode 5, right?
We should stop talking. We should stop talking about it before. Yeah. You probably do.
I'm sorry, guys.
That offensive attempt again, London. They go back to an A push to come all the way through. And unbeknownst to them, they were right. Afro is over there, but the bomb still gets planted at B.
And that bomb being down now, going to make things infinitely easier here for Team War. Zero has to get these snipes off. Man is going to be the player he takes down, if anybody, but keep an eye on this engagement as well. Afro! He looks away at the wrong time. Wardy able to take him down. London Royal Ravens now not with the numbers to retake this site. The trades are in. Zero, he's going to draw that first blood, but that is all it's going to be. Man in for a second one as well. And now 1v3. They know where Zero is. These snipes have to be something special, and they quite clearly are not. War will win it in round 11 and tie up the series here. What a search and destroy.
They lose the hardpoint by a key rotation and 9 points on the Kavutsu hardpoint. They win the Desert Siege in a round 11. Harry dropped 10-6, got 3 first bloods. But look at Wardy, man. 9-7, 5 first bloods for the kid, who was aggressively finding themselves angles with the automaton, no less. More often than not, it was Denzo that was the lone SMG player, because if on the offense, and this is a big if, keep in mind you for search and destroy, as the objective player, you get that bomb down, you get out with your life. Oh man, you were walking into a blender of bullets in between Automaton, Maple with the sniper more often than not, and then Denza up close with the MP40. The timings were sublime to be able to read the tendencies from London Royal Ravens to be able to call their bluff on a handful of rounds. That is just what we have known to come and almost expect from this Team War roster, especially on Search and Destroy. Was not their boot of success through Season 2. Came a lot better and stronger when it came down to Minnesota Rocker Open. And boy, howdy, did it show to be lights out there in that round 11, specifically versus London.
Excuse me if my stats are wrong, by the way, but I believe coming into this matchup, London Royal Ravens were like 4-0 on Desert Siege. They
They were 4-0. Yeah.
Right? So they've just taken their first loss in the CDL. I don't know if you could say in the CDL, because technically the Pro-Am is an event that's taken in mid-season. So I don't know. But, you know, the first loss here that's on the cards to Team War, who were able to win it in round 11. And to me, it's that impressive 3-round stretch that we saw that from them in, if you excuse my maths, round number 7, I want to say, through 10 that we saw from Team War. The adaptations, they came thick and fast. They recognized exactly what London Royal Ravens are doing, and they were playing around it time and time again. So beautifully done there from the Team War roster. I will say, because again, it was around 11, we can't go without talking about just how well London Royal Ravens also did play that Desert Siege, because I'm starting to get an idea now, if we didn't have one already, why this was one of their strongest map mode combinations coming into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it is just clear fundamentals that is coming through from London Royal Ravens. I mean, look, it was around 11. They kept it close. It was competitive, obviously. But a lot of the rounds that they were able to win was just being able to execute off of their immediate plans, even on defense as well. It's stalworthy, I would say, continuously. Always committing nasty to watching that B-Dune cross, trying to get proactive repositionings coming out from Zero with a sniper, who I do believe ran it all 11 rounds, and even more so than that was Afro. More often than not was walking away with some early damage through the middle of the map. Not always able to find those first bloods, as it is quite prevalent in the stats, only getting that one. But, you know, it just came down to, again, Team War on those 3 rounds for the bounce, and then being able to close away that round 11 to be able to fully understand and adapt what London Royal Ravens were constantly looking for, because there's really, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. There's only so many different adaptations that you can try to pull on a map like Desert Siege, that it just came down to double challenging with ARs on the player that's over by the Bean Dunes, or maybe just try to overwhelm with stuns and nades that are obviously rehearsed, that we have called out quite often for the Team War roster, to where Zero is constantly holding that sniper angle to dissuade them from holding it that much further, to be able to get that bomb planted, and most importantly, getting Denza out with their life. Getting Denza out with their life on those offensive rounds is probably the biggest change that we have seen from Team War compared to London Royal Ravens. When they were winning offensive rounds, it's because they were slaying out heavily versus Team War on the defensive side. But what Team War were able to do constantly on the offensive side was very meticulous offensive attempts to make sure that they were playing off the information, very tried and true search and destroy coming out from the amps.
Yeah, brilliantly done by Team War, and also, you know, probably, again, we should probably give a shout out to London Royal Ravens for playing it so close. They were up in that S&D as well, 4-2. This series continues to be close, of course. We talk about just how close the hardpoint was. All it took was the one massive play from Zero to make the difference in the end. And then, of course, the search and destroy as well. The 3-round stretch from Team War, I think, really made all of the difference. It gave them a whole new sense of confidence, I think, moving into those final rounds. Just incredible series so far between these two teams. Before we go over towards Boston and Paris, I do want to kind of show everybody at home the map set, though, moving forward between London and War, because currently they will be setting up for map number 3. That is going to be Gavutu Control. And I cannot wait for this map because Control, I mean, we saw Team War during Season 2 when they were known as Vengeance. They were one of the best teams in Control, not just in European challenges, but across challenges in North America as well, right? If you combine the two regions, they were one of the most consistent Control teams. They were so good at they only lost one across the entirety of Season 2. And they continued that into Minnesota as well. This team is very, very good at Control. I'm kind of intrigued to see kind of what London does versus them here on Gavutu.
9-1 through Season 2 of the Elite, 4 Team War on Control. 3 of those wins on Gavutu, 6 obviously on Tuscan, but as it ended up panning out, that Tuscan was the immediate ban, I believe, coming through for London. Yes, it was for the coin flip, and then Team War, who probably don't have all the practice in the world on Berlin Control, wanted no antics on there, and that would end up inevitably, obviously, forcing out a very comfort map mode combination that is Gavutu Control. Not to scoff at what London have also been able to do. They are 8-5 on Gavutu Control, and no wonder why they ended up quick banning the Tuscan Control, as they have not won a single Tuscan Control all year long. So definitely a smart call for them. It will be close, as both maps honestly have. You can see right there, a 9-point differential on the Gavutu hardpoint, around 11 on the Desert Siege. So very interesting stuff as this further develops, but at least we're guaranteed that map number 4 between these two juggernauts of EU rosters.
Absolutely. Well, getting into this map now, I'm so glad that our producer threw it to this because this is just an incredible map going down between Boston Breach and Paris Legion. If map number 1 was enough, just look how close this one is. Boston have Paris held back into their spawn. 20 seconds left on the Radio Shack hardpoint. I'm getting kind of the same feeling we did earlier on with London and War on this very map. It's the exact same situation. Boston, they have control of the next rotation, and they have Paris pinned back into those beach spawns.
Yeah, and they're finessing for scrap time as well. I mean, Cap is just existing over here. Now, they lost SMG duo of Nero, but even more so than that, as you were pointing out, they already hold the rotation. You got players like Methods, top LST, watching John just try to cross. Now, player number 3 of Temp is trying to slip the net, try to get their way down the cliff path, but Nero is already watching that. The jungle, or the beach push, is also being watched by TJ, and that just allowed Big Cap to kick their feet up and just wait for their teammates to call off where the point of contact is coming from.
On Boston Beach, they are ready for Paris Legion to find their way through the LST ship. Nero's repositioned to make sure he catches John and Temp off guard. Gets the first one. Now Temp for the second as well. He's repositioned at the top of the ship. It doesn't matter when you're going head-to-head with Nero. Boston Breach ticking closer and closer to that 250-point mark. Can Paris Legion put a stop to them? They're trying to make it happen. TJ Halley ready for these players to push out of the LST ship. Boston have been pulled away from the point for now. Can they close it out here? No, no longer the case. So we'll be going towards that next hard point at the very least here, Andy.
Yeah, you'll be looking at the rotation, but they can put it damn near close. John goes on a 5 spree, putting on a little bit of a clinic. Has a minute and 35 seconds with a hard point time and about 36 kills to boot. You get a streak here for John, you could very much so work your way back into the game, Paris.
He needs to cover this mid-map area as well. I can't catch TJ Halley from that cross. Already lost Cap still on the cross as well. So the attempts to get the 6th and the 7th kill here necessary for the glide bomb starting to slip away from Paris Legion, but it doesn't really matter too much. John is just providing the cover in the mid-map. There you go. He is going to end up falling. Kills going the way of the Boston Breach inside the hard point as well. Is just Temp left alive. He will fall. Boston Breach, they clearly breach their way in towards the hard point. Paris Legion, can anybody touch on towards it? Not when Capsule is watching those stairs. Boston will close out the series in 4.
Yeah, they will indeed close it out there on the Gavutu hardpoint. We were unaware what ended up happening on the Gavutu control, but obviously Boston were able to take that. 3-2 was the score line, but we just work here. We just you just have to put up with our beautiful voices and faces. This play from John was just absurd, to say the least. And we'll talk more about the stats here momentarily. But again, you really got a feel for this Paris Legion roster, specifically for John, who found about a minute and 40 seconds worth of hardpoint time, dropped about 36 kills, 25, I want to say, were non-traded. But the biggest stark difference in between that and the Tuscan hardpoint that did start off the series for Boston versus Paris was that Temp was not benefactor this time around. You saw even there just very slightly for stats, and we probably won't be able to get to them, but I mean, Temp didn't have much of anything to talk about for hardpoint time, was trying to finesse like what we saw from them doing on that Tuscan hardpoint. Just stark differences, I'm sure, but we'll hop in here for map number 3, Team War versus the Royal Ravens. Map number 3, big swing map mode.
Big swing indeed. Harry looking to play from the mid-map. Trying to get control of the LST ship early on. You don't want to give this one away to Wardy. He was still over here, by the way. Not the only player that you have to deal with if you're the London Royal Ravens. Wee Man also up here in this power position. Remember how much of a menace he was for a war inside that search and destroy. But for London, they're not too stressed about it. It is now just Wee Man, the last player left alive. He should be dealt with very quickly. Afro almost let that kill slip through his fingers. But for London, in this control round, things are looking pretty bright. They've only lost one tick of progression on A. They're holding Team War back into their spawn here, back towards that rock side. Maybe Woody can forge a path here in the last 10 seconds, but no, I think as that final kill comes through, that should be all over here in round number 1. This has been a dominant round for London.
Yeah, it really has. 8 life remaining differential. That 1 tick of progression will mark it down, but it's not exactly something that you would write home about, given the fact that typically when it comes down to an offensive attempt for Gavutu, more often than not, you will end up at least seeing that A zone being fully converted as the B zone. That is much more difficult, but from a little we were able to see, the moment that we hopped in, London were already playing with an indomitable setup, coming away from some substantial gunfights, I'm sure, is that they were always having a player over by the beach, making sure they held top LST control, and a player looking over by the concrete stairs, just making sure that they gave up no positional advantage for Team War to resurface themselves back over towards A, as that's going to be London Royal Ravens' first point of contact, trying to get this A zone early.
Well, Team War don't want to give them that tick of progression that they got on the last round. They want to try and keep it clean as possible here. It is now just Wardy to try and put a stop to Afro on towards the point. Nicely done from Wardy, actually, to get that first kill through, but still, you can look at Team War here on the defense. It's not exactly as strong as they would initially like. They don't have as much presence as they would like, both on A and on B, because you can see number 4 on the minimap. That is going to be Zero. That looks to cause some issues over towards B. He has finally been shut down, and now for London Royal Ravens, this becomes an attack on towards A. Team War, they are very happy with the current position. They haven't given anything away. This has been a solid defense so far.
Yeah, an amazing defense as well. They've only lost 5 total lives, and Denza is also over the cliff path. Harry snaps, burns on a Denza, but it doesn't mean trades aren't going to be there continuously. 35 seconds remaining, in London Royal Ravens, they are looking for some semblance of control, but every single time one player is pushed up, there's another player inside their spawn. Maple's going to be frustrated that Denza ended up taking them down by way of a team kill. Now it comes down to Afro to create more of a ruckus top LST. Can't find much of anything. Wee Man will bat them down. 18 seconds remaining here, Brody.
Yeah, this has been clean defense from both sides. 15 seconds left here for London to pull something out of the hat. Can they get it done? Wee Man looking to try and outplay the player right in front of him. Zero is going to be there. Harry as well. This actually is an opportunity here for London, but be careful because in from behind comes Wardy. He's only able to get 1 before being shut down. I think a tick of progression should come through here, unless maybe Denza can put a stop to it before it does. There you go. That first tick is at the very least in. And even better here, Afro and Zero combined for 3. London might have just pulled this one right out of the depths of an L. From 10 seconds left on the clock, London, can they finish off this point? Denza tries to find his way through. There's still a couple more players who could put a stop to this, but no, it doesn't happen. London, they're going to get this point.
And they've thrown so many lives. Team War thought that they could recontest this, and now they're down in just by 1 as far as the life remaining. But keep in mind, Team War were up by about like 3, maybe 4 lives at one point in time. London not only have gotten the A zone, they have mitigated the lives remaining 60 seconds, 54 in fact, to keep in this round. For London to maybe try to convert this B zone, it would be a massive effort for them, and they're already setting Nasty back cage to maybe try to cause a little bit of a ruckus, but is slow rolling it up to make sure that their teammates from the Ravens can get top ring control and commit towards the pinch.
Well, Team War here, they've stabilized somewhat. I think they'll still be frustrated that they A, gave up A, and then B, obviously, gave up so much map control towards London Royal Ravens. Will it cost them in the end, though, for this round? 25 seconds left. Maple for the long-range shots versus Harry will actually find that gunfight nicely done. Now for a Wee Man inside the cart. He's able to pick up the first kill. Afro next up the bat here for the London Royal Ravens. He will actually pick up 1 kill there. Zero with another 1 as well. Now for London Royal Ravens looking to make their way on forward. Can they get it done? Keep an eye on Zero as well. He now has streaks to work with for the future. 4 seconds. Somebody from London. Can they touch the point? No, they cannot. And I think for Team War, they'll be very happy about that fact because they were down in lives there towards the end.
Yeah, just barely getting by, though, when you're really thinking about it. And you know it, I know it, Surge, Tuva, all of Team War, they know it, bro, is that Ravens were still able to get those 3 ticks of progression over by A. That is a massive fumble when you're looking at it from Team War's perspective. They had all the map positional advantage you could possibly speak of, but you really have to go back to that team kill that came through from Denza, taking down Maple, who was finding spawn kills left, right, and center over by the jungle cliff path. And if Maple was allowed to stay alive in that position, you probably wouldn't have had any Raven players to be able to at least hold the stack over towards A. But all speculation, hindsight is 20/20. On the Royal Ravens now on the defensive side, looking to at least get the same amount of value that they saw on their previous, only allowing 1 tick of progress to come all the way through from Team War. And while these numbers advantage, these early gunfights are at least suggesting that they might do so again.
Team War looking for something here in this round. They've lost quite a lot of ticks away to London Royal Ravens in that last round. They kind of want this to be a bit more clean, but it just isn't. Every single kill is going London Royal Ravens' way. Now I think for a Team War, they might start thinking about a push towards B. It would be a Hail Mary play and a half. They have to make it work. It is just Zero over here to take down. I say just Zero like he's an easy kill. He absolutely isn't, but what he makes it look easy, he's going to get that first kill. An opening has been made now for Team War. They have a bit more breathing room to make something happen on the map. Players going A, players going B. Now Team War, they have to make something of this.
Yeah, you need to start zoning away. That kill would have been massive, but it's even bigger that Afro was able to walk away with it for Maple. Now you just have to walk away with this mid-map presence. It's going to force Weeman to give up that mid-tank position. Luckily enough, teammate Denza was there to pick up such a power position. They find that kill. They press on forward. First tick of progression has been locked in.
Now Denza pushing up here as well. The advanced guard here for a Team War. Wardy also there to do some damage if he can. I think Wardy gets a little bit overzealous there for that play. So it's going to be shut down by London Royal Ravens, who have completely given up this A point. They are currently positioning to hold on towards B for the next 90 seconds or so that will inevitably follow this capture. Denza, though, how much damage can he do towards this defensive line? Nasty is pushed all the way back towards this truck. Harry also there inside jungle. And Team War still haven't activated this trap card, as it were. There it is. Wardy going to get taken down. Denza going to win the 1v1. Now for Team War, they have that player in the back line. They need to follow up with some more kills as well. And that's going to be pretty good for Maple to take down that player there. Team War need to continue to find these kills. They have presence inside the enemy base. They're not doing a terrible job here, Andy.
No, they're not. They got top ring control, but you got to deal with the players that are over by the B front. They are able to find the first, but they were unaware that Afro was still over here as well. And now it's going to be the call down to Wardy. Has not had the greatest Gavutu control so far. Gets the read off the stun. Finding presence in towards the back is going to split defensive numbers coming through from London Royal Ravens, but they deal with Wardy on the backside of green. Now all has been reset. 12v13, 46 seconds remaining.
And not a lot of time, is it really, for Team War to work with? They had their ace up their sleeve. They've already thrown it away. London must be feeling pretty confident out here on the defense, but you can never be too confident in any game of Call of Duty. It can all go wrong in just a second or so. 25 seconds now left, though, and there you go. A wave of kills coming through from Maple and Wardy. War, they have the opening they wanted. They technically have a life advantage as well. If they can put a stop to this clock, they might be able to make the best of that situation. Harry has landed a nade right on towards Wardy, though. Now the clock has been stopped. They know they need to make sure that player has been removed from the tank. There you go. They have. Denza now next up to try and put a stop to the clock. He cannot do it. Can Wee Man do anything about this? War, they're once again sending players one by one to make some heroics happen. And hey, maybe they found it. War looking to put a stop to this clock. 2.4 seconds. London down to their last 4 lives. War need this push to be solid. Waste some time. Make sure you're in the advantageous position, but all of them are falling. Nobody can touch the point. And London survived the brush with death. That is such an incredibly close round.
I don't think they got the tick. I don't think they got that first tick over by B. I didn't see. I don't think they did. No. That is frustrating to say the least if you are Team War. Now look, you only have a 1-tick lead. And if history is doomed to repeat itself, you have to somehow at least learn from the previous mistakes if you are Team War to almost try to dissuade London Royal Ravens from getting an A-zone conversion. 1 tick of progression separates these two teams. London are aware of that for a round 5 affair to be able to get defense. Nasty tries to go for the reach out for the second kill, but won't be able to find it. But the opening engagements are going to be good enough for London Royal Ravens to get presence here on A early.
Well, Team War on the defense here. They don't want to give any more ticks away towards London Royal Ravens. I don't think it really matters that much in terms of that round number 5 at the moment. London have done so well in prior rounds. It's going to have to be a monumental effort here from Team War. And can confirm, by the way, producer, a wonderful producer, doing all the lovely work in the background. They did not get that tick on B in the prior round, so that is definitely going to hurt Team War moving forward. But now on the defense, looking to put a stop towards London Royal Ravens. Maple trying to play Rainbow Six Siege on the anti-air gun. He will get shut down. London, they have a lot of friends in high places at the moment. A lot of hands in many jars of zones. Now for Nasty, looking to capture a zone A. Has the support of Afro here as well.
First 6 has already been locked in for first checkbox on the laundry list has been there. Afro will deal with Denza trying to recontest the A zone, but the trades will be there. Pinstripe kill feed may start ensuing, but I mean, Team War, they're throwing a lot of lives away at this, that it might just come down to it, that might be a little bit of an over-egregious extension coming through from Team War. 20v19, the A zone will be converted. They've already guaranteed themselves a defensive round number 5 for the Ravens, but they could very much so still give themselves an opportunity to close it out on this round.
Yep, Team War going to be on shaky ground at the moment. They need to make sure they push up towards the anti-air gun. I think I kind of struggled with that on the last defensive round to make sure they did have full map control over the London Royal Ravens, and now starting to lose it again as Zero comes through with 2. Once again, another 2-piece here from Zero. Starting to push up on towards that B point. Afro still alive on there as well, alongside Nasty. The anti-air gun control just not there for Team War. Wardy towards the beaches, thinks that maybe he can catch a couple of London Royal Ravens players off guard. That is just not the case. London not falling foul to it, and this is a time that London want to call this control here. They're bringing that streak down, Andy, and now they're on B.
Now they're on B indeed, but you got to start starting to go with these players over on the backside of green. There's nobody back here from London Royal Ravens to maybe try to potentially deal with this pinch affair that could be coming through. Nice nade from Maple. Well, at least deal with one player inside of the zone. But you don't have a numbers advantage just to try to flood to be able to get this positional advantage. If you are Team War, you are still down by a handful of lives.
Team War don't really have much control over this point whatsoever. You can see both Afro and Nasty watching that cut. Zero, of course, with the oversight coming in from the anti-air gun as well. There's players falling left, right, and center here for Team War. Just Wardy left up. We need to see some heroics from the Season 2 Challenges Elite MVP in Europe. He can't get it done. Maple will fall as well. London Royal Ravens, they have been removed from the point, but again, these ticks really starting to go up here, and the lives not exactly helpful as well for Team War. They're down to their final 3. Denza will somehow push them back here to 1 tick. 20 seconds left. This is still feasible.
It's still very doable. Look, you already got Nasty in towards the back, and Maple's trying to search for him. Might get an isolated 1v1. Nasty is going to get the better of him. Maple will take him down. 8 seconds remaining. These players got to fly, Brody.
They could do this, Team War. They just got to make sure that nobody from London touches the point. This is a big heady for Wardy to try and take these kills from. There are the kills. They're coming through. Wardy with 2. Somehow, Team War survive. How on earth do they survive that? Massive 1v1 in the back line. The kills coming through the front. That heady is godlike, man.
It's almost like shades of like Raid last year in Cold War when Insight started becoming one with the tree during the P4 push, right? Like, how do you 1v1 a tree? How do you 1v1 a seawall post? I'm not too sure, but yeah, Team War at least stay alive in the control, but they have to do what they have been struggling to do throughout the entirety of this control so far. A-zone conversion, sure, was at least there in the previous offense, but they have to win this offensive round to be able to get themselves the swing map mode of the Gavutu control. And the opening gunfights would at least suggest, yes, they have top LSC control, but you have to deal with these returning members, of which they will do in kind.
This is not terrible from Team War right out the gate. They are coming out swinging here. They've got the first wave of kills in. Now London Royal Ravens kind of have to deal with these players pushed all the way up. There's the first one gone. Wardy now the next problem to deal with, and he is still a problem as well. He will survive momentarily. Now Harry's still looking for this particular 1v1. And while all these mini engagements are going down, the ticks are starting to slowly progress up here for Team War on A. London haven't managed to put a stop to it. Mate, there's no way, Harry. He can't survive for that long. Finally, is taken down. London, now off the back of that, though, they should be able to regain control at A. 2 ticks aggression made. Team War, they'll be happy with that. But now they face a problem. Zero dealt with inside the spawn. Afro, the next player that you need to take down. I think Team War are probably aware of his positioning.
Yeah, fully aware, but you can really tip your hat to Zero, thanks to being able to offer a certain opening for Ravens to be able to get over towards the A zone to stop that third tick of progress to come all the way through. Trades are still coming through for the Ravens to at least hold the middle of the map. Harry is top LSC, keep in mind you, so War cannot touch this zone scot-free, not especially when you're constantly having Afro berate the middle of the map. Now it's going to be the call for Harry to touch this zone, to stop it from progressing all the way over. Sees that the progression's not coming back through. The pistol wins the gunfight. Ravens have the numbers to stop this progression from coming through.
Harry can't get that last kill, but does it really matter at this point? 30 seconds left on the clock here in this control round. Team War, they need to find something. Weeman draws 1 blood, but there are still London Royal Ravens players to deal with, and that is ever the problem for a Team War. Wardy doesn't check the corner. You gotta check those corners, buddy. Team War, 15 seconds left. Can they do anything? They might well have had a path towards B. I don't know if that's going to be the case anymore. Nasty is over there ready to deal with it. Afro looking to get these kills from the front as well. Every single lane that London are watching, they're winning every single gunfight necessary. This one is done. It's dusted. Team War are going to lose here in round number 5.
Even though Zero does not have a glide bomb, they have themselves an opportunity of the lifetime. Again, when you go for broke and you go for that A zone first and foremost on offense, you have to, and I exclaim, have to have a player at least island playing over by the concrete stairs. Even if you do, and you lose that gunfight initially, you should be more than aware that there's going to be a player defensively watching that long lane on the beach side, on the north beach side, watching the cross over by the cliff path. That's what Zero ended up doing, was just belittling players from Team War, constantly trying to get themselves from the cliff path over towards top LSC, was not always finding all the kills, keep in mind you, but was keeping them weak enough for SMGs, if not ARs, over by top green, over by P5 on Gavutu to be able to deal with players from Team War that were already weak enough, and Zero, again, was just buying so much time for so many different players for Ravens to be able to resurface themselves to stop that last tick progression and coming all the way through. And it almost did. Keep in mind you that if Harry doesn't go on that 3 spree, 60 seconds very much so could have been added on towards the board, because they also overwhelmed Zero in that specific situation, and then they were able to, of course, have to then deal with, I guess, what is the juggernaut of Harry, again, stepping in for Gizmo. It's just one of those things that is just too far gone at that point. You really have to go back towards that first round for Team War if you are looking at this as openly, that they were only able to walk away with that 1 tick of progression, just getting outslayed on all different fronts, outsmarted as far as map position is concerned, as Ravens take the swing map mode combo and lead the series 2-1.
Yep, absolutely. Just an incredible map there between both of the teams. We can take a look at the stat lines there at the end of that game. What a close control it was. I think we should probably start the conversation here with the London Royal Ravens. Afro and Zero, 31 kills apiece. Definitely stars of the show there, but everyone pulling their weight once again. Harry, you mentioned that 3-piece he got in round number 5. Definitely a massive reason why they're able to win it, finishing with 28 and 26. But I think Zero, I think really is definitely the player we should pointing out here. He got a ton of 2-pieces in that game that were definitely monumental to specific round victories for London. 24 of his kills ended up being non-traded. Andy, a massive reason why London were able to win that game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, the Ravens at the end of the day, I mean, they had to deal with a 30 and 27 Maple, 23 non-traded kills, 29 and 25 from Weeman, 25 non-traded kills. The ARs were absolutely lighting things up, which again is the biggest boon of success when you're thinking about a 4-team war, even going back to Season 2 of Challengers Elite, and the same could be said about the Minnesota Open, what made them such a alarmingly brilliant Gavutu control team. But Wardy was a non-benefactor. Every single time they tried to get themselves in up-close gunfights, tried to find themselves routes, this Ravens roster was just too adept at reading, counting nameplates, never allowing their flanks to become too open to any antics that Wardy was constantly looking for. And again, this is going to constantly set up what makes this Ravens roster just so good, is that the teamwork has always ended up being there. They work so well off of one another. It just feels like it is just constantly talked about in the CDL, that these four European players have just constantly been able to find so much success with, even when Gizmo was playing with them throughout Major 1 qualifiers, Major 1 and Major 2 as well, when they brought in Paul Lex for Major 2 qualifiers. These players that are represented for Ravens is just making this organization so happy. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 2-1 up now are the London Royal Ravens in control on Gavutu. And again, we kind of talked about the importance of that map mode combination there for Team War. Before we got into it, again, they were such a massive control team in Season 2. So good at that game mode. It was their strength. Absolutely. 9-1, I think is what we said their map mode combination score was for Season 2. And, London Royal Ravens going to steal away here for map number 3. And that bodes well, I think, for this roster going into map number 4. It's going to be hardpoint on Berlin. I honestly have no idea how this is going to go, to be honest. I think we said coming into this series that this is probably going to come down to the hard points and the search and destroys. Given how close map number 1 was, Andy, I mean, map number 4, surely we're going to see probably the same thing again.
Yeah, I mean, more than likely. Look, this map mode combination specifically for London Royal Ravens was a map mode combination that really just started the overall, I guess, nameplate that they hold for themselves, that they are the #1 hardpoint breaking team that we have here in the CDL for the right reasons. They don't care about rotating all the way through. And although they were able to rectify that immediate issue of trying to play for the rotations to get initial time, they were constantly breaking any sort of setups. And this was against Optic way back in week number 1 in Major 1 qualifiers. That really did start this overall progression that they are a very fine breaking hardpoint team, 7-3 on Berlin hardpoint as it may end up being. But this Team War roster, I feel like I'm going to be bringing up the same compare and contrast that I ended up having for Desert Siege, is also within the same limelight when it comes down to Berlin hardpoint. Because you remember going back to Season 2 of the Elite, Brody, both you and I, we were sitting here just screaming to the heavens, why is everybody constantly picking Berlin hardpoint versus Rocket Academy? Because nobody was beating them on it. Finally, that Vengeance roster, now known as Team War in this very matchup, was able to do so. And they were able to do so as cleanly as you would ever so hope for as well, beating them twice on over throughout the entirety of Challenger Season 2 of the Elite, and finding further success on this map mode combination, barring that series versus Toronto Ultra NA in Grand Finals.
Absolutely. It is going to be interesting for sure, I think, looking towards this map between Team War and London War Ravens to see who will be coming out on top. Before we get there, though, I do want to say as well, we kind of jumped back into Paris versus Boston there for the end of map number 4. We didn't get to see the end of the control because it was kind of taken away from us very sharply. I believe what happened there in that map number 3 was that we saw a replay of that round number 5, where, of course, Temp didn't get given his streak, because obviously you can't just be giving someone streaks. That is gutting for Paris. We didn't get to speak about it, but that is so gutting for Paris that happened. And then, of course, they ended up losing the map number 4. I think Paris will be very, very frustrated about the outcome of that, because they would have felt, Andy, that they should have got a map number 5 in that one.
I don't even know if they ended up replaying it. I don't even know if they ended up just giving it over towards Boston outright. But, I mean, even more so than that, I think it's going to be very interesting, to say the least, how things continue on forward as far as what may be concerned with for Paris. Because, I mean, again, you're in a group down here with Ultra Academy NA. Again, another roster that is going to be very difficult for you to be able to beat for yourself. Not to mention how you're going up against a very battle-tested Los Angeles Guerrillas.
Yeah, I think that is the key thing, right? That group is just such an incredible group, right? You've got Boston, LAG, Paris, and Toronto Ultra Academy North America. Obviously, Toronto being the victors of the Minnesota Open. It is just every single win or loss is going to make all of the difference in that group. I genuinely believe there are probably no easy matchups, and I think for Paris that's going to be incredibly frustrating, because you get the victory versus Boston Breach there, and it puts you in good stead for your matches versus LAG, versus Toronto Ultra Academy North America. So Paris, they're going to be set back a little bit by that loss in the first series, but they've still got 2 more matches, and as we've kind of said here with the way this entire tournament is set up, all you really have to do is win a couple of matches short of there kind of being a 3-way tie of some kind, and you're very likely to make your way through to the single elimination final bracket. Although I make it sound easy, Andy, it's not easy at all. These groups are incredibly stacked, pretty much every single one. I don't think you could really call exactly who is going to be able to make it out, because obviously we've seen so many roster changes in the CDL so far. Between there's tons of teams that have made roster changes in this little break, and obviously all the challenges teams come through as well. I think they're definitely all wild cards to say, hey, look, they could make it through. But, back to the point here at hand, Team War and London War Ravens, this was the group where I genuinely believed, hey, look, Team War, they have a real opportunity here, not just in this matchup with obviously the roster change that went down, Harry joining the team in place of Gizmo, but with the group in general, with the way that obviously LA Thieves played in Stage 2, and apparently the way they played, I didn't get to see it, by the way, they played versus the New York Subliners in their first series of the group, and of course New York Subliners. They lost 3-0. There you go. And New York Subliners as well, right? Because they've just brought Kismet into the roster. For Team War, I believe this, and I still do believe to some extent, that this is a genuinely potential for them to come out and get a spot in that bracket. But so far, things aren't looking good. London Royal Ravens now 2-1 up in the series.
And again, it's going to a map mode combination that is just so damn favorable for them. I mean, if there's another hardpoint that they might be able to rival as one of their best, it's probably going to be Tuscan, as they are 6-3 on that, 6-4 on Gavutu. But the Berlin hardpoint obviously coming through for Team War, because they are very confident on it. Again, this was a constant pick coming back through. They had some of the best practice you could possibly ever ask for through Season 2 of the Elite, and I'm sure also through the scrimmages versus Rocker Academy previously with Journey on that roster. Now they ended up having Sukri being picked back up for that. So it's going to be very interesting, to say the least. The confidence, I'm sure, is nothing short of absolutely there when it comes to Team War to allow this map mode combination to come all the way through. Because they have to be somewhat aware that Berlin Hardpoint is a very strong pick when it comes down to this London Royal Ravens roster. Again, 7-3, beating the likes of Optic on this, 100-point clubbing LAG, and then, well, actually beating Optic twice on this map mode combination is no easy feat, I'm sure, to say the least. But even still, you have to be looking at the overall progression that is this London Royal Ravens roster, specifically on the hardpoint, because you go back to Gavutu map number 1 in this best of 5 series, Brody. They were actually quite adept at making sure that they were always early rotating for a lot of these hardpoints, whether it was Zero, whether it was Harry. That was their biggest concern going through Major 2, not only qualifiers, but also Major 2 within its own self, that they had to immediately rectify the issue that you cannot just rely on breaking hardpoints. It was successful, sure, and they can always keep that ace up their sleeve, but you cannot always rely on just breaking every single hardpoint. When they're playing proactively, of what we saw from that Gavutu, when it comes down to a map like Berlin, where your SMGs can become furthermore activated, like Afro and NASA can feel right at home for this, this could get really, really gross for Team War if they cannot keep up with the pace that might just be offered from the Ravens side.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will say one thing, on the flip side of that as well, with Team War and such, this roster, I think, while London Ravens, they're very good at hardpoint. I think we've just seen what Team War can do on that Gavutu. They are very good at playing map, and I think Berlin is actually not all that dissimilar of a map to Gavutu. Maybe not in the size, but in the way it plays in the hardpoint, particularly kind of the way that the hardpoints are spread out and such. For Team War, this is, I think, going to be a very important map for them. I think moving forward, just for the momentum and such, and obviously just for winning the series as well. I believe we said we were going to go to something else. I didn't quite hear what we were going to do. Okay, so I think we'll probably take a look at Bravo right now to show you guys exactly what's happening over there. Just a very quick peek at what is going on because obviously the beauty of the setup for the Pro-Am is that there are 4 matches going on concurrently at any one point. But if you're a fan of Call of Duty, this is a brilliant weekend to be a fan of Call of Duty. So we can show you guys pretty much a ton of COD going on. Not 24/7, but for however long these matches are actually ongoing. Of course, with the group stage concluding, I want to say tomorrow or Friday? Tomorrow is Friday. My brain is absolutely fried, mate.
Well, it's technically tomorrow for you already, so I mean,
it is Friday. Yeah, it is. Yeah, this match has been going on for a long time. I'm not sure how. I think we're a little bit behind schedule at the moment. Because I was just a little bit behind schedule at the moment. I was like, wow, it is actually the 6th of May now for me. This is UK time, everybody. All right. What we're going to do then is we're going to go to a quick break while we wait for map number 4 to get underway, guys. When we come back, we've got map number 4 of Berlin Hardpoint between London Royal Ravens and Team War. And welcome back, everybody, here to the Pro-Am Classic. We're into game number 4 between London Royal Ravens and Team War. London take this one. They take the series, and it is not the start that Team War would have wanted here in this group. But getting things underway here on towards Berlin. Hardpoint, Weeman trying to play his life inside the point. Unfortunately, not able to. It's London who strike first.
And 7-3 for London Royal Ravens on this map mode combination all throughout Vanguard's tenure for CDL year 2022. Well, I think you're starting to see a little bit why. I mean, starting off with the favorite side is certainly one aspect, but holding P1 and holding any sort of flank antics that are currently coming through, Team War have not been allowed to come through from any sort of time whatsoever. Contested time, sure. Last minute gunfights coming through, 13 seconds might be there, but you can already see what's happening on the minimap as well. London Royal Ravens already committing to the rotation towards 2.
Yeah, these rotational battles going to be big, I think, for London to really start getting massive lead early on in this one. They're not going to be allowed it for now, though. Wardy and Maple are going to draw those first bloods. They do have to be careful, though, because Harry and Zero are over towards that dock side. I'm pretty sure War are aware of the fact that there are players out that way. They just kind of don't want to go willingly challenging at them. As Wardy now looks to try and play his life inside the hard point, able to get 2 kills, will be shut down. So next up the bat here for T-War will be Denzer inside. He is now taken out as well. London Royal Ravens now able to find their way, and it will not last long, though. Back and forth, this hard point goes between Team War and London. And I think for London, really, to take even a little bit of time away for Team War, if you did have this rotation, will be big.
You just want to make sure you're still locking down the middle of the map if you are the Ravens, right? I mean, you can send players, finesse for some scrap time, but you got to know that there's going to be a player up top third. Wardy has become activated. 5 and 4, those last 2 kills should be the final 2 nails in the coffin for P2. Ravens need to put in all an effort to holding all of Team War at bay with this setup here at 3.
Now, Wardy might well have slipped behind enemy lines here. There's the first kill onto Harry. How much more damage can he do? Of course, having shot in the back here by Zero. Massive gunfight to take, and Zero's going to win the 1v1. That's a massive kill for London to try and control these spawns towards this next hard point here. You can already see London reaping the benefits of that as they will continue to spawn close. Now, Team War, can they find their way back on through? It would have been nice to try and get this rotation if they can, but Harry now playing around the hard point will be finally shut down. Nasty, just going to be waiting now outside. For players to push through fire. Might have a couple of players to contend with any second. Now, there you go. Denzer slides on through. He will get shut down. It's trades galore, but it's London who will come out on top for now. Team War, perhaps you give this one more push before starting to focus on the rotation. You two want to be careful. You don't want to give it away.
Yeah, you don't want to over-invest in trying to play for the scrap time here as well. And you can see, I mean, Ravens were thinking about trying to play for the rotation. Zero actually gives up that B lane, looking closer towards the warehouse, and tries to recommit to get back in that scrap time to help out the Ravens be able to soak up what really feels like a solid 45, if not closer towards 50, if they soak up the last little bit of the scrap time. Now they can start looking at the rotation. You already have Zero pushed up towards this tank. Weeman should be here for the trade. Okay, yeah, there it is. But you still have Afro that's pushed all the way in the backside of the warehouse, so Wardy is not in here for free.
Wardy, looking for these kills around the back line, knows that he doesn't really want to allow London to flip the spawns this easy. Unfortunately, that has happened. So now going to have to fight this from the front, which isn't the worst thing to happen to Team War. They can do this, but at the same time, you need to make sure you win these engagements. Denzer will end up falling, and just like that, London have basically removed most of the threat that is Team War from this hard point. Now they need to get another wave of kills, though, and I say it happens. London, they make it happen so easily. They're now inside the hard point for the last 25 seconds of time. This is not time that Team War really wanted to give up. They wanted a good foothold over this rotation. They didn't get it.
And they want to be holding this setup on this side of the map as well, Brody. If you're not going to be able to re-break back in for 4, that's fine, but you allowed Harry to slip the net all the way through the middle of the map. Look at player number 2 on the minimap. Finds the kill onto Weeman, and this might start influencing a little bit of chaos for Team War trying to get themselves to set up here on 5. It's going to come through with a lot of isolated engagements. Afro knows that there's a player top third on them. Harry's still finding kills off screen, by the way. You got to deal with Harry in towards the back. They finally do it, but Team War could not get the setup they were looking for the initial time.
Now for Team War. Can they get any time away from this hard point? Of course, all those London players over towards the train side will definitely be a problem that they'll want to deal with. Maple able to pick up 2. Wardy now with another one as well. War are picking up some kills here. How much control will that actually allow them to get, though, over this hard point? Wardy pushed all the way through mailroom to make sure that London don't even get past the first step. This is actually a pretty good position overall for a War. If they can get some time away from this hard point, they're pushing London all the way back in towards this dock side, in towards this train yard side, and that does bode well for that inevitable rotation. But keep an eye on number 1. Afro has just pushed through all the way towards that dock side. He's influenced the spawns, and London, well, now they're on the better side of the map.
Yeah, they negated so much time from Team War again, who were initially set up on the west side of the map to potentially get the God setup of P5 to walk away with a handful of seconds. Harry breaks it up. Afro was finessing as well, as you were saying, and now you have influence spawns in for a second set of rotations. This is where P1 can turn into a money hill. London are absolutely aware of that, so are Team War. 4-player flood, 2 players trying to pinch in from the upper courtyard side will be in full effect from Denza. Kills are at least there. They know Nasty is inside the small room. They cleared them out as clean as they possibly could. Still ample time to battle over here on 1.
Zero will finally end up falling here. Team will be happy that they're able to take him down. Just 27 seconds left off the back of this hard point, and just like that, London able to find their way on through. Another huge 20 seconds that War didn't want to give away. Now, for War, I think the smartest thing to do would be focus on the next set of rotations. Last time around, London were kind of able to take a bit of time away from them that War really shouldn't have given away. Already still fighting for their scrap time, by the way, and this is what you're seeing. I like the adaptation coming out from Walk here. They're much more aggressive and making sure they control the dock side of the map to make sure they are the ones in this hard point, Andy.
Yeah, Nasty, though, will find Maple, so that B lane has become a little bit more open. And if you're looking at player number 7 on the minimap, Wardy actually ran into 2 players, so these isolated 1v1s are not going in the favor. Denza has to rectify this situation, does find 2. Look, also has player number 3 along the lane. That's Harry. They won't be able to find the gunfight, but still mitigating the damage across the board. Trades are going to be good for Team War, locking down the initial time, and this is time they absolutely need to stay alive in this hard point.
Team War kind of find themselves boxed in. London Royal Ravens win a couple of gunfights. That'll spawn those players towards the backline. Can they win any more? Yes, they can. A couple more kills coming on through. London, they're in for the last 20 seconds of time. Big gunfights now going down for that rotation as well. You can already see Wardy fighting for it and will actually win that first gunfight. How much of an influence does he now have on the spawns? Because Zero, or Harry, starting to push up towards that backline. There you go. Harry with a big one-on-one onto Wardy will influence the spawn, so that London are the first ones here. War could still put a stop to this one early on. It has to be the gunfights coming down from Weeman and Denza. Unfortunately, both of those players aren't able to do all that much. So London, not only are they in here first, but they have control of the spawns. War, you kind of need to break right about now. Wardy, what can you do? Can't get the second kill. London, they're winning basically every gunfight.
Yeah, a little bit too individualistic for my liking. I mean, if you're Wardy there, you got to be able to try to at least find the gunfights through fire, and that's the blind trust that needs to be there for Team War to at least find influence in from lobby, in from the upper courtyard, because they did not try to push over by that B lane. And now we're down to 27 seconds remaining on this hard point, and if Team War do not break it here, well, London Royal Ravens might just push themselves over 200 points. The slide comes through, the double challenge soon to follow, and, well, London Royal Ravens have been at least wiped away, but the close spawns are still here. This is very good for Team War. They're holding this from the front, and they should be able to lock down the rotation along with some scrap time.
Yeah, the key to victory here for Team War, absolutely making sure you hold London towards these back spawns. If you get the time, great, but make sure you do not lose this rotation, because remember what happened last time here, Andy? London, they were able to break on through early on, taking time away from Team War. I mean, it's been the story of this map, really. Team War have just lost time where really you don't think they really should. But Denza now going to lose that first gunfight towards the front. Weeman has a lot to do. Nice two-piece coming in from Weeman. That's a start here for Team War to hold on towards this time. But London will not give up. They'll push this from both angles. They'll push players towards the backline. Harry will be the next player that you do need to take down if you're a Team War. Weeman, he's ready for him, though. He's not going to fall foul to him.
Yeah, but London Royal Ravens, they're so proactive at making sure that they keep Team War on their toes. I mean, you saw the arrows immediately come through. Once Wardy and Denza spawned inside of P1, more or less, you had to focus in towards the back. You knew that the backside of the warehouse was not safe, as Maple will find 2 kills, trying to keep this hard point alive for their team, but keeping them off are the Ravens for the time being. Even forcing team kills are going to be okay, because you're holding it from the front. Keep in mind, you Ravens going in towards P5 are on the favorite side of the map, as Maple again is finding another 2-piece. Crucial as it may be, Team War even getting in for the initial time, that is not as much time off of P4 as they were once hoping for.
Yeah, massive amount of time there for Team War. Brings them right back into this game alongside London. Now, what can London do about this hardpoint? Zero making the flank of all flanks in from behind. 1, 2! It's going to be Zero picking up a 2-piece. London Royal Ravens now in for this time. Can Team War do anything about this? Because they're going to be spawning all the way to your right side of the minimap. And for London, this is a lot of time to be getting here on P5.
Yeah, it is. This is the setup that I was talking about. You got players finessing out of mail. Nasty is just playing in this position, soaking up some time. You also had Harry a moment ago just playing inside the concourse, and both Harry and Zero spawn inside of P1. So now the pinch needs to come through from Team War. They cannot allow the scratch time to go up for free.
Yeah, this next rotation as well will be huge. 15 seconds left. London are winning all the crucial engagements. Perhaps one more batch of kills, and this one might actually be done, to be honest. Team War are spawning in no man's land as far as that next hardpoint is concerned. Maple might have actually just slipped the net here. I think that London have tracked him. Yes, they have. And now all they need is about 20 seconds more. Afro looking to finish this game on a 5 spree. He will get shut down before any streaks have been earned. If Team War want to break in here towards the office, it needs to be done now. It needs to be perfect. Can you get it done? The kill's starting to come through. It's 0 with 2. Looking for the 1v1 against Wee Man as well. It's 0 with 3. London want to put this home right now. 0 wants to put this home right now. I think he might well do it. Nobody from War is getting their way on through, and London will close this out in 4.
Man, they played that so well at the very end, and truly even through the first set of hardpoints as well, just getting in the heads of War rent-free, you would truly feel like. I mean, it's just one of those things, again, that London Royal Ravens, historically through Vanguard's years so far, have benchmarked themselves as hardpoint as being the #1 breaking hardpoint team across the board out of all of the CDL teams. But even that being said, I talked about their overall progression as far as a hardpoint team in between Major 1 to Major 2, is that they really started to be more proactive throughout the map, trying to get themselves in for initial time. And what that means is that's going to call down to your ARs. Both Zero and Harry were constantly trying to threaten the rotation very early on. You saw that specifically from 3 and towards 4 continuously. And even in the second set of hardpoints, although it did not mean the initial break, they were still setting the spawns absolutely awry for Team War, that they could not get the setup. They could not get a full read on the situation, Brody, where these London Royal Raven players were constantly coming from. And because of that, the Ravens were constantly able to hold the west side of the map. They got such a stellar setup going in towards P5. Yes, trades came through. At least the back 15 might have been contested. But going in towards P1, when you have an AR that is playing lights out, when Zero is beaming the way that he was right there at the very end, you ain't getting in that hard point for free. You have to hope that the flank came through. And even if you at least attempted to, Harry was watching that cross the entire time. Just absolute chef's kiss of a performance from that Berlin hard point coming through from London.
Yeah, beautifully played. Again, you know, in hard points, we always talk about how crucial it is taking time away from teams on the rotation where they're the ones that are there first. London did that so many times. They're in that hard point. We can take a look now at the final stat lines, though, at the end of the game. Look, Harry, mate, he played out of his mind. 36 and 21. 30 of those kills not traded. Beautifully done from Harry. The AR pressure from London, I think, was just way too much for Team War to deal with. I think that's Shine all series long. London looks so good, and that does answer one of our questions, you know, coming into this series, is how is this London roster going to look now post roster change, bringing Harry into the team in place of Gizmo. And you know, I think Harry fits like a glove to this team. He's a really good fit for this roster, and I think London will be looking pretty good moving forward. Team War, I genuinely believe, even though they are technically the challenger team coming into this group, they were a test for London Royal Ravens. It's a test that London roster has now passed, and now moving forward, LAT and New York Subliners. I mean, New York, I think, are probably going to be their next biggest threat.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you'll even see in this best of 5 map set, this was the only decisive map that we had, which speaks absolute volumes to the overall ability for Team War to almost threaten to be the second team out of this group. I'll say it right here, that I think that London are probably the crowd favorites, if not the overall favorites, to make it out of Group C, obviously. But Team War can honestly beckon to be the second team out of here. It all depends on how they look versus New York, which would be a very tough matchup. It seems that LA Thieves are not firing off on all cylinders comparatively to what we saw through Major 1, Brody. But even more so than that, the round 11 search and destroy, being able to take a map off of London for 1, and also to be candidly spoken, that Gavutu hardpoint very much so could have been Team War's favor. We could have very much so been loading into a map number 5, maybe in about 20 minutes, depending on how long these two teams took in between maps. But regardless of the matter, it's just one of those things, again, that this Team War roster absolutely can play to the strengths. It just comes down to understanding the map ban and veto process. It just comes down to almost really understanding the enemy team. I mean, I have all the stats. I've been tracking everything from the CDL since the early stages, since kickoff. I obviously didn't have those numbers inside of my stat sheets, but even so, allowing the Berlin hardpoint to come all the way through is a little bit of a head scratcher. Yes, you were able to beat the #1 European team at the time, as far as hardpoint is concerned, in Minnesota Rocker Academy during Season 2 of the Elite. You upset a handful of teams at the Rocker Open just a few weeks ago. But you just walked into the absolute gauntlet, the ringer that is London Royal Ravens on Berlin Hardpoint. It is their best hardpoint map that you probably would have been able to fare better, at least maybe allowing the Bocage to come all the way through, maybe trying to have a Tuscan at least come through for map number 4 would have been a better odds. It's just VOD that needs to be quickly studied and reconcile with this loss to be able to then go into your other 3 matches for groups and potentially walk away with that next place.
Yeah, absolutely. For Team War now, this is going to be a bit of a fight because we said this match was very important for them. It was a match where they could maybe steal a win away in what is, I believe, a very tough group. New York Subline, I think, are going to be a real threat for Team War. For LA Thieves, I don't know. I genuinely believe still that Team War have a chance versus LA Thieves. That should be an interesting match for sure to see whether LA Thieves are able to bounce back from what was clearly a very egregious 3. I think it got full sailed in the Search and Destroy as well, right? So things not looking too hot for LA Thieves here, but that's going to be it for our second batch of matches. We've still got one more batch to go. It's going to be Toronto Ultra Academy EU versus Minnesota Rocker, I believe, is going to be the final match of the day here on our focus matchup. Of course, the other one going on simultaneously, that will be the Seattle Surge going up against the Toronto Ultra. Both great matches for their respective groups. Of course, Andy and I will not be casting them. We're going to hand things over towards Seymour and Cruz and Spaz, so we know you guys are going to love that. Thank you again for tuning in so far. I'll see you guys for those matches in just a second.
Well, it looks like we're a little bit behind in schedule, but we're still ahead in entertainment. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Cruz, and we're here to bring you Minnesota Rocker versus Ultra Academy EU. Jesse, I am so elated to be casting these two teams, and I'm loving the Challengers teams going up against Pro teams today.
Oh man, I mean, this has been everything I've been waiting for to come in to watch this Pro-Am event. I mean, it's absolutely knocked all expectations out of the park. I'm loving every second of this. It kind of throws me back to those old CWL days when you get to watch all the different POVs, go through all 4 different streams. I've been having a blast just keeping up with everything. But Colin, that must have been the fastest swap out of casters I've ever seen. So great job to Sport, but you know what? We got to get right into this action here.
Who's go, 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 Jesse. And so is the same story for Rocker right now, as they're up 121 to 83 as we hop into this, Jesse. In the second set of rotations, it is a steady, comfortable lead for them. And that's what you expect, because the addition of Havoc into this, I'm expecting a scary Bocage team out of Minnesota Rocker now.
Yeah, Havoc, a fantastic hardpoint player and a really, really good route runner as well. Should be really helpful to this Minnesota team in terms of just trying to be able to run around the map, be able to get your players in the right positions at the right times, and always getting spawns on your favor. You would have expected Havoc to be a very big help in terms of that for this Minnesota team. But yeah, I mean, they're off to a great start here. We're going to get a fight inside of the back. That's a big win for Furious just to try to get these back spawns. But nobody's going to spawn up with them. Minnesota's still going to be at the right spot at the right time. And I would imagine he gets hunted out here quite shortly.
Right spot, right time, Jesse, but surrounded right now from Ultra Academy EU. Furious still in the back, side by side with the player. Looks like he's going to get red Sandy with eyes on. 3 go down for Ultra Academy. He's going to break into the hard point for Rocker. Now look to soak up more time, get their comfortable lead even farther inside this Bocage hard point. But right now, you look at the minimap, Ultra Academy EU, Jesse, they're going to get one last shot. Vortex is going to break for the scrap time, but all of the action, it's over at Grandma's.
That's a really big break too. But like you said, over towards Grandma's, Minnesota's going to be able to get this early rotation over here. Now you do still have 2 players at the very least over here if you're Ultra EU, where you can try to hold on to it for a little bit. And that's a big 2-piece from Furious just to try to solidify these back spawns. And he'll actually spawn all the Minnesota players out at old. So Ultra should have a huge advantage now in terms of rotating into this new hill.
Looking at Atash with the MP40 in hand on 4 in a row. Look for those streaks. Jesse slides on down. It's going to be 5. Oh, thought he was going to get into the hill, but Rafty's going to have his number. 3 go down on a whim. 4 Rocker. It's going to keep Ultra Academy in control of this hill, but they lose out on the spawns in the back. And just like that, Priest is going to barrel back on in for the break in favor of Rocker. Now you're looking from the outside in if you are Ultra Academy EU, trying to get your way into this hard point, Jesse. But at every avenue, every angle, it is just nothing but pressure out of Rocker. Rafty's going to get a break back into this hill for the later end, but it's still scrappy inside of Grandma's. And if you're Rocker, you're okay with that.
Yeah, you are, but this is a big 20 seconds here. Ultra EU absolutely needs to lock onto these 20 seconds just to bring themselves back into this game. You hold on to this, it's only going to be around 10, 15-point game heading in towards the next hill, and it's exactly what you want. You want to start to claw this back as much as possible, because if you keep just allowing Minnesota to have that 40-second buffer, they're just going to slowly put this game away because of the way that Bocage works. But you know what? You do get a couple seconds back in your favor. It's around a 30-point game as we start this hill off. But once again, it will be Minnesota here. First team inside of the hill, looking to lock things down. And they're doing a great job of zoning out and spawning out the players right now on Toronto EU.
Attached on screen right now, 24 and 15, as he's got 3 in a row. We're going to keep things in favor of Rocker on the rotation. However, a moment break for Ultra Academy EU, still being torn apart by Attach, allowing the respawns for Rocker Academy to get back into the hill, Jesse. And look, the break is so smooth. They only allow a few seconds to go the way of Ultra Academy EU, and they are spawning so far away from this hill. It is Bocage, so it's not too far away. While this is happening, I mean, Rocker are pushing their lead even farther. You're going to get a contention for a moment out of Beans, but they are closed out right at the gates.
Yeah, this is time that Ultra really cannot afford to give up here. They need to try to push their way forward. They need to try to get into this, at least contest the back a little bit of time here. But it actually looks like they're going to completely concede the time, allow for Minnesota to almost get to that 200-point mark, and just try to answer back with a full 60 of their own over here at the new hill, over at P5. But so far, I mean, it really hasn't been the cleanest of holds. You have allowed a couple players to sneak through. They will end up falling eventually. But, I mean, you are really trying here if you're Ultra to find your full 60 here. But all the kills that they're finding in the kill feed now are fantastic kills because you're really zoning Minnesota out. This could look like a really good hold here.
And when we're really looking at Ultra Academy EU, Jesse, eyes are on Rafi, who is set up back on that power position in Willow. Now cut down as you're seeing things get scrappy into this rotation. Still Ultra Academy EU holding off on that point for now, still collecting time, but I say eyes on Rafi as he is the new kid on the block for the team, picked up in place of Harry, who was brought into that London Royal Ravens roster that you saw previous to this. And, you know, 19 and 20, not too shabby, but you're looking at him to get things going, pick things up, to even things out and level it out against Minnesota Rocker, because you need all hands on deck if you're going to take down a CDL team.
And I'm sure we'll touch on it more a little bit later, but Rafi had a really, really rough series earlier on today in their first series of the day. So definitely looking to see if he can bounce back a little bit here. Didn't have the best time against Optic Gaming, but that's also Optic Gaming. It's always going to be a tough matchup when you go up against those guys. But Ultra EU in that last hill do a great job of answering back to the full 60 that we saw from Minnesota Rocker. They bring the game back to within 20 points as we head into our third and final set of rotations here. But Minnesota still in control of the game at the moment with that big lead.
Furious. Big two-piece into the hill. Vortex is going to find 3 in a row now for Ultra Academy to start soaking up the clock inside of this first hill. Still 31 seconds, and you don't normally see a lot of time on this hill, but Ultra Academy EU have zoned out Rocker enough to start closing out on this lead and really cutting things down. Attach going to jump on in. You get 3 down momentarily for the Rocker, looking to clean up Furious as well inside the hill, and Standy will get it done. But 209, now 210 to 201 as you're looking at Vortex to keep on trucking and keep things out of the hands of Rocker for now. But, I mean, this is doable for Ultra Academy. They have the rotations, Jesse. They're in a really, really stellar spot.
And when we came into this game, we saw Minnesota welding this from the left side. We didn't see what Ultra EU's setup could be on this hill because they just weren't ever able to get a good comfortable setup here. But so far, looking so good. They find quite a few kills in the kill feed. They start to spawn out Minnesota Rocker. And look at Furious. He wants to get aggressive. He wants to try to flank out on all these Minnesota players, pushing in towards this hill.
Looks like the call didn't come through. Furious still on a tear in the back line.
Oh no,
they
get
a break inside the hill. Sandy pulls the spawns for Rocker, Jesse, and now nobody collected time for Ultra Academy inside the hill. It's going to be a break from Rocker now for the 30 seconds. That's looking to be cleaned up. Havoc inside the hill. The new kid on block, 23-33 now, keeping his presence inside a hill. Number 2, it's going to be teammate to bring him down, Jesse, but a big moment from Rocker there to keep things out of the hands of Ultra.
Yeah, Rocker can't win it here, but they can get really, really close. We did see Ultra EU with a decent hold on this hill the last time, but it was a scrappy hold. Minnesota, if they can attack this next hill the exact same way that we saw in the last set of rotations where they just hit it scrappily over and over again, they should be able to get that 11 seconds that they need to close the game out here.
Into the hill first, Benjamin Beans cut down from the attic. Priest is going to find 2 to allow Rocker inside this hill. Furious. Oh, he's going to find 2 of his own. Still a little bit scrappy inside of this hill. You're looking at Vortex to contend, but it's going to be Havoc to lock down the time for a moment. 7 seconds left for the Rocker to put away Bocage. It's going to be desperation out of Ultra Academy to get into this hill, Jesse. They will find a break from the back, but Rocker, now with this winner's advantage with 5 points needed, all they need to do is just put the pressure on. You can see player number 3 lurking around the outside. That's going to be Standy. He lines up 3. It's going to be 4 down. They're going to hop into this hill, and Havoc putting away Bocage 250 to 240.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what we expected to come into this map and come into this series. I thought these two teams were going to end up playing each other extremely tight when we looked at the overall maps before we came into this one, Colin. And I honestly think that this map 1 is exactly how we thought it was going to play out. A 250 to 240, a very tight game between 2 very good teams. One team who's not maybe so great at hardpoint in the Minnesota Rocker, and then the other team inside of Ultra EU, who is kind of well versed across all 3 modes, but hasn't looked kind of the greatest here today in terms of hardpoint. But you know what? They come out, they get the job done at the end of the day, and that one unfortunately fell just that little bit short inside of that map.
Well, first things first. Hello. Welcome to the last matches of the Pro-Am Classic for the Delta and Charlie stream. We're looking at Minnesota Rocker, Ultra Academy EU. We just got off of that Bocage hardpoint win, and as Jesse said, we weren't really didn't really know what to expect, Jesse, when we were going into this one. Yeah, that's an auto veto for Toronto Ultra Academy. The Bocage hardpoint doesn't usually come out for Ultra EU, but they played it close there and impressing me for this Minnesota Rocker Academy, who I really had a lot of stocks for going into this Pro-Am Classic, bringing in Havoc. But, hats off to Ultra Academy EU. They are looking good. They even took a map off of Optic earlier.
Yeah, they did. They took one map off of Optic. I believe it was the, what was it? It was the Berlin Search and Destroy. It was a 6-5 win for themselves there. I mean, obviously not the prettiest win, but you'll take a map off of Optic and feel happy with it any day of the week. And that was when Optic was playing with Illy, of course, now playing with General as well inside of the tournament. So, I mean, it was a really, really good map 1, though. You can't really say anything bad for Minnesota Rocker. They got the big lead that they needed. They held it all the way through the map, and they were able to close it out at the very end. And, I mean, when you're Ultra EU, I feel like you weren't 100% expecting to win that map because, like you said, they really did auto veto that the entire last stage of the Challengers Elite. They really didn't want to play Bocage hardpoint, so I was actually kind of surprised to see that one come through here for this tournament.
Well, that's going to bring us into the search and destroy, Jesse, for the maps of this series. We're looking at a Desert Siege up next. And as we're looking at the whole series, we might as well talk about this best of 5. We got a Gavitu control for map number 3, Gavitu hardpoint for map number 4, and a Tuscan search and destroy for map number 5. But, in this opportunity, before we get into this Desert Siege map number 2, Jesse, let's talk about it. How are you feeling about this whole map set that we're seeing between these two?
I mean, the map set's interesting, right? Because I was really excited originally about kind of seeing those two different hard points come through because of how good of a player Havoc can be in terms of just being able to be that route man. Like we saw in the hard point, it's going to be really helpful there, especially when you look at that Gavutu because of how important rotations are. I think that will be a really strong map for them. But it's weird because I see the S&Ds come through, and what really stands out to me looking at the S&Ds on this one, Colin, is the fact that Minnesota, that's probably their best game mode, but they're playing Ultra EU's best search and destroy map. So it's like, it's give and take on what we really think looking at this whole overall series.
Well, it's definitely interesting to talk about that because when we're kind of highlighting all the records of both of these teams, Jesse, there's a little bit of an asterisk, I'd say, on the Rockers' record for it, bringing in Havoc. It should be able to kind of bring a little bit of a new level to a lot of these maps, especially in Search and Destroy, I feel. So playing Ultra Academy EU on their best maps, I'm not too worried about it. I actually think maybe Minnesota Rocker have polished them, working around Havoc. And we did see that earlier on with Desert Siege versus Florida, where Minnesota Rocker beat them today 6-3.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, right? Like Havoc, a fantastic search and destroy player. You would expect him to come in and help this team make even more strides and maybe even get better and better at search and destroy. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those things where you look at that overall map set and you really don't know fully what to think of it because of the fact of Rocker not being that great of a hardpoint team, but the S&Ds being that good for them, but also really good maps for Ultra. It's one of those things where we're looking at this as two casters and we're like,
you're right.
I really don't know what to think, like who's going to take these maps. So I'm really excited to see. But I think the one big thing that we were looking at was that Gavutu control, and like that I think that it's probably going to be a better map for Ultra EU. I think they may have won the vetoes in terms of that, just because of how bad we saw Rocker get beat on that map earlier on today by Florida. It was a 3-0.
Yeah, 3-0 smoke that did not look very favorable for themselves. But we're looking to see if they can turn a new leaf now, going up against Ultra Academy EU. And speaking about Minnesota Rocker, Jesse, let's take a look at this roster. Let's really talk about them, because coming into this Pro-Am Classic, bringing in Havoc in place of Major Maniac, immediately you're looking at this numerically should be a step in the right direction for Minnesota Rocker. Very aggressive player, a submachine gun that can really kind of push up the pacing inside of the title Vanguard. And you just look at it right here in the KD, coming into them with a 1.17 kill death ratio. You can already see that numerically it's going to be a better advantage.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a really good advantage. I think the one thing that you do need to take into perspective is that 117 is inside of challengers as well, right? That's not inside of the pro league like the rest of his teammates here. So that's like the big thing that you need to think about when you're looking at that Minnesota stat.
You're right.
But nonetheless, it'll help to have somebody who's been playing that good, who's been in the trenches all year, been playing at all of these different kind of big moments for this team. So definitely Havoc will be a great addition to this Minnesota Rocker roster.
I mean, it's hard not to be when you're looking at the 7-time Challenger champ in 2022, with Texas Nation. It's going to be definitely probably one of the better additions out of Challengers into CDL, in my opinion, with Havoc just looking so good throughout Challengers. I'm excited to see what he can do on this roster. But when you're looking at the overall record, Jesse, what are we seeing through Minnesota Rockers series records?
Yeah, I think what you're looking at is just the fact that their search and destroy has really been what standed out for them almost all of this year. Most of the time when they've won it's because they've won 2 search and destroys inside of a series. Hardpoint has not been a strong suit for this team all year, 6-20. And then if we take an even deeper dive into that, Tuscan has been a really, really weak map for this team through all 3 modes. They played it 19 times this season coming into this weekend and have only won it 4 times. So that's why you're seeing very little Tuscan today.
It's crazy. That's crazy. And if you're Toronto Ultra EU, you can immediately look at that Tuscan all the way in map number 5, and you're thinking to yourself, man, I want to go to that. I want to go to that map 5. Just play the long game. Get that map 5, and you should be good. But before we're talking about Toronto Ultra Academy EU, Jesse, let's talk about Desert Siege. Already, right off the rip, Benjamin Beans, he's got the boomstick out. He's going to rip a first blood, evenly traded out. But you can see that this is about to get mixy. Vortex, 2 in a row. And like that, we're in a 1v3. Priest the last alive outside of the dunes, but it's Benjamin Beans with the boomstick. So many bees out here. But first round at Ultra Academy EU.
Yeah, and this is where I was a little bit worried for Rocker coming into this one, just because, yes, they're 1-0 on this map. Yes, they looked great on it earlier on today against a Florida team. But Ultra EU have a lot of reps on this map. Maybe not with Rafi on their team, but still 3-1 on the map overall. It's been a very good map, and a kind of a map that they can rely on to be good at in towards a lot of their series. So definitely think that this map could play into the favor of Ultra EU,
especially if they can figure out to get Rafi comfortable on the map. Jesse, it's going to be something to watch out for. I'm curious about this sniper battle versus Attach and Beans that we know we're going to get eventually, but Beans just uncontested, still tearing away. Another first blood for Ultra Academy EU. As you can see, that bomb immediately going to pivot over to the A site, where you still have some presence from Ultra, but Standy looking to get this one down, and you really need to find something if you're Rocker in numbers.
You have a lot of players inside of University, though, so the flank should be a possibility. Standy might be able to make a play, but Standy's going to walk right into the gunfire. Now you've got a 4v1. And Attaches just he either has to go massive here, but the bomb's already being diffused. He pretty much has no option.
No, he's not in any position to get a sight on that diffuser, and that's going to be the round evened out. Ultra Academy EU gets the defuse, gets the retake, and a wonderful one at that. It's just uncontested. Beans with that sniper out dunes, finding that first blood into Prisa is just giving so much inside of a Desert Siege. You need that map control. If you are Minnesota Rocker, you just cannot be giving up first bloods like you have been.
Yeah, and when they planted the bomb over at A, Ultra had basically a pinch onto every angle with the way that their players were either inside a University or in and around the A site. So they got the bomb down, and that's great and all, but there was nowhere to go after getting that bomb down. They were pretty much trapped up until that point. Now Ultra EU will take that 2-1 lead. Furious gets another first blood in through University. I may add you once again. And he'll possibly looking for some more here as well.
3 rounds, 3 first bloods go to the way of Ultra Academy EU. You do have Beans with a sniper over towards A. Attach. Similar position, so might be able to get a whiff of this sniper battle. Jesse, 9 HP for Attack. Jesse gets caught by a nade, so he's going to have to disengage from that site as the bomb gets planted. And Furious still holding strong inside of University. It's going to be 2 down to the hands of Rocker now. You're looking now to retake the site. It's going to be attached with a sniper and Priesta with an automaton. Not what you want when retaking the A side. You can see why Attach is going to get caught by Rafi up close, leaving Priesta last alive 0-2. You got 25 seconds to work with, Jesse, but with this whole start to the search and destroy for Rocker, it has not been the best, and you just cannot see Priesta coming away with that round win.
And this is just Ultra EU who has looked so fantastic on this Desert Siege map throughout all of Stage 2, now bringing it here, even with Rafi on the team, still getting the job done. And, I mean, it's got to go on a Furious. I mean, the way that he's playing inside of University, especially that last round, massive first blood, finds the second as well, gives themselves a 4v2. I mean, this has just been a crazy start to the game here for Ultra EU.
Ooh.
And, I mean, if they can keep this up, I mean, they're going to be looking really, really good to close the search and destroy out.
Don't mind me. I'm just looking at Toronto Ultra versus Seattle Surge, 147-64 inside that first hardpoint. We get a live look into the picture-in-picture, and Toronto doing good in hardpoint. Come on. This is not what we're used to seeing. Seattle not having a great start to that series, and you're looking at them to bring things back. But as we pan back into this Desert Siege Search and Destroy, Jesse, we got a 2v2. Bomb not down. In fact, Bomb is actually not in a great spot for Rocker at the moment. You're looking at Havoc maybe to go recover it, but Beans, the sniper out of hand. Looks like he's got the AR now. Seems like that. Attach is on a mission right now. He's going to be behind Beans with the pistol out. That should be a free kill. You get the trade from Rafi. Now 1v1. 40 seconds left. Havoc with the bomb in.
The new kids on the block. 1v1 against each other.
Who's going to come out, Jesse? You get Rafi 2-1. Havoc 2-3. 29 seconds.
Havoc does have to get this bomb down, though. So that's like the big advantage that you have for Raffi. And it just looks like he wants to play off the B site and wait to see. But Havoc reads it so perfectly, wins the one-on-one, and takes the first round for Minnesota.
What a read out of Havoc. I mean, there's so many angles that you need to check inside Desert Siege. He just turns out to check the right one right at the last moment. And a big clutch, a much-needed clutch. Out of Minnesota Rocker, you don't want to go down 4-0 in a Desert Siege.
No, you don't want to go down 4-0 on any map, let alone a Desert Siege, where it just feels like things can just steamroll more and more as the map goes further along. But that's exactly what they need to kind of slow the momentum down, bring something back into their favor here as we go along in throughout the rest of this map. But it looks like we're going to get a really aggressive hit through the middle of the map, and Havoc's in a perfect spot, shuts it down completely, and already puts Rocker in a 4-2 advantage in this round.
Nasty things at Havoc. It's exactly what I want to see. When we were seeing success out of this team against Florida, Jesse, it was because Havoc was getting those first bloods and dominating University. Now 5-3, really turning things around on a 4 spree. Might be playing for streaks in the long run. If you're Ultra Academy EU, still have the bomb in hand of Raffi. Both ARs on site. Should be able to get some distance on these teammates, but Standy's going to take down Raffi, leaving Beans last alive. Now 1v3, 44 seconds in enemy territory inside of University at that, and actually finessing his life all the way up to the roof. Still a moment to play for if you're Raffi here, but not a lot of moves you can do, Jesse, with 34 seconds at bomb down.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the big thing, right? Like, yeah, it's a 1v3. It's definitely possible, with the bomb all the way down in the back of your spawn still. Need to go wrap to pick it up and then wrap towards one of the sites. And at that point, you only have an option to go towards A. And it actually looks like Beans is just going to not even make a play for the bomb at the moment. Only 15 seconds left. Maybe he was hoping to be able to catch one of these players off guard, but it's not going to be the case. And I would imagine we don't even see a move from this point on. Just try not to feed anything.
Well, I mean, even still, as a team, you need to be paying attention to Shrieks. You know that Havoc is on 4 in a row right now. You just don't want to feed anything any closer to a Glide Bomb. And if he gets it, just look at Desert Siege, how open it is. That Glide Bomb would be lethal.
It absolutely would be. And it would be exactly what Minnesota needs to bring themselves back into the series as well. So we'll just have to see what they can do as this continues on, but we'll have to keep our eye on Havoc with that 4 spree. We can take one more look. And oh my God, we may have spoke a little too early about Toronto Ultra's hardpoint. It has looked a lot better this weekend. But look at that. Seattle Surge brought this game back within a 10-point game and look like they're in control of the Churchill at the moment.
Look, we're Canadian. We like to gas up the Canadian teams, but man, we did not mean to cast or curse this. It's not on us. We promise.
Oh, no, it is on us.
Nope. I will not stand for that. It is not on us. But what we're looking at here inside of the offense for Rocker is full University control, as Ultra Academy EU do not want to give them a single inch. And you look at that. Raffi gets caught with a nade in hand, and Standy's going to double down on the Furious.
This just kind of feels right now like it's just a pro team making big adjustments. They stopped the bomb from going down. Massive grenade from Vortex there. That bomb was so close to going down. You're in a 2v3. You know where the bomb is at. But unfortunately, you lose out on your teammate now. And it's all up to Vortex here, all by themselves. And Havoc still on 4 in a row. So you don't want to feed those streaks.
One of the most winningest players inside of COD Challengers over on the European side. Vortex. In the 2021 Cold War EU champion over in Challengers, and he couldn't get it done. Takes the last gunfight there at range. The MP40, few shots early, Jesse. Just Attach has an automaton in hand, not a sniper, so you know he's going to be beaming with it.
And Vortex was already weak as well, right? So that definitely helps out in that spot that you're able to close it off there. But yeah, Minnesota, they bring it all the way back, Colin, and I'm not that surprised to see them bring it all the way back, simply because how Minnesota has played is basically like you would expect from a pro team. You see what the other team is doing, you adjust, you make your changes, and so far they have been winning the adjust war. I like that Beans has brought the sniper back out. I feel like I haven't seen it from him in a few rounds now, so to see the sniper back out, maybe trying to go back to some earlier round strats.
He's so oppressive out to the dunes with it. Might be able to catch off Priest again, who's 1-6, not having the best. Search and destroy right now on Desert Siege, but the bomb goes down early, Jesse. We're going to get a retake. 4v4 Ultra. Whew. We get to wipe some sweat on our heads. They do take the hard point, Jesse. No caster curse right now, but we're looking at this post plant. Furious opens up with the first blood. Vortex on the bomb, still hiding away. Finds 2 now for Ultra EU. That's going to force a retake out of Priesta and Attach. And Attach still with the sniper. Will be able to sneak out a kill into Vortex, but tag down low. Raffi's got eyes. Finds the sniper in a second. Oh my word, attached. No way. 13 seconds. He's going to have to hop this, Jesse. There's just no time. Furious going to be in behind. Finds one. Looking for the second one. There's just no time. No resources. And Academy, Ultra Academy EU are going to go back up into the lead.
Hey, let's not forget, Attach used to be on phase, right? So
He was.
he knows a thing or two about sniping. Unfortunately, just like you said, not enough time at the end of that round. And I love that round from Ultra EU because you basically lose 3 rounds in a row and you just go to a full reset. You basically go back to your round 1 strat. You get the job done again. And honestly, I would love for them to keep Beans on the sniper. I think that's where this team has been playing at their best. Yeah, he doesn't make a big impact in that round, but he stops them from being able to overextend through the sand dunes inside of that round. So it's a good round out of them, and it actually looks like Beans does have the sniper back in hand, but will get shut down immediately from Standy. And Havoc, look how quick this bomb is going down at B.
That's what you need at a rocker if you want to shut down that sniper. Just feel full on fury into it, as you are going to see Havoc keep the numbers in hand of Rocker now, looking to get on the flank with this bomb down. Defuse is going to be hopped by Vortex. Does Attach see it? Does he see it? Does he get eyes on? Okay, he does. I was going to say, there's no way they let that happen. So Rocker's going to clean things up, Jesse, and we even it back up for a piece.
Oh boy, this is just feeling more and more like a round 11 right now with the way that these two teams are playing, constantly changing up the strats, all hitting out different things. Now, like, what did we go? We went 3 rounds one way, 3 rounds the other. Now we trade back-to-back rounds. Yeah, absolutely love to see it here. But 4-4, essentially a best of 3 now to close this map out. Vortex still having a very good map at 9-5. It's definitely slowed down a little bit since the hot start that we saw him on. And speaking of slowing down, they did stop the streaks on the Havoc inside of that 1 round. So massive that they don't end up giving up streaks when they gave up those 3 rounds in a row.
Oh, but Havoc's going to get caught by Vortex, none other. 10-5 now. First blood. Oh, he's got eyes on Attach too. Is Attach going to be ready for it? He is, but that's a rat versus an MP40. And you know that story over and over again. Now numbers 3-fold to the way of Ultra Academy EU. 4v1 as they find 3 down early, Jesse. It's only a matter of time before we get a flawless round out of the boys from across the sea. And that is going to be 5-4 on Desert Siege. They're looking to put this one away. But if this pattern is showing, Jesse, inside the search, we're looking at around 11.
That round was just ruthless aggression from Ultra Academy EU. Everybody just pushing straight ahead. They find the first blood, and from that point on, Vortex was like, all right, I'm going to go find second. I'm going to find third. Nobody's going to drop me here inside of this round. Great round out of Ultra EU there. See what Minnesota decides to do. Attach wants to take back control of the stand dune side of the map with the sniper again. You do have Beans with the sniper on the opposing side, though, trying to find it. And Vortex makes a huge play through bottom. University finds the first. We'll get a trade as well, and that's going to leave Ultra in a huge man advantage of 3-2 here.
That's all it's about, Jesse. It's finding those trades. This is a big kill. On the flip side, it's Furious to go down. Attach will be able to recover an automaton, so a little bit more now inside the firepower of Minnesota Rocker, but it's down to Priesta and Attach to clutch up and send us to around 11. You look how far that bomb is inside of enemy territory. It's all on the B side, so realistically, if you want to get this, you're going to have to go toe-to-toe with Vortex at some point.
Yeah, and Vortex 100% knows that bomb is down because he killed the player planting while he was on it, so should just be tucked into either in a corner. Oh no, they get him off the bomb. He must have been playing the heady, so that bomb will go down for free here as Beans is the last player up. Can he catch him on the rotation? He will get one. Will he expect where the second player is, though?
He knows Attach as the sniper. He's gonna read it. Oh, the quick scope gets a hit marker and he does not put it away. Oh my word, a hit marker, Jesse, a hit marker. That is absurd.
Beans is punching the air right now. Gets a hit marker. So unfortunate, but not for us because we get to see a round 11 between these two teams on Desert Siege. This is fantastic. Search and destroy back and forth between the two of them. Oh man, Minnesota. I can't believe they just clutched that one up there. 2v2, bomb down in a terrible spot. They get the job done, and of course it's Attached to get the job done with the sniper at the end. I guess he had the automaton in his hand at the very end there, but we'll find first blood. Havoc finds second, and they take complete University control away from Ultra EU.
It's a boxing match in round 11. A quick little 1-2, and Ultra Academy are shaken in their boots right now. Bomb rotating over to A, Jesse. Looking at Raffi, see if he can fish something out to bring lives a little bit more the wayside of Ultra EU. Priest is still lurking in the back spawn. Plays his life That is so important because now Rafi caught in the open is going to be attached on the crossfire, leaving Beans 1v4. A sniper versus Olive Rocker. What can you do? They get eyes on. Standy's going to clean him up, and Minnesota Rocker in round 11, Jesse. They go up 2-0 in the series.
Oh man, Colin, that hurts so bad to see because
The quick scope, man.
Yeah, exactly. Ultra was literally a hit marker away from being able to take map 2 off of Rocker, their best mode, and take it away and run away with the map. It would have been a 6-4 victory, but the hit marker does him so dirty. They end up losing it out, and Ultra Academy EU, they don't get the job done. Minnesota that last round, let me just say, played that so perfectly, though, because Ultra EU on their defenses were doing a great job of taking control of Middle University. So Rocker just fought power that last round, just full steam ahead, fought them inside of it, won the gunfights, easy to clean the round up. And it's really funny because normally round 11, Colin, you see teams kind of play it really slow. So to see Minnesota Rocker play with that much kind of I want to say aggression and also confidence inside of that last round to win those fights out like that, massive towards that team.
Well, it's immediately, as soon as you see Attach put away the sniper on the automaton, you just get a hint that they're changing up the pace. They're looking to get aggressive. And the thing is that in that round 11, you had all 4 players on Rocker inside of the same boat, Jesse, to get aggressive inside of that stint. And that's going to bring us now into a 2-0 lead for Minnesota over Ultra Academy EU. And this is the whole thing that we were talking about inside the green room, you and I, is that Ultra Academy EU do not want to be down 0-2 going into a control against this team. Barring, I mean, Minnesota Rocker didn't look the best on Gavitu control today. They got 3-0 swept by Florida, but even still being down 2-0, this hurts, especially when Beans was 1 hit marker away from an even game.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because it's like, you do have that Gavutu hardpoint coming up, and that will be an Ultra EU pick as well. So they definitely feel comfortable on that Gavutu map, but I still think that could be a really strong map now for Rocker with the fact of having Havoc on your team, just how good of a route runner he is. The fact he'll probably be able to pull spawns for you a bunch. That's why we think the back half of this looks a little scary, but I feel comfortable on this Gavutu control for Ultra Academy. The fact of how rough it looked for Minnesota earlier, how Ultra Academy, this is a mode where they are 3-1 throughout stage 2. This could definitely be a spot where if they are going to reverse sweep this, it's a great spot to turn things around. And if they can win the next 2 maps, Tuscan, Search and Destroy, we talked about how bad Minnesota looks on Tuscan. There's still potential here for them.
Oh, there's still potential indeed, Jesse. You just look back at the series, 250 to 240 in map 1, 250 or then we get a 6-5 win inside of the Search and Destroy, and it's something that you're looking at. That Ultra Academy are just 1 good break in the hardpoint from a map win. They're 1 good round from a Search and Destroy win. And now we go over to Seattle Surge versus Toronto Ultra in their series back on the Delta stream, and it's Ultra off of that hardpoint win, down 2-0 in the Search.
Well, about to be down 3-0. Insight all alone here. We'll take this gunfight onto accuracy on the outside. Will end up falling. Colin, all I got to say about that map number 1 between these 2 teams, I know we didn't get to see it all the way through, but thank God we did not caster curse Ultra inside of that, because all I'm going to say is if we did, I think that both our tickets would have been revoked from the major coming up, and I don't think that we would have been allowed to go at that point. Like, I just how it is.
I don't think Visions would have spoken to us for a while.
We would have been on the Visions naughty list for sure.
We're looking at them to bring it back, Jesse, inside of the Search and Destroy, down 0-3. Look at Bance and Kami, 0-3 for both of them. Good first blood here. Change of pace, change of rhythm against Seattle. They get some momentum going for themselves. But accuracy, the Iceman, 6-0. You expect anything less from himself. But a well-placed nade from Bance. Going to know players right around the corner. Cleans up Mac. That's going to be numbers to Ultra.
Finally, I mean, obviously we don't know if they've had a first blood before, but finally an advantage inside of one of these rounds. Down 3-0, exactly what you need to start to bring your way back. But Pred finds a little bit of an angle through the little piles of wood there, able to get a first shot off. You absolutely love to see it. Ties it up at a 3-3, and I think the big thing that we need to be watching for here is accuracy on 6. Even if you lose this round as Toronto, you just cannot give up those streaks.
Pred leaps onto Kami and finds bounce as well. That's going to be the bomb down with 30 seconds. Plenty of time for this retake. You don't give up the streaks just yet, Jesse, but now down 4-0 in the Desert Siege. This is the exact same point that we said in our last series. We just don't want to see teams down 4-0 in a Desert Siege. This is not where you want to be if you're Toronto.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. I'm surprised to see the Desert Siege come through here against Toronto as well, just because Surge literally won this map 6-0 earlier on today against FaZe. So I was just a little surprised to see this Search and Destroy map honestly come through inside of this one. But it's weird, right? Watching Toronto inside of this, because in the earlier stages, it was Toronto was really good at Search and Destroy and Control, not so great at hardpoint. Well, they're winning their hardpoints today, but they also lost their Search and Destroy earlier on to Strike X as well. So it's just a little interesting to see. Maybe putting a little bit of focus on the hardpoints has hurt them inside their S&D.
We look at big plays out of Cammy. All right, CleanX, 3-0 into 3 in a row into the round. Accuracy last alive. Not sure if he found a kill. Potentially still on that hunt for the glide bomb, but no, he has the glide bomb. So job well done for Accuracy in this round. Anything more would just be magical, but will be shut down from Bance, and Toronto Ultra finally get around onto the board, Jesse.
Hopefully that brings a little bit of momentum back into their favor. They didn't give up the streaks, right, to Accuracy?
They did.
So they did give up the final streak to it. Okay, so that's not good, but hopefully they can find a way to bring it back. But we'll be hopping right back over towards our feature matchup here on the Clutch stream. It's going to be going towards Minnesota Rocker and Ultra EU to give Veto control. And, I mean, we're right into the start of this one.
Well, right into the thick of it. We're looking at Ultra Academy EU on a warpath to see if they can reverse sweep Rocker. Gonna have to be here inside the control. So far, pretty even off the rip, as you can see that Ultra Academy on the offense looking to get their toes dipped into the A zone, although they are pretty bottlenecked from Minnesota at the moment. As you see, player number 1, Standy, on the case for cutting off those resources, but he is going to drop, and it's going to be a means to a way inside this A zone, Jesse, but no progression. Still 42 seconds left. Ultra Academy EU, they need to find something to get some momentum going their way, but every single time, it's a player like Havoc just on the case, on the flank, ripping them apart.
Havoc's being so annoying right now inside of this map, trying to just do everything, and he absolutely is doing everything. 9 HP, wins another gunfight out, will finally end up falling, but he just gets replaced by Attach now up top. Boat can now push forward as well and try to keep these players into the back, into the spawn trap. And this is where a team like Minnesota Rocker can really take advantage of an amateur team, is just once you get them in the spawn trap, very, very tough to get out of it.
6 seconds left. Last chance for Ultra Academy EU to get their sights set on this A zone. However, around the outside, it's going to be a clean 3 down. Make it a clean 4 down. Why not? Add a few body shots. You earned it. Minnesota Rocker, they find the first defense, Jesse, and they do it with utmost confidence. Spawn trapping Ultra Academy EU, denying them of any offensive play towards that A zone. You don't even see a B attempt from Ultra Academy EU just because they've been bottlenecked so well from Minnesota Rocker.
Yeah, they didn't really have a chance, right, to go and even try to think to hit towards me unless it was off the start of the round. But it didn't look like that when we came into it. So I don't know. That's a really good round out of Minnesota, though. You know what I really liked in that round, Colin, was the way that we just saw Havoc and Attach playing off of each other over at the A site. It just felt like whenever one was up and the other player was coming off spawn, he would just, whoever was on the boat would fly forward, try to get into the spawn, and then the other player would just stay on top of the boat, so he'd be in a perfect spot to answer back if anything bad happened to the player pushing out the spawns. It's just a great start there. And speaking of great starts, look at this start to the round here for Minnesota Rocker.
Raffy's got to be careful when he's going toe-to-toe against Standy. He's got the schmoes. You and I know that. We casted him back in Challengers last year, and we can see that Minnesota Rocker having a stellar start to this offense, Jesse. Getting progression into A, stopping the clock at a minute 12. And look at Raffy. He doesn't even know where he's getting shot at. He's just so cautious and pushing into this A zone. Havoc around the outside will be able to clean him up. And now this is going to be so well for Minnesota Rocker to now get 2 ticks of progression into this A zone, working on the 3rd.
Yeah, working on it. Should be able to get it here as well. I would imagine that Ultra Academy EU just chalks this, tries to play back, and tries to stop the Minnesota players from being able to sneak through. But speaking of sneaking through, Routman once again, Havoc will make his way through on 5 in a row. Doesn't want to give away his positioning.
Oh, man.
Finally takes some shots. On to 6 now, looking for his 7th in a row, and a glide bomb surely could win them one on offensive round here with the big life lead they have.
He's just posted up back here. He's big chilling, Jesse. And you can see those arrows from Ultra EU looking to get him Out from back
Oh.
there. Beautiful stun's going to give it away. Fury is going to shut him down. No streak out of Havoc, but 23-18 in lives. Minute 42. There's plenty of time to get something going here if you're Rocker.
There is plenty of time to get something going, but I think the thing that we need to notice right now for Ultra Academy EU is this widespread that we're seeing across the map. Normally, this is something that you see once you have the team back into a spawn trap, but they don't have them in the spawn trap right now. So Minnesota is looking to just make a full 3-man hit in through green.
Clean kill out of Standy to open things up. You can see Beans off the respawn looking to cut off some players. You're going to find a kill into attach. Havoc's going to drop as well, and Rocker now 2 players on the offense here. Fury is cutting away at Priesta, leaving last alive in the back. Standy all alone, and beautiful beam from Furious. It's 3 in a row for himself as they close out that offensive attempt.
Ultra's brought this round back into the driver's seat for themselves here. Life lead was once, 6 lives, now down to just 2. And they've got Minnesota spawning all the way across the map from where they need to go. Rafi, the furthest player push forward, will be the first cutoff guy. Will probably end up falling here as he gets stunned and tagged up like crazy from these nades, but they're in a great spot just to try to drop all these players as soon as they push towards them.
Oh, Rafi down to 46 HP, hunted down. It's going to be Priesta on the attack, the beatdown onto Beans. Vortex needs to go big here to deny some pressure out of Rocker, but Priesta's just going to push all the way through the spawn, in behind now on a mission. Vortex shuts him down. 3 go the way of Ultra Academy EU, leaving Standy last alive on the front line as he's looking to do some damage to allow his respawning teammates back into things, but 14 lives to 9. Time ticking away, Jesse. 21 seconds left.
Yeah, the clock's going to become an issue now with only, like you said, 15 seconds left to be able to get into this zone. You'll probably have one more solid shot at getting into this if you're Minnesota.
Here it is, Rafi on the cross. Going to find one. Havoc, 41 HP. You need to regen. 6 seconds left. Beans on the cross. Another one drops. Beans 2 in the round, leaving attached now. Has to go big for his team. Vortex looking to cut this one down. The rest are going to surge on forward. He steps off the hill. It doesn't even matter for the kills. Ultra Academy EU, they tie us up.
That round was kind of crazy. It felt like whenever one team got into a big advantage and they were looking like they were going to be able to kind of take the round because of the kill advantage that they were in, you just got another 4-man hit from an opposing team where they would just find a 4 down. So, I mean, crazy stuff coming in from there. It looks like Ultra has been able to bring this round back a little bit for themselves, but Seattle with the man advantage here in this round and bomb down now, looking to close it out.
It is. No room for mistake or Candy into it. Playing enemy lines, it seems like, you know it, Sib's looking to challenge him, but ooh, trade into that one. So still very doable for Toronto Ultra. They're going to go up to 4 rounds inside the search and destroy.
Definitely not out of it.
Definitely not out of it just yet, Jesse. So strong looks from Toronto Ultra on Desert Siege as we're looking at their academy team over from Europe to bring things back in their own right. You're in this control, but you remember back to the last offense we saw, they weren't able to get anything going, Jesse, and it's looked like we're getting the same thing here.
Yeah, and this is the big problem, right? Is you've allowed 3 ticks of progression to Minnesota. So Minnesota, if they can leave you without having any ticks of progression here inside of this round again, they will already guarantee themselves a final defense. And with how their defenses have looked inside of this map, they are not going to be worrying too much about that one here. And they're doing the exact same thing we saw in the last round, where one of the players between Havoc and Attach flies forward, the other one stays back on the boat, and then it's just plug and replace. As soon as the player dies, the other player flies forward, and it's working so well as nobody on Ultra EU can get anywhere near this A zone.
Oh, and then as soon as you find your way over to A, somebody's on the flank. This time it's Priesta, and you just have no way in. Beautiful nade out attached, going to cut down Furious. You can see Standy on the top deck looking to go toe-to-toe, but he's going to have some reinforcements and some rescue from Havoc as he lines up 2 in a row. 6 seconds left from Ultra Academy EU. They are going to have to go monumental if they wanted this offensive round. It's going to be Furious against the world on the inside of that LST ship, looking to get hunted down. Standy will take him to the grave. And Minnesota's Rocker, their defenses look so good on that Gavin control. You know, that makes me think, Jesse, how good Florida are on this map.
That's scary to think about, right? How good Florida could be on this map. The fact that Rocker's defense looks that solid, and you were able to 3-0 them earlier on today. That's just a little bit scary. I'm right there with you. Maybe it could just kind of be an inexperience for this Ultra EU team, though, as well. The fact that Rafi is new to the team. Maybe they haven't gotten that great at control yet. We obviously don't know the full answers to all that, and I'm sure we'll just get more and more answers of that as stage 3 comes along and we see this team a little bit more and more here. But nonetheless, Minnesota's going to be looking to close the game out inside of this round number 3. Their last offense was looking okay. They got A very easily in the last offense, but it was the transition over to B which really struggled.
To go down with the ship, Raffi around the middle of the map, actually going to get aggressive and holding the line over towards that A zone. So far, will be caught from attach. Looking the wrong way. And now you're looking at Minnesota Rocker to find their way into this A zone as you get shots onto the middle of the map player. Although it's going to be a wonderful restabilization at Ultra Academy EU. Furious finds 3 in a row. And now it's time to gain that map control. You can see Beans across the screen alongside Vortex looking to get into enemy lines. See if you can pin back Minnesota Rocker, Jesse. And this is a beautiful moment in change to Ultra Academy EU into their next defense. Look at that again. It's a clean 4 down.
This is exactly what you need. If you're Ultra Academy, you just keep them pinned to the back of the spawn, keep attacking. But this round really doesn't matter that much for Minnesota Rocker, though, Colin. They've already guaranteed themselves secured the final defense. So Ultra EU, as much as this is great and as much as you can try to maybe play for some streaks here, which might help you in the final round, your offenses have looked quite abysmal against this Minnesota team. That's going to be the big question, is whether or not they can win an offense. And Tatch doesn't want to allow them to get away with it that easily. Going to hop onto B and just stop the clock with 2.7 seconds left.
And you know, this is a world champion right here. He knows what to do. When the going gets tough, you just got to get going. And he's still alive on that ship. Not for long. Fury's going to take him down, but it's allowed enough opportunity for Priesta to hop into the A zone, keep this time stopped at 2.7 seconds. One wipe. Let's get the round over, but Rocker just making sure that their lead going into this round 5 tick advantage is going to be pushed even farther. You get 4 down. We're going the distance, Jesse. Round 5 inside the control, but big question. Just overarching into this round 5. I mean, can Ultra Academy EU even get a step into one of these zones?
I think Ultra EU needs to throw something different at them. Maybe go towards a B hit off the start, because A has just not worked out at all for your team. So I think maybe you go towards B, you get a good significant amount of time over there, and then you maybe put your focus onto A later on in the round, because going for A in the first 2 rounds has just not worked out at all in your favor. But it looks like we'll see another A hit right off the start. I thought it might have been a little bit of a 2-2 split, but nope, all parties heading straight towards the A site.
You're going to look for ring control here from Beans. Tagged down to 56 HP. Does not matter. 2 in a row for himself, allowing an avenue into this A zone. However, you still need to find some kills. You're going to make this happen. You lose out on your teammates. It's just Raffi now in uncharted territory. 4 in a row for himself, the new kid on the block for this team. Going to pull him back out from the depths of this round number 5, but Raffi has done a fantastic job at allowing now Ultra Academy EU to get into this A zone.
Yeah, really stepping up, and it actually looks like Minnesota are just going to completely concede this A zone. Either that or they're making a wrap through the top side of the map to try to pin them out. But right now, it just seems like they want top map control. They don't really seem to be worrying about this A zone, and rightfully so, because they don't want to push into Raffi and feed streaks, which could then possibly allow for Ultra EU to make the break onto be behind a glide bomb.
Raffi's going to go down, so no streaks for your AR. But full beach control and ring control for Rocker. Third tick's going to come through, Jesse, so we're going to be pushing a minute 52 going into this B zone offense. Lives 25 to 23 in favor of Ultra EU, but at the moment, there is just no way cross through this wall that's been set up from Minnesota Rocker as Havoc cuts down Furious. You're just looking at the arrows of Ultra Academy EU, just so confused on what to do. Raffi and Vortex finally going to find an opening. 3 go down.
Oh,
here's your chance.
You get all 4. Everybody starts to fly forward now, and keep our eyes on Vortex as well, coming in through behind all of these players. Could make a big impact. Will end up falling. That's a great answer back from Minnesota.
It is. Furious still alive towards the B zone. He's going to be caught by a nade. Tossed by Priesta. Attached, looking to clean things up over into the ring. However, shut down. So being still a forward progression here for the team. But beautiful shots out of Priesta. That's going to be ring control gone from Ultra Academy EU's hands. And now looking at the map control that Rocker are picking up. They got ship control. They have zone control as well as a crossfire setup from Attach. Things are looking good here for Rocker to put away in 3.
Yeah, they really are. Rocker setting up perfectly. They're not allowing Ultra to get across the map. And it pretty much feels like what we saw in the first 2 rounds where they couldn't get onto A. Well, it feels like that giant wall of defense is now just set up over towards B, and they're not allowing anybody to sneak through. Furious is going to be the player to try to make the attempt of sneaking through. Has made his way through, finds Attach in the back. They will get 3 down. This is their opportunity now to fly forward. They stop the clock onto B. They need to pick these players off spawn, though.
It's now or never. 39 seconds left. If you hop off this zone, it's going to be time ticking out of your hands. Beans now needs to go big inside the zone. He's going to drop 36 seconds, Jesse. Vortex looking to stay alive. You don't want to lose this progression inside of map control if you are Ultra Academy. You do have 1 life advantage. Vortex feeding information over to the teammates, but it's going to be ring control that they're looking at. 2 go down again. 8 lives to 11, 19 seconds left. Vortex now on a mission to see if he can pin them even farther back. They're going to hop on the zone, Jesse. This is it. It's now or never.
And there's only 7 lives left for Minnesota as well, so they could realistically just get picked off one by one as they try to push in towards this B zone. They will find one, but that's a big 3-man answer back from Ultra EU, but they do get them off the zone. 10 seconds left. All Minnesota needs to do to close this series out is keep Toronto off for 3 more seconds.
It's big, but it's just not enough. 3 seconds ticking down. Nobody in a position to touch. And that's going to be Minnesota Rocker cleaning up the series 3-0 over Ultra Academy EU and moving on to a 1-1 record inside of their group. Jesse, they looked phenomenal in a lot of those moments, but ultimately when you're taking away this whole series, a very close series to Ultra EU.
I mean, an insanely close series. I don't think that the 3-0 will justify just how great of a series this was between these 2 teams. Map 1, 250 to 240. Map 2, 6 to 5, and map 3, 3 to 2. I mean, that is as close as humanly possible between these 2 teams. I think that Ultra EU had an opportunity to not win just one of these maps, but to win all 3 of these maps. Maybe not that Gavutu. I feel like that Gavutu is pretty well in control of Minnesota in terms of their defenses, but still Ultra almost had a shot inside of that last round. So you win that final offense, maybe it goes your way, you win the round out. They had an opportunity in every single one of those, but I think that's just the difference between your CDL team and your amateur team, and just maybe having a little bit more experience in those icy situations where you need to clutch up, and Minnesota just got the job done at the end of the day.
Well, you can see plenty of times in that round 5 that you're saying could have gone the way of Ultra Academy EU's way, Jesse, that, 3 down on that B zone, you could see that Ultra Academy were looking to get progression on B, but every single time off the respawn, Rocker didn't panic whatsoever. They knew they still had time inside of the zone progression to work with, let alone on the time clock. So every single time they came off the respawn, you just saw a barrage of nades hit that zone, and then the follow-up volley from the players. So it's just purely practiced out of Rocker again and again what to do in those situations, and you just never see them panic.
Yeah, for sure. That's like the big difference, right, that you get between your pro teams and your AM teams, as well, as that it's one, not as much panic, but also, like you were kind of calling out, Colin, when they were going towards and pushing into the into the zone when they had so little lives left, an AM team would have just been flying at the zone. They would have been trying to get in, trying to break it up as much as possible. But a nice, well-experienced team like that, they were able to not only kind of play slow, play off each other, but just be able to find that last break to get back in was just so massive. And Toronto spawning all the way across the map had no option but to pretty much have to concede at that point. You throw a few more lives at it, but you just were not able to get into that final zone there. And things you absolutely love to see. Colin, one thing I will say, though, I know we didn't get to do our full setup and everything like that before we started this off, was one player we were looking at to come into this match was Rafi, because he had a really, really rough map against Optic, or match in total against Optic. They were minus 88 as a total. It looks like their slaying was much better here against Minnesota, the whole team, but also Rafi in general just looked a lot better and a lot more comfortable in this series than he did against Optic Gaming earlier on today.
The only thing is now, if you're Ultra Academy EU 0-2 inside of your groups, is you're really hoping for a miracle, because we didn't really talk about the groups in general, Jesse, and what we got going into the series, but it was almost a must-win for one of these two rosters, and now Minnesota Rocker tied 1-1 inside of the group with Optic. You're looking at Florida 2-0 and Toronto Academy EU 0-2. That suddenly is making things interesting on the matchup that we're going to get between Optic and Minnesota.
Yeah, it was really a big match between these two, because if you won this match, at least you could keep your fate kind of in your own hands, right? As soon as you lose a match like this, that's when things kind of get into that scary spot where your fate is no longer in your own hands. You're in a rough spot. And you know what, with Optic Gaming also playing with a sub now, Minnesota, I mean, they will have that date with Optic tomorrow. you never know. They could come out, they could win that match against Optic with General in. You just never really know. They didn't look that great against Florida when we were watching that before we got into this one here today. So it's one of those things where now you've got a really good opportunity as Minnesota Rocker, and to come out in 3-0 against Ultra EU kind of gives you that much even more of a better step towards doing it, because you did it in such a significant fashion.
And at the moment, I feel like for a lot of these teams who made changes going into the Pro-Am, Jesse, whether you're a challengers team or whether you're a pro team, at this moment you're just trying to find your identity. And Minnesota Rocker, I feel like they're definitely trying to find their identity. Instead of a match setting, you're seeing just them get more comfortable over a time with Havoc inside of this roster. And I assume that, you know, going into tomorrow, they're even going to have some things changed and some adjustments going into that match against Optic. I wouldn't imagine Saints to just go into that match against Optic leaving these mistakes that we were seeing against Academy or Ultra Academy EU unturned.
And Minnesota generally, with the players that are on this team, you got Attach, Priesta, I mean, even Havoc, a bunch of Optic killers on that team. So there's a very good chance that they could knock Optic out of the group stages here, especially if they're playing with the same fire they were just playing with and the same clutch potential that they were playing with today here against Ultra Academy EU. Things you absolutely love to see here. But now hopping in to the match between Toronto Ultra and Seattle Surge. We get to hop into this map number 3, and it's going to be a Berlin control, Colin.
Berlin control, as we are even in the series. We've seen a lot of Berlin control, Jesse, today in the Pro-Am. It seems like teams are looking to get some reps on this map going into the next qualifiers of the Major. And so far, I am loving it. That A zone, definitely looking to get 100% capped every single round. But the B zone is so interesting when it does come down to these teams and the offenses that we're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. But you can see Toronto Ultra, they're going to hop right into A, start to significantly close that zone out. But it actually looks like Seattle does not want to fully concede this one here. Going to try to hit this one more time. Maybe that was their last hit there. As soon as 2 go down, now this would very likely be the final hit here for Toronto Ultra.
You can see Seattle just looking to get some map control around it, punish these respawns. As you can definitely see player number 3 in the back, Mac, looking to tear away at those reinforcing players. But Toronto Ultra, they're going to get this A zone collected. Add another minute to the clock, Jesse, and 21-21 in lives. This is where we're looking at the B zone to kind of favor the longevity of this round right now. With as much resources as you have and as much time as you have, I want to see Ultra slow things down and look for a clean 4 down.
And that's why you saw Seattle not give that big advantage and that big push out there, because they just did not need to. They knew that Toronto Ultra will have to break into this B zone at the very least, and this is the way harder site to be able to break into, just because of how close you spawn as the defense and how far away you spawn as the offense.
Well, here we go. 2 go down. It's going to allow Ultra to stop the clock, get into the zone. The Cammy is on the hunt right now around the outside. CleanX, big win in the backside of that spawn. If they can pick up accuracy, it's going to be smooth sailing for Ultra into the zone, but accuracy is going to slip on in. Finds a kill into CleanX, looking for the second on the inside. Third on the Benz is going to be there, but it's going to be Matt to clean it up. And Seattle Surge, they clean up that offense, and they are back in control.
Yeah, they hold the line one more time here. And now I feel like with a minute 25 left, this will very likely go down to kills, especially with the corners that you see some of the Seattle players played and just being very annoying to the Toronto Ultra players, not allowing them to get out of their spawn, making it as hard as possible to be able to push all the way across this map here. And I feel like Toronto's taking a lot of solo challenges right now, not really fighting this as a full team yet.
But here's a good moment. Another 2 down, Jesse. Going to be looking at the forward aggression of Seattle to almost punish them, but Seattle almost a little cushion for those respawns to get back into it. With as much forward progression as they get, you still get 3 in a row if you are Toronto, but as soon as you touch the zone already, the players that respawn from Seattle back into the zone, back into the slaying, and you clean things up again.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? As soon as you are able to push as far forward as we've seen Seattle do multiple times inside of this round, even though Toronto finds the full wipe, they have to go through 2 waves of Seattle because they're able to get back into the next zone so much quicker. Last player on Toronto that's going to be any player of significance is Insight. He'll end up falling in the back line, and it's just up to Bance and CleanX now. 2v9. Very unlikely, especially when accuracy's hitting nades like that.
Oh, and you can just see how tough that B zone is to collect on offense if you are Toronto Ultra. If you're any team realistically in this Pro-Am or in Call of Duty in general right now, is you need those clean 4 down. Even if you're trading kills going into that zone, it's just not good enough. You need to be slow, you need to be methodical, and you really need to keep track of where the players are that you're matching up against, because if you let Pred or Max slip the lines like they have been, Toronto Ultra are never going to get that B zone.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll just have to see, right, what we can do off of that. And it was really what Toronto only finished with the full B zone, or sorry, with the full A zone, right? They didn't get any ticks of progression over towards B. So they need to answer back with at least as good of a defense as that, if not better, to give themselves an advantage towards getting that final defense inside of this game.
You look at accuracy, passive towards the train yard. Just looking to get information for the players inside of A. Whereas Toronto Ultra off the breakoff, they send 4 players through B. They allow a ticket progression into A before they transition across the map. And now Cammy in a position where he's looking to cut these players down on the inside of the zone, but wasn't able to get that successfully. So now Seattle want to put this zone away, keep the clock in their favor. Only thing is, Toronto Ultra, a lot of map control at the moment. They're just looking for a moment to find a solid pinch.
Yeah, a lot of map control. Just look at the way that they're trying to just pin all these players into the A site. It just makes it so that even if you find the zone as Seattle, it makes it so hard to push out of the zone. But that being said, Seattle will find a few kills. They can now try to push their way forward. A zone not completely completed yet, and Toronto just taking complete control of train once again.
Oh, and you can see that it was a wonderful setup from Toronto Ultra. However, the execution wasn't there, Jesse. You get that full map control, however, you lose your one-on-ones, and now you're looking at a minute 54 to shave off this clock if you want to find your defensive round. And Bant's doing exactly what we saw Pred and Mac doing, just being annoying towards that A zone, seeing if he can keep Seattle pinned back, keep them at a lesser number, moving over towards this B setup. However, you're looking at Mac on the overextension. See if he can punish some players, pull away some of the attention from Toronto back, and looks like he's going to get exactly that. Not just finding 1, but 2 on a Cammy as well. And he's going to expect Bans behind him. Mac attack doing it all, man.
But then they still spawn so close, and as soon as Mac goes to challenge, we'll end up falling in the back. And as good as that looked, as good as a full 4-man down for Mac in that spot, on a 4 spree, getting aggressive as possible, they still make 0 progression on the map up towards this B zone.
Cammy top third. I mean, this is such a wonderful position to be in. You can get so much information around the map. He's going to drop down now. Has an idea that Mac has slipped the lines once again, so going to be on the hunt. He thought right. Mac gets cleaned up. You can see Seattle now in a very plateaued position for pushing into this B zone. They haven't even made their way in, Jesse. 44 seconds left, and they're down 4 lives.
Now Toronto, all they got to do is just keep this same pace and progression up that they have to just keep zoning these players up. But Seattle wants to take one big hit. It's basically like trying to break into the hardpoint hill right now, the way they're pushing into it.
They go 3 for 1, so not too shabby to get into the zone. Clock is stopped at 28 seconds. Bance plays life, gets spotted out, 64 HP, and in fact, he's going to bait a player out. Cammy's going to clean it up, and that's going to be 2 down. You can see Pants looking to get into this hill. In through the window he goes, spots out Mac on the cross, but he's not going to get it. Oh, he does get it, but it's too little too late. Accuracy back into this hill, Jesse. No time has been shaved off, and Seattle Surge, they are scrapping away at this, holding onto strings.
Well, they really are, but they definitely have a big shot at being able to do this. Another big kill for Pred on the inside. Sib and Mac are still within a shot to be able to touch this zone as soon as they need to stop the clock once again here.
The lives left. 5 of Seattle. 15 seconds. Bance, what a kill onto Mac. Evens things up in the life category, and you can see that Kleenex is on the hunt to the back. He's going to find Sib looking the wrong way. That's going to leave 3 players remaining for Seattle Surge. They're going to go for the overextension, but 2 seconds left. Somebody's got to touch into this hill, Jesse, and nobody's going to do it. So Toronto Ultra, they sneak away with the defense, but that was too close for comfort.
I think the big thing there, though, Colin, is even though Surge don't win that round, that offensive pressure that they were able to put on that we did not see from Toronto at all inside of their first offensive round, Seattle was able to get a tick of progression over towards B. That gives them the instant advantage in terms of trying to get that final defense, because now you're up 4-3 here. As long as you can keep Toronto at bay once again, maybe just allow them to only get towards that A zone again here, you could be in a really good shot within getting that final defense down just because of that 1 tick of progression you were able to get off that offense.
3 players sent straight away from Toronto into the zone, and Sib, oh, Sib, what a beautiful shutdown. He's going to get an early nade and then help from Pred to clean up a 3rd. Completely shutting out Toronto from that A offense right off the rip, but he's going to be caught blindsided by Bance as Toronto goes for the full wrap around that warehouse, Jesse, just to get control of this A zone.
And they don't even like have that great of a control of it at the moment. They do finally clean out the other players in towards the middle of the map, so this should start to work its way up. But I believe they've only got one player on the zone right now with how slowly it's starting to move its way up. I would imagine Bance is playing top third at the moment, just trying to watch the middle of the map, making sure they can't make their way through. And I mean, as much as they'll get 2 ticks of progression here, it's still very possible Seattle could push their way in, and they look like they're going to concede it now. Definitely not in a terrible spot, though, if you're Seattle, because you basically pushed all the way out across the map like you did inside your last defense as well.
Looking at CleanX to try and clean up the spawns. Accuracy is going to be here. 15 and 22 for CleanX. Not a great game, and it's going to leave Accuracy alive in their spawn, Jesse. This is not what you want here if you're Toronto Ultra looking to capture this B zone. You need to clean up Accuracy in your backline before you move any farther. Just look how far away. It's so disjointed out of the offense here. Ultra just so separated in every form of the way, and they just picked off one by one, every single one-on-one going the way of the Surge.
It's the same thing that happened in the last round. As soon as the Surge allowed the A zone and then were just completely spread out across the map, they just kept taking one-on-ones. You never really seen Ultra fully group up together and take a 2-on-1. I think that might have been one of the first opportunities that we've even seen that come through. And even when it does, you can see Pred will find 2, completely shut the push down. And now you've only got one player push forward again, and CleanX is taking one-on-ones.
2 down. Here's your chance. Get into this B zone. Stop that clock. Force Seattle to make a move. Cut down. Mask's going to take down Insight. You can see all these players on Seattle grouping up to get into the zone. Accuracy through the window. CleanX respecting it. Bance around the corner is actually going to help him out. You get 3 down. It's 4 down. Now Cammy alone inside the zone. 3 in a row. You can see now with an automaton in hand. This is his best weapon. Just cut off these players. Going to push on in. Now 4 in a row. Transitions these into streaks. It would be good. However, Accuracy finds the angle, Jesse, and they've worked their way back in.
Only need 1 progression tick left, though. They've got the first 2. They just need to group up together again. Make 1 big solid hit together as a unit to break your way back in. Right now, CleanX is challenging 1-on-4. That is never going to work. You need to back up. You need to wait for your team, and I think he's realized that as well. We'll take the 1-on-1 with Mac. We'll win it out. But and they actually take 3. That's massive kills there. They have an opportunity to fly forward again.
Accuracy needs to go big in this position if you don't want to give up an offense. Cammy's going to get his number. Mac on the inside, cleaned up by Bance. This is your chance. They're putting it away. B-Zone gets captured. Ultra go up 2-1. What an offense coming out of them, Jesse. They hold on. They keep on putting on the pressure. And in every single moment that they need to turn up, it's 2 or 3 players down for Seattle.
I for sure thought that Mac was in a position that as soon as CleanX got a kill inside of that site, he was going to get the trade. But CleanX working with the team perfectly. I take back what I said. They had players right there that even when CleanX found that first kill, soon as Mac made the move to find the second, they found the trade. Or not even the trade, they got the kill as well. And it just gave Toronto all the numbers they needed to find that final tick of progression. A beautiful round out of the Toronto Ultra boys. And now they look to try to close this one out here inside of 4 rounds.
Big moment for Toronto if they want to take the swing map mode, Jesse. 3-1 win on Berlin. A statement off of a hot Seattle team, but look at CleanX. He's going rogue. He's 5 in a row, playing into the streaks now. You get that glide bomb on Berlin, it could be so lethal to where those attackers spawn. And look, he's on a mission. He's going to be in the train 6 in a row. Looking for number 7. Insight's going to catch Accuracy, getting into this B zone and off the spawn. It's Sib to clean up CleanX finally, and no streaks in his hand, but a big moment there for Toronto.
And Toronto yet to allow even a single tick of progression here throughout this round. But because they've had so much kind of time on both zones, you've only seen a fracture of the time come off here so far. And it actually looks like Seattle, once again, want to make this hit over towards B. They know it's the harder of the 2 zones to be able to capture. And they've got half a tick of progress. They might even be able to solidify 1 here.
1 tick does get picked up, Jesse. Accuracy still alive. How long can he hold off? Doesn't seem like too long. And look at Bance. He is tearing it up. He's even going to find CleanX. It's going to be 3 down inside of the zone. Now, Seattle are going to pivot over to the A zone, stack it, look to put it away as fast as possible. If that first tick is cleaned up, only player here really who could do damage is CleanX. But can you get through Pred, who's all the way top 3rd? It doesn't seem like you need to, as Pred unaware of this positioning, Jesse. CleanX is going to make his move into the hill. He goes, but Mac won't allow it.
Oh, and Pred may have actually just found an angle to be able to slip through. Him and Accuracy both are in a great spot to shut this down. Pred will get the player pushing in through hallway. They'll start to get some ticks of progression here over towards B. A will be finished off as well. They're not out of this one yet.
Not out. Whatever. Need here for if you are, it's just going to be Accuracy staying alive, as almost getting that second tick, Jesse, but cleaned up. And staggered out here. Seattle just throwing bodies at this. You need Mac to stay alive. He's going to toss a nade on in. Wonderful place onto Cammy's doorstep as Kleenex is going to drop as well. It's going to be 2 out of the hands of Toronto. And Seattle, big plays here from Pred. You need your sub to go big.
Seattle just needs to find a wipe, similar to what you saw from Toronto Ultra on their offensive round, where they get at least 3 down, so they can push forward, they can get inside a B, and just start to pick the Ultra players off spawn. But so far, Ultra is not giving them an inch to be able to find anything like that. Every trade has worked back and forth, helps out Toronto in this situation.
Well, Bance, you know, not always putting up the big numbers, but always putting up the big routes, as cleans up Pred as well. Now on 2 in a row. Pivots over to the alley to see if you can catch anybody off the respawn. However, Seattle, you can see that as a core 4, the whole squad is moving along the top side of the map, Jesse. This is a big risk play. But if they pull it off, the risk is going to be a high reward.
It's going to be tough. It looks like they want to try to hit from all different angles here and set this up. That's the good thing with how much time they've still got left on the clock, is you can do big hits like this. They find 3, but Kleenex and Bance go massive. They at least take down 2, and that will stagger the push from Seattle.
Well, that's a high risk, high reward, Jesse. It is a big key set of kills coming out from Seattle, but Toronto off the respawn just staggers them out. 2 kills. Puts that B zone just in so much influence of Toronto Ultra that you look at them now. Map control in their hand, time in their hand, as well as lives. Pred's last alive. He's going to be in enemy territory, cleaned up by Toronto Ultra. They're going up 2-1 as they take the swing map mode.
I won't lie. From the first time that we saw Seattle and Ultra in that first round, I did not think that Ultra were going to win this game, just from the way that that first round looked. But the fact that they found that 3-piece in their second offense with Kleenex finding 1, them picking up Mac trying to get the trade onto Kleenex just opened up so much potential, so much opportunity, and they flew forward. They get inside, they get that final tick of progression, and they were able to finish things off there. They didn't even have to see a round number 5, things you absolutely love to see. As Canadians, you know we're going to be cheering on Toronto. There's no caster bias
What do you
here,
mean?
but I'm definitely not going to be upset to see the boys pop it off.
There's no bias here. Might be the Canadian duo, Jesse, but love to see Seattle win just as much. I'm looking at this one to go the distance. You know, I don't think we've gotten a Game 5 yet. Well, I actually, no. Toronto Ultra NA just beat LA Gorillas in a Game 5, so we have gotten a Game 5 in the Pro-Am, but what a series we would get out of Toronto and Seattle if this goes the distance here. But we take a look back at that map game stats. Big game out of Kleenex. That's what I could say first off. 35 and 32, and there's so many interactions across the map. He's just being such a nuisance, like we saw Pred and Macby back in that round 1, Jesse, that you said that Toronto Ultra weren't looking the best. But as soon as Kleenex starts getting hot on the map, he's always firing off 3 kills in a row, sometimes 2 in a row, making sure that Seattle are never at a perfect 4 stature.
Yeah, 32 deaths, definitely not the best looking stat, but at least still positive. And also that 3,900 damage, I think, is the really big one.
Oh, yeah.
Because even though you're not even finding all those kills, you're doing so much damage that trades should be so easy up until that point from him and from that point on. So things you absolutely love to see there. Kleenex, like you said, popping off most kills inside of the lobby. Not sure what maps we'll have for map 4 and map 5 coming up, but this has been a really, really good series. And sports on it right now. We absolutely love to see it. It'll be a Berlin hardpoint for map 4. Tuscan Search and Destroy for map 5. And honestly, with the way that Toronto Search and Destroy has looked today, the fact they lost one earlier on to Strike X, they lost the first one here to Seattle. I feel like you probably want to try to get this one done in that map 4.
I mean, if there's one thing I can say, Jesse, just piggyback off of that, is Toronto's hardpoints have looked fantastic today. And that is one thing I was hoping to see them improve on moving into this Pro-Am. I think that, you know, you look back at that Tuscan, that 250 to 222, 1 point was what, like a 190 to 80 in their favor. Yeah, Seattle pulled it back, but Toronto just, if they're playing that hot right at the start of these hard points, I'm expecting this Berlin to just be strong for them because they've just looked so good across multitudes of different maps in this mode.
Yeah, absolutely. They really have looked very strong in terms of hardpoint today. I mean, looking back, what they won the Tuscan hardpoint earlier on against Strike X. They won that 251-81, and then they were able to take the Berlin hardpoint as well earlier in that last series, 250-111. So not only did they win the map earlier on today, but also had a very, very clean map to take that first little bit. Things you absolutely love to see in Toronto, looking to close it out in a 3-1 for sure here.
And folks, as we get this set up for map number 4, Berlin Hardpoint is on the menu. We're going to head to a break while we get these players in the lobby. We'll see you in a second with the next map coming up between these two teams. We're back. Map number 4, Berlin Hardpoint. Toronto Ultra on the right, Seattle Surge on the left. We are getting into this one, Jesse. I am so excited to see this one. We haven't yet seen the hardpoint between these two teams, but if anything tells me that this is going to be a good one, it is the score from that Tuscan.
Yeah, 250-222. If you're just joining us, that's what the first score of the game was. Tuscan hardpoint was able to go in Toronto's favor. They had a massive lead at one point inside of that game. We were doing little look-ins here and there, but Surge brought it all the way back. They almost were able to make the full comeback. Toronto just closed it out at the very end. But starting this one off, it's a very good start here for Seattle. They get, 35 seconds here off Hill 1. You'll take that every day of the week. Toronto looking to try to be the first team over towards P2, though.
Vance on a mission. Your line's big one-on-one here, and Mac, whoa, big win on the staircase. Now holding off that top line, you can see very hesitant is the Ultra just to get into the zone, as you need to make sure that you are cleaning things up around the outside before you go on in, because as soon as you do, Mac's got your number. Now time in the hands of Seattle, Jesse. This is such a good start from the Surge, as they're looking to go map 5, and it would be at the hands of this Berlin win.
Yeah, and Seattle's looking like a team that wants to go to map 5 right now for sure, with the way that they have started this game off. 46-11, still generating some time here inside of this hill. You do get a pinch potential starting to be set up here from Toronto, but that team nade will not help them. Fortunately, Insight's there with the pistol, close things out. This should be the back 15 seconds going the way of Toronto, and Seattle now trying to get a full setup over at P3 for the next hill.
Seattle was okay with throwing Pride at that hill because of the spawns that they have. Now you're looking at player number 5, Bance, looking to sneak on in. However, hard when Mac has just been reading you like a book. Another 2 down. Kleenex in the territory is going to drop to Pred as the 1-for-1, keeping Seattle in favor of this rotation. Now 57-31. You're looking at Toronto now to get things going in the back line. It's Bance. He's going to get their eyes on the accuracy. Can't clean it up. Finally going to get the kill, but Pred's off the respawn, and Pred is cleaning up house. 3 in a row from the man down under. And it's going to be continued progression for Surge.
Pred goes absolutely massive there. Insight will stay alive in the back line, so might still be able to get a break here if you're Toronto, and you absolutely do. You find all 4. But again, right now, this is only going to be for the scrap time. You'll only be able to get these back 25, and that's even if Seattle isn't able to get back in, because it looks like Sib wants to take one more shot at this.
In for the contention, however, Insight won't let that happen for too long. You're okay with this if you're Surge, Jesse, because they're now flipping this out once more. Bance is in a position where you can pull spawns in favor of Toronto once more. However, he's going to have to play his life until this hill opens up. And now that the hill's locked down, you can definitely see Bance in a wonderful position with the rest of his team surging on forward. They have the collapse on in. Will they find the kills? The first one on the Mac, traded out by Sib. You can still see it, still going the way of Toronto. It's going to be Pred last alive. They're all eyes on him. Looking to stay alive, however, Bance is going to clean him up, and a wonderful break from the front out of Toronto.
And that's a 7 spree now for Insight as well. Gets the glide bomb into his favor. You absolutely love to see that. But I think the big thing here, Colin, is the fact that I don't think Toronto has won a single rotation here in this game, but so to see a 13-point game still here through 4 hills, and Mary even possibly to tie the game here, going into hill number 5, you'll take that every day of the week if you're Toronto with how badly they were rotating through those early hills. And the fact that Seattle Surge just seemed to have that upper hand through every single hill through the early portions. In fact, they'll probably end up taking the lead here, heading in towards our P5 hill. But, I mean, we all know how hard it is to get time on that one. It's going to be very, very 50-50 to see who comes away with more time after P5.
It's a lead, but a small lead for Toronto. Surge going to be set up. However, Kleenex going to find a way in. Takes down Mac. The shots in behind. Nice shots on the Sib as well. Finally cleaned up at Pred, but it's so back and forth, Jesse, as nobody's been able to dip their toes into this hill. You're going to see Toronto spawning up over towards the train yard, whereas Seattle with the better spawns into the second set of rotations. Sib's going to touch down on the hill. Finally, somebody going to be getting progression here. However, early cleanup from Kleenex going to deny this time. Allows Cammy back on in. Pred looking to deter it. However, still scrappy into the hill. It's what you expect on a P5.
Yeah, and now this is where Toronto needs to actually get a little bit of time here because they don't have the spawns for the next hill at the moment. Seattle's in a great spot where they can transition over towards new, so you can see that's why Toronto's putting so much focus on trying to get as much time as they can here on this P5 hill. And actually, Toronto looking like they might be able to get a rotational battle won over towards this new hill. You can see Bance going to fly forward. He's on 5 in a row now as well. Will finally end up falling, but the trades are there for Toronto. They work out so well, and even without good spawns, they pin P5 into P1, and now they look to try to keep spawning Seattle Surge out.
And if you can work this right, it's going to be so good fighting from the front. Hitting back Seattle over towards that fire hill might be able to give Toronto a perfect rotation over to P2, but gotta watch out because some players of Surge have snuck through the lines. You're looking at Mac and Pred to get into business. It's 1-for-1 trade. Accuracy through the window is going to make sure he breaks this hill, but it's still so back and forth. It's going to be Sib last alive, and Cammy on 2 HP from the top ropes. He's going to take him down.
Still challenging on 2 HP at the end. Will finally end up falling, and unless you get a big break here from Toronto at the very end of this, the numbers that are in for Seattle should at least guarantee themselves that final little bit of scrap time. But actually, you do get a big fight. Pred will win too. So the numbers, they do end up holding strong enough for Seattle to get that last 10 seconds of scrap time. But look across the map. Look at where Toronto is right now. You have 4 players in and around the mail room. This is going to be a very tough break for Seattle.
Cammy is in such a strong position to deny progress through docks. The thing is, the kills are going to be so big here for Kleenex. He finds 2. He's going to keep this at a halt. If you are Seattle trying to break this P2, look how far they're spawning away, Jesse. And now it's going to give Toronto just that opportunity to fly on forward. Bance tries to make it happen. He's going to be stopped by Pred. And still back and forth from these two teams. It's a battle. It is a war in Berlin right now.
Oh, it absolutely is. Massive gunfight win by Sib inside of the hill as well. Just to stay alive, just to make it that much harder for Toronto to get a good amount of points here on this hill. They will continue to try to hit this because you can't allow Toronto to get a 90-point lead on this map. You just simply can't. Berlin is too hard of a map to be able to make those big comebacks on, and that's why you see Seattle putting so much focus on trying to fly forward, trying to get into these great spots. Sib also making sure that the flank is on lock as well so that they hold onto the fire spawns for that P3 hill coming up next. And Seattle, I mean, even though they fell behind inside of this game, you've got a massive opportunity to be able to come back and take the lead here on this hill.
Toronto, they break back into that P2. Now looking to get over into fire. You're going to invest the streak of your insight. That's going to be 2 down. However, you get Mac and Pred to keep things even. The 2-on-2 fight to make sure that you can maybe break this hill. You have Seattle spawning up back towards P1. With Toronto in favor of these spawns, they're going to be able to reinforce this again and again. But inside the hill, it's 3 going down for Toronto, leaving Bance last alive in the back. And flying is going to be Mac to take him down. As you still get Toronto back here. But Jesse, that's exactly what we saw from Toronto back in P1. Just flipped inside of the opportunity. Seattle now can pin them back if they want.
They can, but I don't think they're going to be able to here. Toronto's just in a little bit too good of a spot. There was a kind of a blessing of a spawn that came in for Toronto throughout that as well, where one of the players, there was a spawn open towards upper courtyard, spawned in there, and it was able to just kind of allow a pinch to be developed, and it just really kind of killed Seattle's opportunity at being able to hold that hill. And unfortunately for them, it's going to lead to a 40-point lead now for Toronto as we head over towards the train yard hill. You will have Seattle first team here set up early on, but we did see Toronto break this in the last set of rotations.
Pred looking to clean up the back spawn, see if he can keep things in favor of Seattle for this train yard. It's so far so good, Jesse. It's 46 seconds counting down as Seattle are closing this lead ever so slowly, second by second. You're looking at player number 4, Pred, again on the front lines, very aggressively pushed up towards P5. Going to have eyes throughout the middle of the map, but that's not really where Toronto are flooding on in. You get 2 players pushing throughout this alleyway. Kleenex through the middle of the map will be able to slip on through past Pred and even clear off this hill, allowing Toronto break, Jesse. And that is a blunder and a half because Pred, you needed him to catch that sight on Kleenex.
Yeah, and any bit of time that you give to Toronto right now is just putting them closer and closer to being able to put this game away. There we go, though. Mac and Pred will clean up too, but it's still not enough. You've still got Bance on the hill, getting more of that time there. I mean, if you're Seattle, you're in a really dangerous spot here because you go to P5, which is a very scrap-heavy hill. But when you look at this hill, and from P5 to P1 in the last set of rotations, Toronto played it almost flawlessly, and that's where you really saw this lead start to develop for them.
Gonna be tough. Toronto with the winner's advantage. You can see Seattle closing on in from all angles. It's 3 down for Ultra, giving Seattle a little bit of leeway to hop in and start getting some time, but I already talked about how hard it is to gain progression inside of this 5th hill. Really, you're looking at the spawns to next. You are Seattle. You want to deny this time at the same time. You see Mac going to get aggressive. He's going to drop to Cammy, but allows the rest of his teammates to get in. Keep this one out of the hands of Ultra. Keep some time out of their favor. It's 225 to 194. These kills are going to be so good. And Bance on a mission, Jesse. He's flipped things out. And suddenly, if you're Seattle, you are in the danger zone.
Oh, you're absolutely in the danger zone right now. You'll be able to hop in, get this last 5 seconds of time, but that is not going to matter in the large scheme of things. When you look across the map and you've got Toronto fully set up in P1, ready to go, only 20 seconds left, needed to close the game out here.
20 seconds left. One last chance. Pred on the front line, spearheading this attack for the Surge. Slides on in. He's going to be dropped. Kleenex to take him down now. Toronto looking to close this one out in 4. Mac looking to make a desperate play on the inside. Can't make it through Cammy. As it's player by player, Seattle flooding on in one by one. Bance is going to clean up in the backline. Bance finds 2. As it's 6 seconds left now for Ultra to put away this series. Jesse, it is Mac. Last chance to break on in. He's going to drop to Cammy. And it's so Ultra on Berlin with a 250 to 200 win to close out this series 3-1.
Wow, it is very apparent that in this kind of little month off, this little break of time that you've had between a couple of these, between stage 2 and the start of stage 3, Toronto Ultra has worked so hard on their hardpoint game. That is now 4 hardpoints played on the day, 4 hardpoints won. And after the abysmal hardpoint record that they had through stage 1 and stage 2, or I guess through major 1 and major 2, 6-20, you've already gotten 4 of the 6 here inside of this map. I mean, things you absolutely love to see. Toronto, they look like a new team. Hardpoint finally on point, and that's when you're going to see this team at its best, when they can win any map out of any series. That's when this team is at its scariest, and the teamwork looked on point again today. They are looking dangerous once again.
Yeah, the stocks are looking to rise over in Toronto, Jesse, with a 3-1 win over Seattle. I am impressed with what they're bringing into the Pro-Am today. However, Seattle, not the same story. I mean, they were looking so good in certain situations against FaZe. You said that 6-0 on Desert Siege definitely looked to kind of elevate the squad inside of that game mode, and it did. They looked good against Toronto too over on Desert Siege, but I mean, the respawns against Toronto today just weren't the case. Yes, they're close. I mean, it was definitely not a blowout in favor of Toronto, but 3 respawns going the way of Toronto is definitely a good look if you're an Ultra fan, but if you're a Surge fan, that's not the case.
I think the one big thing with this Berlin hardpoint especially was there were times where Seattle had opportunities to take really big leads inside of this map, and they didn't. I think what really stands out to me was back to the first set of rotations. Toronto had a really, really bad first set of rotations. Surge won P1. They won the rotation of P2. They won the rotation of P3, and they won the rotation of P4. They did not get enough time off of those 4 hills from winning those rotations to make a big enough lead to impact the later portions of this game, because once Toronto got going and once Toronto got hot, that's where they really punished them in the back half of the game. So I think if you're Seattle there, you're looking at that first set of rotations thinking, damn, we should have had so many more points. And it just, unfortunately, it just wasn't there. But I will say Brett had a fantastic map, 31-26.
Oh, he did, but it's consistency that I'm looking at, and I'm looking at CleanX, Jesse, 33 and 31, almost identical to the performance that we saw inside of that Berlin control previous to this. But at the same time, if you're Toronto, you had 3 players over 3,000 damage inside of that Berlin hardpoint, so you can see that it's not only CleanX putting in the work, he's just cleaning up the job. As we take a look at the map series, it is all the respawns going the way of Toronto as they take the hard point in Tuscan 250-222, the control in Berlin 3-1, as well as the hard point in Berlin that we just saw 250-200. Jesse, how are you feeling about the series so far? I mean, we didn't really get to see those first 2 maps between these 2 teams, but the latter end, it was entertaining.
I mean, we got to see the large extent of what was going on, though, right? Like map 1, we saw that Toronto was up really, really big. Seattle clawed it back. Maybe if Seattle doesn't fall down so early on inside of that first map, maybe they have a better shot of winning in the later portions. That search and destroy, it looked like, again, Surge actually were the team who had a big advantage. Toronto started to claw that one back, but Seattle closed that one out for themselves. But those last 2 maps, I felt like Toronto was pretty in control for the most part. I mean, they won the control in a pretty handily fashion. The fact they were able to win an offense to close it out, and then even that last map there, just the way that they played off each other's backs, the fact that the first set of rotations were so abysmal but were so cleaned up in the second set was so perfect for Toronto. And I think the big one, Colin, was from P5 to P1, that rotation was flawless, and you don't see that happen very often, especially not at this level. So it's just great to see Toronto Ultra looking really, really good, and I think that only leads for more exciting things into our into the whole league, because now you've got another team who is looking good at hardpoint. Toronto, we know, I mean, maybe not looking like the best S&D team here this weekend, but they'll fix that up before the next major for sure. This team has always been known for very good search and destroy and good teamwork, and always a good control team as well. So now that they fixed up their hard point, we've got another team who's going to be battling and looking to win championships as well, just in time for the Toronto major.
You're right. I mean, Jesse, we can look past in towards the major, but I want to talk about the Pro-Am still, because inside this Group A, where you're looking at Atlanta, Seattle, Toronto, and StrikeX going head-to-head, that's going to raise Toronto now 2-0, looking to go toe-to-toe with FaZe inside of this group for that first place. And that's going to be interesting. With the way that they're playing in hardpoint, I can't wait to see this team go against Atlanta.
Well, I think that because FaZe has won, I would imagine, I don't have the full look at it yet, but I would imagine FaZe beat Strike X as well, just because of how FaZe, it's FaZe, right? Like you would kind of imagine FaZe to be able to win that match, and if they had, that would secure Toronto and FaZe both out of this group already as well. At 2-0, you wouldn't have an opportunity as Seattle. I can go and double check right now to see what happened there inside of that one. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking interesting. The fact that you get FaZe and Toronto both out of groups already, it's definitely what you want to see. And yeah, Atlanta FaZe did 3-0 Strike X, so we will for sure see Toronto Ultra and Atlanta FaZe both out of this group. And honestly, Seattle had an opportunity to be able to kind of come back and fight their way through it, but I think that this is just the new Toronto that you're seeing right now, and they look very good.
Well, I'm loving the Pro-Am Classic so far, folks. But that's going to be all for tonight through the Delta and Charlie coverage here on Clutch and GG. We're going to go right back at it tomorrow. Same time, same place. So I hope to see you there. So I'll be lurking around inside of the stream channel. But for tonight, that's going to be all. We hope to see you tomorrow, and have a great night.